T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Yeah. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right, this is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Guys, so something happened yesterday, and we need changes. We need changes, and I'm making changes. I'm making changes because it's needed. When you see something terribly go wrong, and there's an injustice, you have to fix it. You have to step up to the plate, and you really have to just nip it right in the bud and say, no, I'm not going to have this happen anymore. I'm not going to have it happen. So Ayo had somebody say something that was completely inappropriate yesterday. I mean, I didn't even see it, and it was after the fact that I actually reached out to Ayo and talked to him a little bit and found out what exactly happened from his perspective. And I completely understand like why he would feel the way he did. I went ahead and just made a whole bunch of you guys new mods that are in here this morning. If you're coming in well, at least it's 6 o'clock in the morning my time. I don't know what it is your time, but if you're coming in here and you're sitting here, and I know that you're a part of this group and you've been here for a long time, I've given you mod status right now. And because I've given you mod status, it's because I know you've been here for a while. If you don't want the mod status, let me know. I'll take it away. But I'm I need some new people. I need some new people to be able people who are here constantly in the chats. And I think I think everybody who's been here for a while, you know what it is that I'm looking for. I'm looking for people uh, who allow freedom of speech, but know when it's gone too far. And people who are going to enforce the rules, because I only have three of them. I got three rules, and I don't think that they're hard rules. Rule number one: do not advertise a stock without context in regards to AMC. When you exit your position at AMC or Ape, do so in silence. And if you're only here to harass people, instant ban. That's it. Those are the only three rules that I really have, and everything else is like fair game, other than hate speech and um, you know if somebody wants to come on here and make fun of me, I don't care. It's all right. Let them do it. I don't have a problem with that. But if they come in here to harass everybody else, I have a problem with that. And yesterday, that happened, and I'm not cool with it. So uh, there's 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 some tools going out here. There's some tools going out, and I'm hoping it's gonna be for a short period of time, maybe like a trial period where I kind of see how you guys do. If you want to be a mod, reach out to me on the Discord, Twitter, however you want to reach out to me. Reach out to me and let me know, because I need to add some people, because I need people who can watch the chat. It's getting kind of one of those points where the chivalry is getting really, really, really strong, and I need to make sure that as a community, we not only can I protect you, but that we can protect each other. And so I know you all can do that, and I trust you to do that. So um, I'm just letting you guys know. I'm not cool with the community getting um, trashed on. I'm just not. So yeah, you guys bet, man. Not a problem. Let's test it out. It's a testing period. See how you guys do. Uh, I trust you guys, and I'm probably gonna be it's not that kind of protection, JPA. It's not like you guys are butterflies or anything, but it's for our own mental health. It's for our own mental health, and it's also for I guess just making sure that like uh, you feel like you have a place where you can come and not be violated. I guess that's really what it comes down to. Duke of Wall Street. I said Duck. Duke of Wall Street says Casey woke me up. Yeah, and and eat crayons. So it's kind of one of those things, guys. Again, it's gonna be for if I take it away from you, don't be upset. It's gonna I'm just kind of trying this out. We'll see what happens. But remember, do remember that it's kind of for a trial period of time. Just want to see how this works out. But let's talk about the numbers because I don't like talking about stupid crap like this. I'd rather like get on with what really matters. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Jace, not every day it's down, but it has been for about a week or two now. And the reason that it's doing that is the whole market is getting tanked on, man. The whole market is getting tanked on, and it sucks. And it's hard to watch it. It's hard to watch have happen, but I think sorry, I'm like doing two things at once. I can't do that. I think it's going to be a temporary thing where we're gonna have some release here. I actually had said, ooh, what day was it? Probably about a week ago. I think about a week ago I said that I thought that we might have about a month straight of upwards movement, or at least up to sideways movement, and in the market, and that's not happening as of yet. So I'm a little surprised, to be honest with you. I thought for sure we were going to have a little bit of easing, because if I take you over to the SPY, I'll show you something real quick here. Actually, I'm not going to take you to this one. Let me take you to the one I have on TradingView, because that's where it is that I've got the numbers set up. I kind of feel like, and it's not great to be posting um, something like this where you overlay like 2008 in blue like this. What I have on the screen here, this is 2008 markets crash, but we're following it pretty similarly. I don't expect us to follow exactly, but I kind of feel like we're getting to that point to where we're kind of see like a little bit of an uptrend for a little while. And I was kind of figuring, I think it was probably about the 8th that I said this, that I thought we might start seeing some upwards movement on the market overall, but that the volatility was going to become great, right? So the amount, notice the difference in the lines right here on the fall versus the lines on the way back slightly back up, that there's much big differences in volatility. So you have some days where you go massively down and some days where you go massively up. And then as the volatility increases, the price starts to fall. So that's what I'm kind of looking for. And I don't think we're quite seeing it just yet, but I do expect it to come. And when it does come, we'll probably move with the market, and it won't seem as what's the word I'm going to look for here? I don't think it'll seem as dirty. You won't feel like you need to take a shower like twice a day instead of just once a day. How's that? Because you're not wrong. It is definitely feels like it's going down every day, and it is for like the last 2 weeks. But let's take a look at what we got going on here, and I guess first thing I want to show you is yesterday's ascending broadening wedge that I had drawn out, and I kind of told you guys, or at least I've mentioned before, that we've seen we've seen now a couple times where in the last week or so that price movement in the after hours is actually completing um, pattern signals, technical analysis pattern signals that we don't normally see. Normally, what happens is stock price will close out the day and will trade sideways all the way out to the next day. But we're starting to see some of these completion of patterns, and we haven't seen that for quite a while. So watch carefully to see what happens here, but let me draw this line out just a little bit better here. It's annoying me that it's just slightly off. They're both slightly off. All right, there we go. So it didn't quite break where my suggested box was, which is never really a thing. I mean, it's kind of a suggested break point. But it did break out, and the way that this works is that usually on these ascending broadening wedges, the price will break out and come back down to the secondary touching point, which would be right around here, somewhere between like 568 and 569, somewhere right around there. Price did fall down in the aftermarket hours to about 572, so it got to within like 3 cents of that touching point area, and then started heading back upwards. So what can we expect to possibly see out of this with this pattern? And the answer to that is you got to work a little bit of math. So let's take the pattern completion on this would be taking the first bottom touching point minus the top secondary touching point. And so we're going to take 595 minus 562, and we're going to multiply that by 0.6. I think it's 6. I always forget if it's 6.1 or 6.2. Well, it doesn't really matter because it's close enough. We'll just say 6.2. And then you add the result of that to the top touch point of 595. So the completion of this pattern should have us at $6.15. So I'm going to go ahead and draw in a line here at 615 just so that we know where that is, which is right about here. So we'll see how close we get to that. But anyways, I hope y'all are doing well. Sorry, I'm like losing my train of thought here. It's 6:20 though. It's time to go over the numbers. I'm losing my train of thought. Let's see what we got going on here. Also, I noticed that early this morning or actually it was last night that I decided this, but early this morning when I decided that I was going to start going through, I know somebody had contacted me before, I thought, in Discord and asked if they could be a moderator, and I hadn't yet responded to them, and I was gonna respond, and now I went through and started looking for the message and couldn't find it, and I was like, oh man, that sucks. And as I was going through my messages, I found that there was like two, maybe three people that had sent me messages that never got responses at all. I want to let you guys know I try to respond to every single person that sends me a message. I try to do that. If I don't respond to you, there are times where, and I don't know why this happens, but it happens more often on Twitter than anything. When I go into my messages, like I might view like a couple of them, but the new messages that I don't click on because I know I want to go to respond to them later, but I'm holding off on responding. If I click out of the inbox and into something else, those messages, like the new message uh, icon, goes away. And so it kind of like it pisses me off because it's like sometimes I miss people's messages and stuff, and then something like that kind of happens in Discord where like I'll go to look at a message, but I don't like I try to look like the preview of the message or something like that, and I can't. There's no way to do it because I want to keep the message up there so I can see that I need to respond. Anyways, and then I end up not seeing the notification later. So I apologize because I try to get back to everybody. But if I miss it, just put in a question mark and hit enter again, and I won't be like dude, stop being so like no like I probably just missed it and like somehow it got pushed down and there's no way for me to know that it's like down further and I couldn't see it anymore. So just hit a question mark and then if it pops back up to the top of my list, I'll see it and I'll be like, oh yeah, I got to respond to that guy or whoever it is, right? Um, anyways, um, if if I didn't make you guys a moderator, don't feel left out. Send me a message. I'm not gonna make any more right now, but I made just a couple already. I might make a couple more later in the day. Just kind of depends on how I feel. But if you really do want to be a moderator, reach out to me and let me know. I'm accepting applications. But yeah, what happened yesterday though, I think was really messed up. Because somebody apparently said to AEO, like, I bet you like going to Epstein's Island and doing something to kids over there. And you know what? Like, if I'd have seen that, man, oh my gosh, I'd have had a problem. I'd have had a big problem. And so, you know, I don't want that to happen again. And I don't want it to where people aren't I want to make sure that there's always somebody modding who can see that when they see something like that go down, that they do something about it. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully. Yeah, mods are in a blue. I don't know about blue text. They don't show up for blue text with me, but they do have that little tool next to their name. Yeah, immediate boot. I agree, Danny. And the problem more than anything that Yo had was is that there were moderators in the room and nobody did anything, at the time. And it was just kind of like, yeah, I was like, man, I was a little pissed. I was a little pissed yesterday. I was like, and then he said he got silenced after he told the guy to shut the hell up or something like, or he said some kind of profanity, and I think we kind of came to the determination that it might have been YouTube that actually self-censored him, because we couldn't find any censor, like nobody on our side did any censoring of Yo, but uh, it was hold on a second, I'll tell you who it was. Because I think it makes a difference to know who it was. 1 second, I will tell you. It was Soren. Soren came in yesterday and was just like firing off like he was Vince, and Soren was the one that said it. He's banned. Uh, I don't want him back here, but I don't think that's cool, man. So I reached out to him, Savvy. I mean, it was on my mind like for the rest of the day. It was on my mind for the rest of the day, and I reached out to him after the end of the day, like immediately. And Savvy, him and I had a conversation, and we're cool. We're totally cool. Um, so you know, but when something like that happens, it, it's you just can't take it back. It happened, and I just don't want it to happen again. So, anyways, I'm gonna log into my account. We gotta watch out for each other, guys. We gotta watch out for each other. I'm gonna log into my account and clean off my glasses here, and we can start taking a look at the numbers for the morning. That's all we got, guys. It's just us. It's us against institutions who are paying people to come in and say crap. It's us against. Actually, it's even us against. I'm gonna go ahead and throw out this as well. It's us against retail as well. There is some retail out there that doesn't like what it is that we're doing, and I'm not going to say who specifically. You guys probably know who it is that I'm talking about, but there's retail out there that's legitimately angry at us, and feel like we're the ones responsible for why they're holding bags, and they don't like us. Even they try to disparage what it is that we're trying to accomplish, which is the same thing they're trying to do, which is it's asinine. I don't even understand why that is, what the whole deal is, but whatever. Um, and The government's against us. Institutions are against us. We got to watch out for each other. We're all we got. That's it. Makes me want to play that Sublime song. Early in the morning, rising to the street, light me up that cigarette, I strap shoes on my feet. Got to find a reason things went wrong. Man, my glasses are just not getting clean today. They're like super, super foggy. I think it's time to get a new wipe. Sometimes these wipes get dirty and you like to the point to where it's like it doesn't matter how much you try to clean your glasses and they just keep on. It just smears everything around. Oh, so much better. Clean glasses. Here we go. All right. That's my early morning singing voice. That's all you get. That's it. Oh, that's right. Thanks for bringing that up. CPI is today, I think. 9/13. Let's see here. October 13th is at 8:30 a.m., so we should be getting that here in a little bit. What was the question? The question says, do you think CPI will be good or bad? Hmm. I guess it depends on how you look at it. Is up good? It kind of would be for us, I guess, in a way, right? I don't know. Let's see. Let me think about this for a second. So the previous number was 6.3% over the year, but was and rose 8.3% over the last 12 months. So it was 8.3 last time. I'm gonna say that it stays. It's either 8.3 or 8.4. I'm gonna throw out I'm gonna throw out a. Let me see here. Let me look at PPI again real quick here. 0.4 in September on PPI. The index for final demand advanced 8.5%. So they're 8.5 on PPI from yesterday or whatever. Yeah, yesterday I think it was. So, that's actually 0.4. If we went up the same amount, it would put us at 8.7. I can't even imagine. If it goes up to 8.7, hold up. I'll tell you what I'll do. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at target rate probabilities for November the 2nd. And as it stands right now, the probability calculator is it's calculating. The Fed is most likely going to do a 86.8% chance of having a 75% or 75 basis points increase. And a 13.2% chance at a 50-point increase. They do not have any other. It's either 50 or 75. I'm pretty sure that they said 75 was going to be the case anyways. If CPI goes up as much as PPI did, I don't know. I'm gonna guess. Here's what I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess 8.4. I'm gonna guess 8.4. And actually, I'll poll you guys. I'm gonna put up a poll before I run through the numbers. I'll poll you guys and see what you guys think. Let's see here. Try to give you guys some options. 8.4. Actually, we'll just do plus 1.1. All right, so we don't have too long. We've got about actually it might be, I think it's 8:30 is when it's supposed to report. It may have already reported. 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. That's going to be in an hour from now. So we got 1 hour to vote on that before the results come out. Let's see here. Yeah, all right. So I gave you guys some options for the poll right there. I put in 8.3, which is exactly where it's at right now. Minus 0.1 or lower, plus 0.1 or plus 0.2 or higher. I'll let you guys vote on that. I think it might be 8.4, which would be the plus 0.1, but I'm not trying to influence what you guys guess. Gabe's going lower. It could go a little bit lower. 8.5 just rolled past on cable TV. Dang it, Point Break. why you ruin the fun? Why you ruin the fun here? you gotta let the poll go through. Let everybody jump on the pole, man. And let everybody have a turn. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here. Because it is time. It's actually past time. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. And while you're at it, make sure you set up a secondary phone number. So in case something happens to your primary, you can always still get into your account. Yeah, Savvy. I almost left last night at some point because I've been telling you guys that whenever you're in a place and I had actually gotten to the top to talk because I wanted to kind of counter some of the things that he was saying. I was invited to go listen to that, and I've said on many occasions that I love going to listen to Ape Radio. They invited him to come and speak and just to hear what it was that he had to say. And all I'm going to say about that is that uh, I didn't agree with everything that it was. I think he goes by the name of Robert. I didn't agree with everything that it was that he was saying. There were some things that he was saying that were really, really correct. There were other things that he was saying that were just kind of like way, way, way tinfoil hat and things that there's just no way he could know that information. And he's kind of going out on a limb on some of that. And there were some things he was just flat out wrong about as well. And I wanted to go on there and say something, and I actually had requested to go up to speak. And the more I was listening, the more I felt like Ape Radio did a very good job of laying out disclaimers that it was for entertainment purposes only. And I stepped down at one point because I was just kind of like, you know what, I'm just, if I go on there, I'm just there to like cause problems because I'm just gonna sit, argue with the guy. I really like Ape Radio, and I'm not here to burn bridges anywhere I go. And I feel like there's a difference between letting somebody express their opinion versus trying to um, I guess discredit the community or whatever. And I think this guy was kind of expressing opinions, and I'm not gonna tear into people for that. Let them express their opinion. It's their opinion. They might be wrong. Who cares? But I did almost leave those Savvy because you know how I feel about that. And but the thing is they brought me up to talk, so I could have said something, but I just didn't. But anyways, but yeah, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing from this point going forward until you see the big tramp back up on the page because it's time to go over the numbers. Man, so closing price between AMC and Ape was $7.50. I missed it by 10 cents. I'm the only one who missed it yesterday. I am sucking this week, really, really, really bad at price predictions because I'm the only one with two misses so far this week. So I need to get good. Something I'm not seeing it just right here. So I've been on like the very first day I was dead. My lowest number was right on the money. The second day I missed it by I think it was like 2 pennies, and then today I missed it, or yesterday I missed it by 10 cents. So I need to get better. I'm just not seeing the bottom as clearly as I should. But everybody else got a price prediction tally point yesterday. Monty got one. Let's see here. Eric got one. The funny thing is I wasn't really that far off in price from everybody else. It's just that they all had just a little bit more bottom end that captured that 10 cents. Oops, I gave myself a tally. Oops. Go back. And Keto got one. I'm trailing the week. It's not good. I gotta do something. I gotta figure this out better. Short exempt volume for the day on True Demons numbers. Let's see here. On AMC, it was 324,000. Oops, just clicked on the wrong thing. I'm gonna blame it on Tony. Tony, Tony's keeping me up into odd hours of the night and not making me having me be like super tired. I was toast, man. I had 4 hours of sleep. I was so tired. It's not Tony's fault. That's my fault. Let's see here. All right, Ape short exempt volume for Wednesday was, let's see here, 168.6 thousand shares. So both Ape and AMC had more short exempt volume yesterday. Total price on AMC yesterday closed down 4.41%, and Ape closed down 6.82%. Utilization, let's see what it is. I almost said 100 without even checking, because you know what it's going to be. It's going to be 100%. Indeed, it is showing 100%. Let me just verify the date before I commit to it. Every once in a while, Ortex is a little late to the reporting here. October 12th is yesterday's numbers. That is correct. 100% utilization for day number 172. 172 straight trading days. That's a lot. And taking a look at Ape, total amount of utilization sitting at 72.89. Not a whole lot of change there. A little bit down, not too much. Taking a look at Max Pain, we've had 2 days in a row now where Max Pain has the $6.50 mark has kind of been um, the majority of the volume for calls, and then yesterday there was like 30 something 30. What was the number? We had 30. Where is the number? We the total amount of volume at a $5.50 strike yesterday alone on puts was 41.4 thousand contracts, but it jumped by 30,000 contracts in a single hour. It was a massive jump, and that is at a $5.50 strike. With the additional call options showing up at 6.5, I think that Max Pain is probably going to drop here to 6.5, maybe even 6. I'm going to go with 6.5 though. So let's see what it is. 6.5 it is. So we lost 50 cents on Max Pain so far this week. And taking a look at off exchange. Final numbers for AMC on the day yesterday was a 54.33% going through off exchange. EDGX was 8.12, which was very low. 62.45 was the final number. It's about 1.5% lower than a normal average day of volume going through that off exchange. And then I'm going to start throwing this number out just so you guys know. The CHX was almost 28,000 shares. Kind of a low number, but not super low. And then taking a look at Ape, final numbers yesterday were 59.08 going through the off exchange, EDGX at 7.12 for a grand total 66.2%, which is about 4.2%, or not 4.2, 2.2% higher than an average day. So averaging out the off exchange volume through both AMC and Ape, that averages out to around 64%, which is a very normal average day. CHX volume for Ape was at 40,000 shares. And let's see here, what's next? Institutional ownership. Yesterday, institutional ownership was 153.649 million shares. It is today at 153.649, no change. And we're going to skip down to options, which is on the right-hand side of the screen. I'll skip Ortex here just for a minute. And we'll check out and see what our options look like here. In open interest, the highest amount of open interest for calls was at a $7 strike price. That still remains the same with 15.2 thousand contracts, up from 14.9 yesterday. 6.5 is kind of getting close to catching up, but not quite. It's right around 13,000 contracts. On puts, the amount of contracts that were opened up yesterday, the 30 something thousand contracts, they're almost all still open. So there's 31,000 contracts at $5.50 strike, which price never got down to. A lot of short positions. I shouldn't say short positions. That's the wrong way to say it. A lot of betting on the side of price making it down to 550 before the end of tomorrow. So we'll see if that ends up holding true. That is a lot of volume that picked up yesterday, in that one specific hour. It was really kind of crazy to watch. Also, do note when you're looking at the options chain right now, there's massive amounts, what I would consider to be massive amounts of puts that are being purchased in the money, which means that more than likely somebody's going to exercise those. Because there's really not, I can't think of any logical reason why somebody would pay more than what they need to pay for a put position unless they planned on collecting the shares. There are large quantities of put positions that are being purchased in the money. Yeah, so just throwing that out there. Between a $6 strike and an $8 strike, there's like 18,000 contracts. It's a lot. Let me move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Alrighty. The combined price of AMC and Ape currently at $7.54. I also put AMC plus Ape on an ascending broadening wedge yesterday as well. It did break out earlier this morning. The idea here is that price should, when it does break out, it should drop down to the secondary touching point on the bottom side. Didn't quite get there. The secondary touching point would have been around 743, and it looks like it got down to about 746. So again, 3 cents, within 3 cents of reaching the bottom. To figure out where the top is going to be on this, we're going to calculate it out again, just very similarly like we did yesterday or earlier. And we're going to find the low price and the high price and calculate this out real quick here. We got 761 minus the 728 times 0.62 plus 761. 781 should be the combined price that we should see this rise to if it's going to hold. What price did I say again? 781. All right, 781, which is right there. So we'll see if that holds. We'll see if it holds true. Taking a look at the Ortex data here, let's see what we got going on. Here's your utilization at 100% for the day today after 100 and what are we on 72? 172 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Our on loan amount, and let me erase my numbers. Our on a loan amount, let's see what it did here. Went from 185.2 to 184.9, so I'm just going to call it 300,000 shares returned. And sorry, I'm writing this stuff down, and my pen's acting up on me here. There we go. Let's see here. On loan average age per day with 300,000 shares being returned is going to be increasing. And a nice steady line there, never really decreasing at all. When this does start decreasing, it usually shows a sign of incoming price increase coming. Security lending volume, short share interest, estimated short share interest of the free float, not having a real whole lot of change from 19.15 to 19.13. So that probably puts us at about 100,000 of that 300,000 shares being in short interest. And security lending volume day over day was up from 3.79 to 5.28 million shares. Taking a look at Ape. Here's your utilization right here. Slightly decreasing from 73.64 to 72.89, which means shares were returned. Looks like we went from 28.68 down to 27.59, so I'm just going to call it 1.1 million shares returned. On loan average age per day, with 1.1 million shares being returned, we've been seeing that still going up. So we'll see if it still manages to do that. Yep, still went up even with 1.1 million shares. So that means only the older positions are being closed out in short interest. Sorry, only the newer positions are being closed out on short interest. And we have on loan we have 11.27 million to 11.74 average age per day. So just a kind of a small increase. Estimated short share interest of the free float sitting at went from 7.27 to 7.17. Security lending volume day over day dropped. It went from 5.82 down to 2 million. Orders by Fidelity customers. This is just going to be for the after hours. I've noticed that the only thing they're reporting is the after hour trades now. In the final couple minutes of the day, it's the final 4 minutes of the day, they report the last final movements. AMC made the list in the last settlements of the day with 68% buy and a 31% sell ratio in those final trades that were made. GME made the list with some of the final trades with a 40% buy to 59, almost 60% sell ratio. And Ape, not on the list here. So no after-hour settlements happening in the final 4 or 5 minutes that I think they're allowed to trade now or close out positions at the end of the day. SSR trips at $5.26 for the day for AMC today, and for Ape it trips at 1.426. No, 1.476. And because I can't read my writing in the dark right now. And Ape did trip yesterday, SSR. So Ape has is SSR tripped for the day today. Did they add Ape to here yet? Nope, they didn't. Okay, it's just checking. Let's see. Currently, we have looks like we had about 200,000 shares that were out there available to be borrowed. They've borrowed just about every single bit of that 200,000, and then in the ETFs, they've borrowed about 20,000. So I'm just going to go ahead and call it 200,000 shares having been borrowed so far this morning. Yesterday, the total was 450,000 shares. The fees are at 22.1%. Futures are up 1 to 1.25. in the markets. And the VIX is down 2.31 in the futures. 2.31. Overseas last night, mainly down markets except for in Europe. Europe was a little bit up, about anywhere from 2.35 on one FTSE International FTS. Let's see, this one was up 0.56. Some of the Asian markets were suffering pretty bad. They went down almost 2% in some of them. Others were not as quite as bad. Somewhere between 25% or 0.25% down and half a percent. Tesla is up 0.51, Amazon is up 0.81, Cinemark is down 0.1 in the pre-market, Doge is down 4.91, Bitcoin is down 2.11. Ooh, is Bitcoin getting his free fall now? It might. It might be getting its free fall. We've seen lower. We've seen 18.1. Right now it's at 18.7. So we've seen lower. It could still stall out a little bit here before actually finally making the final plunge. I have this one set up a little bit differently. Normally I have the breakout boxes like this right here to see where it's going to break past a certain point. This breakout box is for the future to where it's going to break into, I believe it's going to break back down into this descending, very, very long descending wedge that I've got drawn up here. And when it does break into it, I think it's going to consolidate a little bit and then finally have the break back up. That's what I'm kind of expecting, but we'll see. GME is down 0.12 in the pre-market. HYMC is up 0.71. Hood is up 0.38. NCMI is up 6.18. Ape is up 0.61, and AMC is up 0.68. Inflow versus outflow. So far this morning we've got, or from yesterday we had $600,000 more in outflow than inflow for the day. So far this morning, with 30,000 shares having been traded so far on AMC, which is low volume. Ape has 6,000 shares, even lower. And on AMC, let's see, we've got on the hourly. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.43, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.4, which is just about average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.51, which is almost signaling overbought, and did signal overbought here earlier this morning at some point. Taking a look at Ape. Almost, I mean, it's like $10,000 difference between inflow and outflow yesterday, with more inflow. Like I said, 6,000 shares traded so far on the hourly. For Ape, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure by a lot. RSI is 37.84, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.89, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.28, which is just slightly below average. Let's take a look at the Ichimoto here. On the hourly, what are our numbers going to look like for positive buying pressure from outside investors? Okay, so we have the lagging line below price line. We have conversion below the base, and prices below the cloud. I don't really see like a point here today where you could see, at least from the hourly, where you could see buying pressure coming in below the cloud. So the very first buying pressure point would be right at $2 for Ape. No, yeah, for Ape. However, synthetic price failure. And let me just make sure I've got this set up correctly. Let me make sure I get the correct numbers into my Excel spreadsheet. 1.58 is our current low, which is a 34.4% drop in price, which is very, very, very close to a turning around point. That does put a turnaround figure of 1.82. If we bust through 1.82 and hit that $2, this thing could take off really, really quickly. But let's take a look at the 4-hour and see what the 4-hour has to say about that. Lagging line is below price line, conversions below base, prices below the cloud, and a good level of buying support would be at 258. So you could see a big push at 258. So I'm going to write down my synthetic price failure reset number of 182 and $2. Those are going to be like the big push points: 182, $2, and then 258, maybe 260. So that's what we'll be watching for today. AMC on the hourly. Uh-oh. Okay, I still see you guys' messages coming through here. Okay, looks like I got held up for a second there. Lagging lines below price line. We have conversion below base. Price is above the conversion and heading towards the cloud. Is there a gap to where we could see some buying pressure between the cloud and on the bottom side? And the price line, the lagging line making above the price line? Not really. So the big starting push number for AMC for the day today would be right around starting point would be $6.63. Again, let me go into synthetic price failure and see where our numbers are at. 562 is the low. Let me make sure I've updated those numbers. That is a 30.9% decrease in price. The top that we would be looking for is at $6.46, which is a little bit lower than that 663. So I'm not going to write that down because it's just a fraction of a hair lower. But let's take a look at the 4-hour chart and see what that has to say. On the 4-hour chart, the lagging line would end up having to get up above 771. Yeah, so 771 is going to be the big push point beyond 663, which is quite a ways up there. So I'm going to write down the synthetic price failure point because that's what, that would be the first number that we'd be looking for to break, would be 646. We did get our pokey stick of volume in. The pokey stick of volume showed about 45,000 shares having been traded so far, which means that we probably had really close to about 30,000 shares traded so far on AMC for the day. So almost a near doubling, just a little bit more than a double. And but that's still really low volume. So 10 to 30 million shares traded total maximum. I don't see it being much higher than that. Yesterday, we ended up breaking the 10 to 30, I believe, just slightly. We had 32.3 million shares traded in total for the day yesterday, so I was a little bit on the low side. And then on Ape, we actually did break that one as well. I'm pulling it up here and looking at it right now. We 5 to 25 was the prediction yesterday, and we hit 25.3 million. So again, a little bit on the low side. Today, same numbers though. I'm not going to change the numbers until I see volume here in the pre-market that suggests that there's additional volume coming. So I still see 10 to 30 on AMC and 5 to 25 million on Ape. And let's see. What do we got going over here on AMC? On Ape, I mean. The Bollinger Band's up. Don't forget that SSR is on for the day today. In regards to the amount of volume that we saw there, what the world? Wow. Okay. So there was like 6 or 7 thousand shares that were traded so far on Ape, and the Pokey Stick of volume was 101,000 shares. So there's going to be some elevated volume on Ape today. Maybe very, very similar to what we saw yesterday. Man, that's pretty high. I don't think I'm going to change my numbers. 5 to 25, I think is going to be where I'm going to stay at. But I would expect to see something very similar to slightly less than what we had yesterday. I'll tell you what, I'll make it 10 to 30 million on just to try and be as accurate as possible. I'm going to increase my Ape prediction to 10 to 30 million because I'm almost positive this is more than a 10 million share day today. I think the average on Ape seems to be right around 11 million shares. I guess I made an assumption there. I made the assumption that the Ape was going to have really low volume because it had 6,000 shares traded until I saw the Pokey Stick. Once I saw that Pokey Stick, though, I was like, gee whiz, okay, that's a lot more volume I would have anticipated. Baldy says, I'm at work and can't check the 13Fs, but I read that institutions are selling AMC and Ape by as much as 40%. I hope so. Baldy, that's kind of what I've been trying to get at for a long, long time is that our brokers should be doing the hard work, not us, right? Like we don't have to do the buying and selling. Our brokers. That's the reason why we pay them to be our brokers. They got to do the dirty work. They're trying to increase our investments by playing the market and by us holding our positions. What they should be doing is trying to average down as best as they possibly can. So my hope is that that's exactly what it is that they're doing, that they're selling to buy back in at a lower price so that they can try and so that they can actually increase price as they do buy back in. So I'm almost positive that they'll be buying back in at some point because they're just simply trying to average down. Bjork says on large TF, AMC is seeing massive divergence in both OBV and RSI. Balake says, Casey, look at Adam Aaron's tweets from last night, 11:02 p.m. and the first words of the song, 2 Tickets to Paradise, is 2 weeks. Get out of town. Hold on a second. You know what? He's done that to me before, man. He's done the whole 2 weeks. He's done it. So there was a time, Balake, where right after I had started doing the whole 2 weeks thing, he came out with a tweet and he said, it's hard for me to imagine. It was right after they bought the gold mine, bought into HYMC. And he put out a tweet and he says, just after 2 weeks, it was 2 weeks after they purchased into it, and he put, it's hard for even me to believe in 2 weeks. He put 2 weeks, and then he put in the number 2 and said weeks, and then he said, and then in the very next sentence spelled it out, TWO, and then 2 weeks, or vice versa. I don't remember which way it was, but he said 2 weeks like twice in the tweet, and it was just like I was just sitting there going like, dude, what are you listening to me? It's just, it was really kind of strange to me. I was like, come on, man. But it is what it is. Let's see his tweet though. I try not to think about it like being like that because sometimes I just think that sometimes I just feel like there's well, the fact that he's taken some of my information before, and it's actually, if you go to Twitter and you look at my pinned note, he took the idea that I had with the whole Cracker Jacks thing and ran with it in one of the shareholder meetings and mentioned it right in the shareholder meeting. So I know that came from me. But the um, the 2 weeks thing, I think is, I don't know. I'd love to believe the fact that he thinks about that kind of stuff, but I don't know. I think it's kind of reaching. Hold up here. I'm pulling it up right now. I didn't realize he had tweeted last night. I haven't checked it yet. I've just woke up. Let's see what we got here. My 10th U.S. hosted movie screening will be, drumroll please, my hometown of Philadelphia, up north of the I can't say that. Nishimini? Nishimini. I think it's probably Nishimini. Nishimini Mall, Friday, October 21st, 7 p.m. AMC Nishimini 24. Together we'll watch George Clooney and Julia Roberts in Tickets to Paradise for tickets. He's got the link. I'm going to like that. And let me just check that real quick here. The song Tickets to Paradise. Hold on a second. Lyrics to Tickets to Paradise. I've got a surprise, especially for you, something that both of us have always wanted to do. We've waited so long, waited so long, waited so long, waited so long. Don't see the, I don't know the 2 weeks thing. Oh, you're saying you're just saying 2 weeks. It's not in the lyrics of that though. Nice. Those are oh, it does 2 tickets. It's 2 tickets, not 2 weeks. 2 tickets to Paradise. Huh. Um. So Philadelphia. Let me look up something real quick here. I didn't know Philadelphia was his hometown. Mm, hmm. Yeah, that's not it. Let me. I'm trying to look up something real quick here. I'm trying to remember specifically. There was something that he had tweeted out before that I'm trying to remember what it was. I want to say I'm trying to remember the baseball bat. I think had the Boston Red Sox on the baseball bat, which wouldn't have anything to do with what it is here. I was trying to I was trying to remember back. I felt like there was something before that he had posted about Philadelphia, but I can't remember what it was though. I don't know. Cool. Danny said he saw a new Halloween movie yesterday. Didn't like it too much. Was it what particularly was bad about it? Casey, you just played a Eddie Money song the other day. What does that mean? Uh, did I play an Eddie Money? I don't know. What's wait, let me go back up in the messages and see if you wrote something else there. Okay. What do you mean by that? Michael Roberts says Adam Aaron knows who apes listen to. I'm sure he is always listening to you, especially uh, since he met you in per. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'd love to believe that's true, but I don't know. HYMC and pre-markets up 0.69. Not a whole lot of crazy movement. MG Toe says they've gotten so good at scaring the heck out of me. Good morning, Jay. Hold on a second here. Tickets to Paradise equals your well, yeah. I mean, I got that part, Balaki. I got that part. I was trying to link the whole 2 weeks to the song. I thought because you put 2 weeks in there, but I think you're just saying 2 weeks, 2 weeks. I like it. It's nice. Two tickets to Paradise. That's an Eddie Money song. Which song did I play, Neo? That was an Eddie Money song the other day. Do you remember which one it was? Because I have no idea. I mean, I don't remember playing Eddie Money song, but I mean, I could have. Roaster guy, good morning. And then you say Adam Aaron and everyone. That's yeah, cause he's gotta be listening. Nah, come on, I don't like going that far. Roaster guy says, "What the heck is that next to my name?" I don't know, man. Just kind of showed up, I think. Mindshift Mastermind says, Casey, it seems to me that many of the YouTubers are basically fragmented now. Dude, you know, it's all right. It's all right. Just keep on trucking forward, man. You know, you guys don't, you need community, but you don't need any one person, right? That's the great thing about this the idea of what it is that's happening here is that we can rely on each other in other ways instead of just single individuals. If we lose one, we're like Hydra, man. Cut off one head and there's two more. you know? But seriously though, I mean, like, don't let that discourage you. Hold on a second, guys. I gotta go turn off this timer real quick. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. But yeah, don't feel Mindshift Mastermind that that we need any one specific person. You know, Trey said it from the beginning. He said it a long time ago. Somebody had said, like, what's the what did they say? I don't remember. Somebody asked him a question. I'm pretty sure it might have been Charles Payne, if I'm not mistaken. But he said, like, what's the biggest threat to the community? Trey said, from within. People from within tearing down the community. And he's not wrong. Infiltration is by far probably one of the worst things that could happen to a community is when you get people who needle themselves in. And that's why I kind of stated the other day too, like, watch when they come in. They try to act like they're part of the group. They say they got shares. They tell you stories that make you feel, nice and good about the person. And then next thing you know, they're saying, like, I can't take this anymore. I'm selling. It's like, that's like, why would you announce that to, let me just give you an example of how I would do it. Like, what if I was a part of this for so long and I decided I was going to sell? I would not try to discourage this. I want this movement to win at all costs. There's no way I would try to try to sabotage this community and be like, that's it, I'm giving up, I'm selling everything. And you're like, can you imagine that? Like that, like what everybody is standing for, and you would sit there and throw that out there just because you want what people to be like you? No, you know what it is that everybody's been here for a long time. People who are sitting there telling you that they're selling it all. They're doing it because they don't belong here. They don't belong here. They never belonged here. I'm telling you right now, guys, I don't believe that. I think people who are selling are doing it, tucking their tail and leaving in silence. And I see it happening. You guys sometimes you ask me like, where did so and so go? I don't know where they went. They left in silence. I have no idea. Maybe they left in silence and they're still holding. I don't know if they're still holding or not, but they left. That's what you if you know what this is about. If you understand what this is about, there's no way you would sabotage others. You would do the I'm confident. I'm confident that anybody who's truly here for the right reasons would leave in silence. Oh, Maggie, we can't do anything like that. No, no group. Everybody do it at the same time. Yeah, I definitely know. Mindshift Mastermind. We are in the final stages of the final boss. I definitely feel like what you're saying is right. This feels like a final boss to me. Sam says then Trey became what it was he was talking about, infiltrated. Um, what are they? How's that saying go, Sam? It's something like if you do it long, if something about if if you're a hero for long enough, or you live long enough as a hero, you end up becoming the villain or something like that. I forget how it goes. I think in some ways that's kind of what Trey almost said in his message to us in his farewell message. Was his like, I'm gonna be the bad guy, and it was kind of like that's what he was saying. Two weeks, Harry Parrot. 2 weeks, man. Jathan says, didn't sell at 72. Why would I now? That's what I'm saying, man. Like, there's more. That's why. Michael Roberts says, I think it's funny how the rest of the market is now experiencing what we have for almost 2 years, and we are veterans at this. My friends' relatives ask me how I stay so calm, and I say I'm used to it. I'm a real investor. Oh, Take Me Home Tonight is a Eddie Money song? I guess I didn't even know that. Sorry. I'm really, really, really bad at knowing like the originations of songs or even who the actual singers are. I didn't even realize. That's funny. And so Ticket to Ride is another Eddie Money song. That's totally. I had no idea I did that. Take Me Home Tonight. Hold on a second. You play Take Me Home Tonight. Give me 1 second. I gotta just look it up real quick. Yeah, I had no idea. That's that's so ironic. I had no idea. I seriously had no idea. It's uh, it's fate, man. I have no idea. Didn't know it was Eddie Money. Didn't even make the connection. Jathan said, but they're not paid. Who you referencing? It's funny that all these YouTubers flipped at the same time, but they're not paid. Yeah. So I had the same exact feeling before last time. Do you guys remember when Trey and Review Dork and TMI and I don't remember who the other guy was. I think they call him like Optimus or something like that. I don't remember. I don't really know who Optimus is, but they all showed up over there in Kansas City. And this was like I don't remember. This was before it was either before or after the shareholder meeting. Uh, I think it was for a shareholder meeting in last year, and they were saying they all got together and they looked like they were sitting on the back of a enclosed porch, and they did a video where they were all going around in a group saying like the DD's done. I was so pissed. I was like, you all suck. I was like, you all got together and all decided to say the DD is done. I'm like, no, no, you all suck, man. I was so angry. I was like, I don't want to hear that anymore. I was so tired. I was like, man, don't even start with me with the DD is done crap. I'm like, get out of here. I was so angry. Casey, didn't misunderstand you. I could swear I heard you say that. Sorry, not trying. No, 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 no. I don't think you're trying to cause trouble, Megan. I'm just saying we can't, we can't collectively say we all buy at the same time. But you're not wrong though. When price of ape gets down to $1, it would be $125 per person at 4.1 million investors to buy the entire float. That's all it would cost per investor, $125. So you're not wrong. I did say that. But I'm not suggesting that's what we go out and do. I'm just saying that's what could happen. Nana Ape says, well, people who are losing money were blaming Trey and some, yeah, you know what, Nana, I, I, I've been there. I've been down that road, Nana, and there's a reason why it plays. It's yeah. I've been down that road. That's all I'm gonna say. But I'm still here. Oh, that was Optimus was short the VIX. I didn't know that. Yeah, the Kansas Five. That's right, man. It pissed me off so bad. I had actually that was the very first time that I had ever seen Review Dork. I didn't even know he existed. I was like, who is this guy? 'Cause I was like, I've never seen this guy before. Who is he? Ben, good morning. You know what? Um, I wasn't really looking at any of those numbers back then, Michael. We could go back and we could look at it. To be very honest with you, Michael, I sat there, I held it, and I didn't look at it, and I just sat there and held and held and held and held because I knew it was going to be worth it. I just knew that if looking at it was going to be something that caused me pain, then it was better to just not look at it. So I just I just held it because I knew it was going to be worth money, and so I just sat there and held and held and held until it was finally going up in price. But I knew it was going to go up. It just had to take some time, I guess. And in some ways, I guess, Michael, and we could go back and we could take a look at some of the numbers now. I honestly, as far as utilization goes and all that kind of stuff, I didn't care. I knew that the potential ability for Facebook to make profits was there, and I knew that there was no way that the stock wasn't going to be going up in value. I just knew with what it was that they were collecting, it was very, very valuable. So we could go back and look at it, but I honestly don't even remember. I don't even think I looked at it too much because it was just like one of those things where it's like buy it, set it, forget it, walk away. It's going to be worth a lot more later. Something more happened in that meeting in Kansas City. Tony DeNaro knows what happened. You should ask him. Huh. BioLife Hemp says, Casey, don't forget to play my shill in the room clip. All right. Yeah, we'll pull it up here. Actually, it's 7:30. Why don't we pull it up right now? Oh yeah. It's time for CPI. So let's watch CPI pull up here. You guys have polled. Since it is 7:30, I'm going to end the poll here. It looks like majority of you are saying 0.2 or higher. I was going to go 8.4. So it's 7:30. I'm going to end the poll and copy the numbers real quick here because I keep notes on all the polls that I take. All right. 8.2 confirmed, Eric is saying already. Hold on a second. Yep, 8.2 it is. So 8.3, so it was 0.1% lower. So it was negative 0.1 lower than what it was before. So 26% of you voted for that. That was the third highest amount of votes. You guys got it right. I was thinking it was going to be about 8.4. But it did drop by 0.1. 6.6% over the year. The index for all items less food and energy increased 0.6% in September, up 6.6% over the year. Yeah, Sam. What about that? I remember that too, Sam. And I put in. He said everybody who puts in a comment or something like that. I don't remember what the comment was you had to put in, but he said everybody that put it in a comment that they he would give two people a Tesla. I remember that. I put in for it. The SPY is at 350. Get out. It is down 2 point. Ooh, it's tanking. 362 to 349 in a matter of minutes. Well, here was my breakout box. Let me take you out to a day on this. We are what day number are we in this? We're 2 days into my box here for breaking under 355. We'll see what happens. It's at 356 right now. 356.56. BTC is crashing. It's not hit its lows yet here. Just give it a minute here because it's still got 18.1 to go here, but I think this is the false breakout of the extremely long wedge that this descending wedge, because I do think that in this wedge here, it's got a little bit more ways to break down here. And I think that once it gets down in a little bit into this territory down here in 13K range, it may consolidate a little bit and then break back up again. So, but yeah, it's 18.1 is what it's really kind of got to surpass before it may really see the final drop. Sam says, "Quick, someone call the plunge protection team." All right, let's take a look at the video that Oh shoot, I just forgot who sent it to me. Let me find it real quick. Hold on a second. Messages. BioLife Hemp. All right, hold on a second, BioLife. We're gonna pull it up here. All right, here we go.
By changing the shape of my mouth, I create different vibrators.
Vibrations.
Vibrations. That can be used to play a song. My uncle taught me this trick, only he used a bat. Thank you.
Here's something my dad taught me. If you like take 3 deep breaths and then you blow on your thumb, sometimes you pass out.
And so we raise an age-old question. Idiocy, genetic or environmental? I think our examples of Beavis and Butthead indicate that both are contributing factors. I rest my case.
Shills in the room. This is the clip for Shills in the room. I see. I gotta put that up here. All right, there we go. I got it saved to the side here. All right, I think I need to go to break here, guys. I'm trying to make sure I get out at 7:30 on time. We did seem to bounce a little bit off of a bottom on both AMC and Ape there as price was coming down. The VIX is down 0.18 still in the pre-market. Yeah, man. Daria or whatever her name was. Oh, Monty, thank you. 690 990. Got you down. Alrighty, guys. Enjoy the ride. Buckle up. Here we go. See you guys. I'll see you guys back at 8:15, and I'll do price prediction for the day.
Hey, this is Sencho, and this one goes out to all the hip-hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm back. Let's see here. I'm kind of just reviewing some of the data here and trying to figure out where we're heading to potentially. CPI did report a little bit of an improvement by 0.1, and I'm just trying to get an idea for where we're heading to here. Give me just 1 second. Man, this thing is getting so close. All right, I'm gonna go 690 to 990. Oh shoot, that's exactly what Monty has. That's exactly what I just pulled up the page to write down my numbers, and that's exactly what Monty has is 690 to 990. Well, that's good because Monty's got more points than I've got this week on price prediction tally points, so maybe I'll be good for some. I'm gonna. I'm totally gonna score. That's good. That's awesome. All right, let's see. Let me go. Let me go back over to. Let me pull this up here real fast and put it back on the minute. Bollinger Band's back up. Market dropping out like completely on the news of a 0.1 decrease. No, that's right, 8.2. It was 8.3 last, and it's now down to 8.2. So that's correct. It's up in the very top. I've got it. I've got it posted up top. It's pinned. Down 0.1. CPI did improve by 0.1. Doug got you down 6.8 to 9.8. Casey, you said you were listening to a radio channel last night. Was it Ape Radio? Could you tell me where I can find it? Yeah, I was listening to Ape Radio, Justin. It's on Twitter. So they usually start up at about 6. I think it's 6:30 every night. Ape Radio starts up at 6:30 and goes until I think 9. I think they close it down at 9. That's my time. Right now it's 8:21 my time. So if that helps you out, anyway. But I'm trying to think of the best way to if you follow the one on Twitter, he will post out the link to it that you can click on to get in there. Um, Now, for me on Ape Radio, it's all about entertainment and just kind of hanging out with people who are fellow uh, apes. And I don't necessarily like uh, it doesn't have it's not always technical. I guess is what I'm trying to say. There is just a lot of yucking it up sometime in there. And so if you're just needing like a good laugh, sometimes to be honest with you, I laugh hysterically sometimes just listening to Ape Radio. I will. I'm trying to find up the ones. At account so I can tell you what it is. Okay, here it is. So if you want to follow him on Twitter, this is his at. It's at @the1_Ape Radio. So you can follow him and listen to it there. There's a lot of different space calls to listen to that are out there. Some are good, some are bad. I try to be really careful about making sure that I try to usually just visit just the ones that are good. But that's the only way that I know that I can give to you to get there. Core CPI was up though, 6.3 to 6.66. Was it, Sean? Hold on a second here. Hold on. Is that because of the increased is that because of the items less food and energy increase? I think I see what it is that you're saying there. You're saying the index for all items less food and energy increased 0.6%. I'm wondering if that's what you mean by that. At 156, Doug, I don't see it on my list there yet. So no. I've got it's already in a failure. You don't the next failure. Oh, I see what you're saying. 35%. No, because we hit 158 as a low on Ape, and so that's 34.4%. But I mean, it's so close, Doug. It is so doggone close that it is. You can almost wait. Actually, you know what? Did we hit 156 this morning after that drop? Hold on a second. I recorded the data. Yep, you're right. 156. So that may be even at 34.4%. That was still close enough for me to say that that's really close there. But yeah, 156 is 35.3%, and it could go lower though. It doesn't mean that it has to stop at 35. It just means that that would be a likely turnaround point is a 35% failure. The next stop would be 40%. Once you see a 40% failure, if it still continues beyond that, then the next stop, if it goes too much further beyond 40% or 45%, then you're looking at 60. So it's going to be one of those numbers, but usually don't forget that the more it drops, usually the harder it rebounds. So yeah, 35%. I don't consider that a failure at that point, Doug. It's already in failure, right? So it's just when you said it the way you said it, you threw me off a little bit. It's already in a synthetic price failure, right? It's once it's past that 20 or 19 and a half or yeah, 19.5% failure point, it's already within a synthetic price failure. It's still hitting a new bottom. It's got to find a new bottom before it can re-trigger that reset. So with that current low of 156, we would have to see a increase to 179, $1.79 in order for it to reset the trigger. So synthetic price failure, Larry, what it's supposed to be is supposed to be a price point that's supposed to cause fear or panic within retail to get you to sell. So that whole failure is that's exactly what it is. It's a failure of price in order to elicit emotions within the community. Justin said thank you. Let me scroll back up and see what he said thank you for because I have no idea what he said. Oh, is that in reference to the Ape Radio? Okay, yeah, that was in reference to the Ape Radio. You're welcome. Sorry, man. It's hard for me to remember who said what. Bjork says, "Wow, -5% pre-market." You know what was crazy, even crazier than that, Bjork is that everything was showing up by like a percent, and now everything's showing down like anywhere from 2 to 3% down now in all the markets, and VIX is up 2.35% now in the pre-market. The interesting thing is the VIX is showing up, or at least in the futures, it's showing up 2.35%. But note that the VIX is right now it's showing down 0.54. So it's today might be the day that we break the the 35 number. It could be the big day. All right, guys. Fair warning on the music today. It's right in the title. If you can take the metal, you can take the dip. It's not that long. See if you can suffer through it. Here we go, guys. Get ready for a wild ride, because it's metal day. Metal! All right, here we go.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! That's right, this is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Screw 'em. I can't stop laughing, man. I can't stop laughing. It's so funny to me. I think it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious. Like I'm glad that I'm glad that there's people who enjoy all different sorts of types of music. It's what makes us unique, and as individuals, it really, some things just work for some people, and that's great. Because not every single one of us is the same. We're all different. We all have different ideas. We have different thoughts, different feelings at different times. We deal with emotions differently. Everything is. Sean says, "Nervous laugh." No, man. I think I think it's hilarious. But yeah, no, man. Music is music. And there's something out there for everybody, and I think that's cool. Don't play that song at the AMC protest. They're trying to put together "I'll Turn Ugly Fast." I love seeing the different reactions. We're gonna pick from the rap genre tomorrow, and you know what? And it's because sometimes some people were saying like pick female songs. We need some female songs in there, so we started with that. And then I was like, you know what? We got to Taylor Swift, and I was like, you know what? We need to see the other side of the spectrum. Casey, music is that what that was. Maggie, you may not feel that way, right? You may not feel that way, but some people do, right? And you got to remember that everybody has different tastes. Some people don't like coffee and would rather drink tea. And that's what you just heard was the difference between coffee and water, or maybe not even drinking. I don't know, but it is. People like stuff. So we're gonna do some rap tomorrow. Uh, I don't know what I'm gonna pick yet, but and I don't know, maybe we'll do reggae on Monday. I can't stand reggae music. You guys probably heard that story before. I actually I would have probably have loved reggae music had it not been for my freshman year in high school, but somebody ruined it for me, so I don't know what to say. Monty says some people want MOASS, some don't. It's a great point. Down with the sickness tomorrow. Hey, some people like it, some people don't. It's all good, man. We got through it though, right? You got through it. Maybe you turned your sound off. You made it. It may have been a little painful, but you made it through. It looks like we did trip SSR. I've got SSR, the red lines that you're seeing on the page right there are SSR trip points. I didn't see Keto's numbers this morning here. Let me just, actually, it may not have tripped SSR. It's hard to say. It should have been at 1.426. Oh, 76, 1.476, and our low for the day is 1.48. So I don't know if it actually hit or not. I might have to go to a website to check it out and see if it actually did trip or not. Later tonight, I'll check it out maybe. And they may have tripped SSR for tomorrow, but it was already on for today because of tripping yesterday. So but there was a really quick bounce off of that though. 148. Getting some good volume. We got 2.05 million shares traded so far. I am expecting to see a little bit of elevated volume today, very similar to maybe what we saw yesterday, or maybe a little bit less. Salty Dog says, "Why is the order book not or now showing 10,000 share bid and ask blocks for both AMC and Ape, as opposed to it's somebody's making orders. Somebody's making orders that weren't making orders before. I don't really have an answer for that. It looks like there's institutions that are protecting both sides. Some of them protecting the long side, and some that are protecting the short side. It doesn't appear that VIX is updating, but it is. The futures on the VIX as of right now are showing that the VIX should be at up to 2.2%, but the actual VIX itself is not necessarily. Let me just check it on the 1 minute here. It's got 33.82 is the high, but right now it's showing that it's at 33.39. It may be a little slow to update here, but it's close. You can tell there's something trying to keep it from going over the top here. That's for sure. Over the last 3 days, even they're fighting it. Resistance is futile. It's going more positive. The longer it sits here, the more it's going positive. American Trader says we need some Jimi Hendrix. Yeah, we might. I can fortunately can't do Jimi Hendrix though. American Trader, I did him once before, and got a strike for that one. Or I shouldn't say a strike. I actually got I got a takedown notice, so they took the video down. So Jimi Hendrix is off limits apparently. Usually I find that there's whenever I get a group, this is not always the case, but whenever I get a group that does that, it usually means that there's some kind of lawsuit out there, or somebody's trying to collect on, or there's a dispute on who's going to collect money. For Jimi Hendrix, when I went and looked up their situation, I believe it was Jimi Hendrix. I think his family, his extended family, is fighting for the rights to his content. So if I remember correctly, it's either him or somebody else. I can't remember who it was, but oftentimes I know I've had like two of those were the cases, and then the third one was Billy Joel, and that guy's just a douche. I love his music. I love Billy Joel's music, but he's apparently a real douche when it comes to people playing his stuff. So and I've seen him be a douche on stage before too. So he's just he's a real attitude kind of guy. Did you see the borrowed 9.4 million shares this morning on Ape? I have not seen that yet. I'm gonna have to. We'll pull it up and we'll see it here in just a little bit. I'll look at it here in about 15 minutes. I saw you write that earlier, and I was like, dang, that's kind of crazy. Casey, play Mob Deep Shook ones tomorrow. I will look into that. I will put it down in my notes and take that as don't be offended if I don't play it. Just know that it's kind of like what I'm feeling. Real quickly, I kind of want to touch on a subject matter here because I know the title today is just kind of like it really references just the music today because I knew that I had to warn people when you play. Actually, I'm gonna actually edit here and say the death metal because it really is death metal. Those guys are crazy. I don't understand how the vocalists can do that without ruining their voice. I mean, it just seems. I know there's a method to the madness, but gee whiz. We already hit it, Doug. We already hit a synthetic price failure on AMC. We're on a 30-point. Last I checked, I haven't put in the new low, but the new low brings us to 32.7, which is really, really close to the 35 turnaround point. Thor-bladed one's Ice Cube. We'll see, man. We'll see what I'll look around and see what it is. But it brings me to topic a little bit about why I picked the song I picked today. So you guys, I don't know, some of you may have been here, some of you may not been here yesterday, and all I'm gonna say is that Soren was I don't know who Soren was. I feel like it might have been Vince, but I don't know. Came in here hot and spicy, and he said something to AEO about I bet you like to do stuff to kids on Epstein's Island or something to that nature, right? And I didn't see it. I didn't see any of that conversation. I know that eventually Tony DiNardo, I believe, ended up giving the ban to Soren. So lucky somebody saw that. But Apparently, Yo said back to him something about f that STFU or something like that, but spelled out really. And I think he got an auto silence by YouTube for it. And I talked to Yo after the stream was over yesterday, and I kind of came to I don't like it when crap like that goes down, guys. I really just don't. I think it's like, oh, Bjork, you're the one that banned Soren. Thank you, Bjork. I appreciate that because it was well needed. And if I had seen it, I'd have done the exact same thing. It would have been instant, just instant ban. And because I mean, you don't talk to people like that. It's just totally disrespectful. And so anyways, I talked to Yo, and I came to the determination that and I agreed, and myself actually kind of reached out to me as well and said like, hey, what if we had like different moderators or more moderators, or what could we possibly do to try and resolve this and make sure it doesn't happen again. The way, at least to the way that went down yesterday, and so that's what I'm doing. I started adding a bunch of moderators today. It's kind of a trial period. We'll see what works and what doesn't work, and um, so I want to, I don't know if it's a congratulations or not because it's kind of like added pressure on you guys. But but congratulations on being a new mod. It's kind of a trial period. Don't be offended if I take it away at some point or whatever. It's only temporary for right now, and I just want to test it out and see how it works. I might kind of add some more people throughout the day. People that I know have been here for a long time, people who have their heads on straight, people that I know who care about the community, and so don't be surprised if I just kind of randomly add people throughout the day. It's the one thing that I want to remind anybody who does get the moderator status, though, please remember that freedom of speech is something that I highly, highly value here. Just because somebody has a differing opinion doesn't mean we should silence them. I totally understand that. There's a difference between a difference of opinion and somebody who's coming in who to just harass, right? There's a complete big difference there. And somebody should be able to have the right to be able to come in and say, having a differing opinion of what it is that I'm saying, or maybe even what the community's saying. But when they're here to just harass and say, this movie, without facts, they're just here to harass basically. There's a big difference. And you know what the difference is. You've been around the block. You guys have been here for a long time. And no, I wasn't rattled. Well, I'll tell you what I was, Cash. I was upset at the fact that Yo felt like he couldn't be a part of what we're doing, right? And in my opinion, we're making history here. And so I wasn't rattled. I was offended at the fact that Yo not I wasn't offended at Yo. I was offended at the fact that I wasn't able to be there to fix it right when it happened. And so I felt like it was a failure on my part. And so it wasn't that I was rattled. It's just that I don't want that to happen again. So I'm making sure that we got people in here that can kind of police what's going on. And when you see injustice happening, step up to it. Step up to the injustice and say, no, that's wrong. You need to either take a timeout or you need to take a hike, one of the two. And so I'm gonna empower the community because once upon a time, somebody gave me a great quote to use. I'm gonna paraphrase it because I'm not gonna try and search for it real quick because I just want to do it off the cuff. But give power to me and I'll give power back to the people. That's really, truly, and honestly what I believe in. Like, we have the ability to have the power, so I'm gonna give it to you. I'm giving you the power to make sure what happens here should happen. So just throwing that out there. Larry says, Casey explained making history here. Larry, do you remember 2008? Do you remember 2001? I don't know if you were around for those those market recessions. If you were here for that, I think this is bigger. I think it's bigger than 2008. I think it's bigger than 2001, 2000.com. If you know about either of those things, we are here making history. So in regards to, I think this is my opinion and solely my opinion, but I think this could be as big as 1929. And if you know what happened in 1929, then you know what I'm talking about. And this will, in my opinion, this will be something that will be forever written in history books, and seen as epic, an epic period of time. Sean says this is bigger than 1929. Sean, I don't want to make that statement, but because it's scary enough just to say 1929. I don't even. I mean, it's really scary just to say 1929. But you are seeing historical events unfolding that will have forever impacts on America's economy, the world's economy, and the world as we see it, and how we interact together. I can promise you that. I fully, undoubtedly believe that that's the case. So, um, strap in. Strap in. Javi the Great says Tony was born in 1920. I only joked with him about his age because he kind of jokes about it. I hope he knows I was kidding when I was teasing him. Tony can take a joke. Sometimes they go right over the top of my head. so but yeah. Anyways, I'm off my soapbox. You guys know where I stand, and can I mute myself? With great power comes great responsibility, man. Ethan blank said, okay, yeah, Ethan, I've got your name written down on my board here. I'm gonna contact you. I sent you a friend request in Discord. So if you wouldn't mind accepting that, I gotta send you a couple messages back and forth. I was I wanted to just kind of talk with you on the side a little bit first before we go through with anything. So if you wouldn't mind hitting that friend request, because for some reason, even though we share a Discord, it would not let me send you a straight up message until I hit that friend thing. So if you wouldn't if you wouldn't mind friending me back on Discord, and then we can talk a little bit on the side. So, but I'm glad that you're here and you're saying, because I got your name written on my board here, so that I could, when I saw you pop up, I could say something to you. I'm so free 23 says super thick skin here. People can think or say whatever about or to me. I'm here for the play and the like-minded. You know, I'm so free. I know. I'm pretty thick-skinned too, and I'm not saying that AO wasn't thick-skinned, but let me just tell you, what was said yesterday to him should have never been said to anybody. Like, it was legit way out of line. It doesn't matter how thick of a skin you have. It was so far out of the line, it wasn't even funny. Like, I mean, just way too far. And so, that it had to be resolved, and it should have been resolved quicker than it was. But due to my failure to have more moderators in here, it didn't get taken care of like it should have. Shimmer says, Casey, thank you for keeping me calm. Your vibes and conviction keeps me feeling better with these volatile days. Yeah, man. I don't feel like I do it. I feel like we as a community kind of do it. It's a combined effort, man. Uh, the hard part about all this, because I gotta be honest with you, Shimmer, is this isn't the hard part, man. I know it feels like the hard part, but the hard part's yet to come. I've asked you guys to write your 5 whys down, and I have not yet asked you to remember why you have your 5 whys. When you hear me ask you about what your 5 whys are, and to listen down to remember what it is and why you're here and what you're doing, that's going to be the hard part. I promise you, it's going to get harder. It will get harder. I know you probably go like, dude, I can weather anything if I can weather this. I'm telling you, I know for a fact it's going to get harder. Yeah, Bjork, you're right. Except for a bunch of politicians who actually went to the island. I agree. um, Captain Awesome. So yesterday, this guy named Soren came in and basically said to him, hey, I bet you like doing stuff to kids on Epstein's Island or something like that. Something to that nature. And I wasn't having it. So Peace Love says, "What's getting harder?" I'm saying, hello. No, what's getting what's getting harder is the fact that in the future, like this price movement down seems like it's the hard part. And what I'm trying to tell you is that in the future there's going to be an even harder part that's coming up. No, no, I'm a professional. It's actually going to be when the price is up. There's going to be harder parts when the price is way, way up. And I know that you're going to think that I'm being unrealistic, but I'm telling you, there's much harder times ahead. Annie, good morning. Dana, good morning to you. Thor Plated says, Casey, I got kicked out of Home Depot for asking where the morning wood was. Oh man. So you know what I did? Oh man, I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember what the. So I went to a Tenacious D concert, and their last concert was like named something like really long, like oh gosh. Hold on a second. Let me look and see what their last tour was, and you'll laugh. Hold on a second here. Uh, Man, what did it say? There was a T-shirt. I have a T-shirt that says something, and I can't remember what it is, but it's like it's very man. I gotta go find my T-shirt and find out what it says again because I can't remember what the saying is. But it's basically like if you're gonna, it's something kind of sexual, kind of sounding a little bit. And I wore it to the TSA when I was gonna go for a flight one time. Just knowing that it has something to do with basically, uh, all I remember is that I knew the TSA agent would get a kick out of it when he read the shirt. And so when I stood up there, the TSA agent looked at me for a second. He just kind of got this like really huge ass grin on his face, and he goes like, "Did you wear that for me today?" And I go, "Yes, I did." It was so funny. It was great. I like having fun with those guys. They got a tough job to do, and it's you might as well bring a little bit of laughter into it. Why not? It's like Search Me Harder or something like I don't remember. I forget what it says. It says something funny. Big Red Apple says, Casey, now they are dropping Ape. Do you still think? Man, it's always going to be a process. There's always going to be ups and downs, new higher highs, higher lows, lower highs, lower lows. It's always going to be an up and down process until we start ripping, man. And until we start getting complete margin calls, it's always going to be a process of moving up and down, up and down, up and down. And so, if you're asking like if this is the bottom, have we seen a bottom? I can't promise you that that's the bottom. So I can't give you. There's no way for me to know. I can tell you this. There won't be you will probably see more bottoms so long as there's still hedge funds that don't have people walking out the front doors with their belongings in hand. So you just wait. There's more to come. Bjork says, Casey, when you break 500 watchers in 2 weeks, you might need to consider slow mode in chat. Bjork, I will do that. Thank you for that suggestion. I really appreciate it because I'm not used to doing this, and I could use all the help I could get, in regards to like doing stuff like that. So yeah, we might go slow mode if I break 500. It didn't say something like that, censored content, but it did say, I don't remember what the dang shirt said. It's long though. It has like this long saying, and it's funny, and I don't remember what it says, but it was something along those lines. If you're gonna search me hard, or I don't know, I don't remember what it said. Javi says XL or XL shirt. Normally XL for me, but sometimes I do take XXL. But don't worry about me, Javi. We'll get together afterwards, and we'll share shirts. I'll give you a shirt. You can give me one. We'll pass shirts. Captain Awesome says, I had a golf shirt one time going through TSA that said, "Don't forget to take your balls out of the holes," and I got frisked. I think yes, that's what it is. Isaac Rubin says, "Softly, gently, sweetly, discreetly." Yes, that was the shirt that I wore. That's it. That was the one. Softly, gently, sweetly, discreetly. That's the exact shirt that I wore. It was funny though, Isaac, that the TSA agent, as soon as he saw my shirt, he looked at it and he just started smiling. He's like, "Did you wear that because of us?" And I was like, "Yeah," because I said, "Yeah." I laughed and I said, "Yeah," and he's like, "I love it." That was the shirt. Sean says, just keep an eye on Credit Suisse news over the next few days. I mean, with everything that's happening with the bonds in Europe, Sean, I agree. Hey, Six Sun, we don't I don't think we should talk about that. Let's keep our purchases to ourselves. Like that's, I don't want anybody to get targeted. Javi says I'm a size ES. I don't even know what that size is. What's an ES? When you say targeted, what do you mean? So there are individuals who have been targeted on YouTube based on some of the comments that are made about either how much money they're spending or buying. So I try to keep that to a minimum if possible because I don't want people to know. For all intents and purposes, I think the best thing to do is basically say I have 10 shares. Everybody's got 10 shares. Some people say they have 11. That's just fine. Or some people say 9. That's cool too. But there are people out there who are watching and they do target people. They watch and they look to see who are the big buyers, and they are absolutely targeted. All right, guys, time for numbers. Who said that? Einstein. Thank you, Einstein. All right, time for numbers. Let's get into it. I don't want to go into great detail, Sam, about what I'm trying to say, but I promise you there are people that are targeted based off of what they say, specific things that they say. So when somebody comes in here and tries to get everybody to say something, they may be trying to target who are the individuals that they need to target. They may try. So, and I'm not trying to say Six Sun is doing that, but I'm telling you right now that they are absolutely recording and figuring out who has what and who they need to target and where and who are the big spenders and all that kind of stuff. So keep those kind of thoughts to yourself. Don't there nobody needs to know what it is you're doing. Nobody needs to know what it is that you're doing. That is your own personal business. Keep it to yourself. Be safe. Be super, super safe, guys. I can't even stress enough. So I'm trying to help you out here. I know what's happening out there, and I can't talk about it specifically, but be careful. All right, I'm going to go to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those thoughts until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could help prevent keeping somebody. Again, it's another safe thing, trying to keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. Let's take a look at our numbers here and see what we got going on. Give me just a second. Oh, while you're setting up two-factor authentication, consider potentially setting up a secondary phone number in case something happens to your primary phone number. You can always have the code sent to another place and, not keep yourself locked out of your own account, which is probably a good idea. All right, let's see what we got going on here. First things first. Let's take a look at well, we're doing a complete run through here. So price prediction tally points for the week, man. All right, so I'm not gonna make any excuses. I just suck. I suck. So that's it, straight up, man. Out of the four guys that I got going here, looking at the numbers, I really suck right now. So, and I'm not gonna make any excuses. Earlier this morning, I think I tried to blame Tony a little bit, and it's not Tony's fault; it's my fault. So, yeah. Anyways, taking a look at what we got going on for the day today, I've got price prediction in for 2 out of 4 of the guys. Unfortunately, I did not see Keto's numbers. If somebody could scroll through the comment section and grab those numbers for me if he hasn't posted them already, and just kind of be waiting for me to come back up on the big tramp so I can get them down. I've got 690 to 990 for the day today, and Monty has the exact same number, 690 to 990. So we'll see what ends up happening. Currently, the combined price of AMC and Ape is sitting at 735. Let's see here. So Monty and Eric are going into Thursday with a tie. Keto and I are kind of trailing a little bit this week here. Max Payne did dip 50 cents. We were at $7 all this week until today. Don't forget that there was a purchase of like, man, I don't remember how many it was. 30. It was like 34,000 contracts and puts at a, I think it was 34,000 at a $5.50 strike. And if we drop below 5.5 this morning, I guarantee you that they probably tried to exercise or close out as many of those as they possibly could, which could potentially be, turn into buying pressure, right? Which is what you may be seeing happening right now. But Max Payne is at 650 for this week now, as it stands. Off exchange, that's for AMC only. Off exchange is, let's see what it is. By this time in the morning, I would expect off exchange to be somewhere around 44% and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Let's see what we got going on here. 42.86. So a little bit low on off exchange, surprisingly. EDGX is a little bit high, a little elevated at 11.92. Combined total is 54.78. That's actually really close to what I would expect to see. So EDGX kind of making up for the difference here. We are kind of starting to rocket here a little bit on both AMC and Ape. I'm just kind of watching out of the corner of my eye. Taking a look at and by the way, I'm gonna read off CHX data as well. Right now we have 396 shares of AMC traded through there, so not a whole lot. Taking a look at Ape, 57.71% through Ape, and EDGX at 7.8%. And combined total on that is 65.51, which is extremely high for this time of the morning. CHX volume is at 1,082 shares, so that's pretty low on both of those two so far for the day today. Taking a look at institutional ownership. Oh, wait, you know what I didn't talk about? I didn't talk about True Demons numbers. Hold on a second. Let me go back up. Short exempt volume was up on both AMC and Ape at 324,000. This is right above me. 324,000 shares in short exempt volume. Ape was tripped SSR yesterday, so it actually has I think almost double the amount of volume and short exempt volume to 168.8 thousand. 100% utilization still on AMC for 172 straight trading days. 72.89% utilization for Ape. That is a little bit down day over day. Yesterday we had a day over day price decrease on AMC at 4.41 and Ape was 6.82. Institutional share ownership for the day to day was no change earlier this morning when I refreshed it. Let's see if that's still the case. Sorry, I'm looking at other information here. Let's see. 153.649. That is still the same, I believe. Yeah, that's still the same. So no changes to institutional ownership showing up here. And let's take a look at options. We'll take a look at Ortex here in just a minute. Highest amount of volume on calls for this morning is currently at a $6 strike. Yesterday it was 6.5, so it's gone down $1 or half a dollar. There is 8.7 thousand contracts. Puts, highest amount of puts is at a $5 strike, which is down half a dollar as well, with currently showing 2.2 thousand contracts. Combined AMC and Ape price currently at $7.51. Getting a nice little push here. I did suggest to you guys earlier this morning. I said we were completing some of these patterns in aftermarket hours. Price on this should have only dropped down to the first touching point on this ascending broadening wedge, which would have been right at about 743. But we did get CPI results in, which you can tell had a little bit of an effect here. But we're skyrocketing off this bottom of 697. I'm expecting to see some kind of top at 781, which is ideal because we reset. I believe if my number is correct that I have written on my board here, we reset synthetic price failure at 182. So it would be the correct point for price to see synthetic price failure reset. Oh, I'm sorry. This is combined. My bad. I'm completely reading off like wrong numbers that aren't even in relationship to what I'm looking at. My bad. This is 781 is the number though that we need to get to for the completion of this pattern. I was looking at ape numbers, not combined numbers. My bad. Also, the other thing I'm going to point out as well is that it does appear that we have a little bit of a wedge that we may have broke through here. That started off right at the beginning of the day. Man, I don't know how I just crossed up Ape and AMC and Ape together. That's weird. All right, taking a look at Ortex data here. This is what I think some people are kind of waiting to see here. Let's refresh them both. So far for the day today, we've had 515,000 shares having been borrowed for AMC. That's going to bring the short share interest of the free float up to 19.17%. It's actually kind of down from where it was, I think, yesterday. Cost per hour average is at 27.32, which is about what it was yesterday. Shares on loan for the day today is at 184.99 million shares. That's a little bit different than what I remember from the earlier this morning. They've been doing this to me lately where they've been changing it. Let me zoom in just a tad bit here just to kind of see. Oh, no. I have the right number written down. Okay, I have written down on my board that they had a return of 300,000 shares, so that's the same number. All right, just making sure. 300,000 shares having been returned yesterday. I'm expecting about 100,000 or a third of that to be in short interest that was closed day over day. On loan average age per day still skyrocketing up here. Estimated short share interest of the free float obviously dipping ever so slightly from 19.15 to 19.13 because of that. Those shares that were returned, and security lending volume up day over day from, let's see here, 3.79 million to 5.28 million. Taking a look at Ape. So far for the day-to-day, a return of 102,000 shares. Somebody was asking about 9 million shares having been borrowed. I have not seen that. That is not showing up on Ortex at all. I don't see it. Estimated short share interest of the free float at 7.16. I think that was Sean that was mentioning it. 7.16 is the estimated short share interest of the free float. Cost per hour average at 7.85%. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 27.59 million shares. That day over day, that is down by 1.1 million shares. All of that in short interest that was closed. There's your dip in your utilization from 73.64 to 72.89. On loan amount dipping that 1.1 million shares. On loan average age per day is still going up, even with that dip in shares that were returned, which tells me that they're closing out new positions, not old positions. So kind of old, kind of odd, to be honest. Estimated short share interest of the free float dipping day over day from 7.27 to 7.17, and security lending volume dipping day over day from 5.82 million to 2 million. Orders by Fidelity customers so far this morning. Just going to be looking for AMC, Ape, and GME. GME and AMC are the only two on the list as of right now. GME's got a 75% buy to 25% sell ratio. AMC's got a 78% buy to 22% sell ratio. Looking very, very strong on our buy orders as price is rising, which is always a good thing. That helps price continue to rise. Buying when the price is going up is hugely important. That's how you get more price discovery. So far this morning, the only amount of shares that I saw borrowed were what did I write down here? 200,000 shares that I saw borrowed this morning so far. Looks like they did borrow an additional 10,000 here, return those. 10,000 borrowed another 20,000, so 30,000 there, and out of the ETFs, another 10,000. So I'm going to go ahead and call that another 50,000 shares. So 250,000 shares so far borrowed for the day today, according to Stonko Tracker. Fees last at 20.8%. Calls that are in the money, we have 1.8 thousand contracts in the money calls, 92.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls. Out of the money puts, we have 41.2 thousand contracts, and in the money, we have 22.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 1.35, Dow Jones is down 0.45, and the S&P 500 is down 0.76. We currently have 4,650 decliners to 2,009 advancers, and that's really, really close to my threshold. Anything under 2,000 I consider poo-poo. Watch out for the poo-poo. VIX is down 3.1%. Man, what the hell? PPT in action. PPT is in action. I cannot even explain to you like how messed up this is. Like it is down legit 3% or 2.59% right now, and yet the SPY is down 0.77. I don't know what is going on here. It's so ridiculous. Way to go, PPT. We'll see how long this lasts for. They're still trying to keep this thing from blowing up. VTI is down 0.93 in the pre-market. IWD is down 0.3, Tesla is down 2.9, Amazon is down 3.26, Cinemark is down 0.54, Doge is down 4.43, Bitcoin is down 3.73, still above 18.1 though. GME is down 2.13, HYMC is down 4.56, Robinhood is down 3%, NCMI is up 0.45, Ape is up 0.01, and AMC is up 0.6. Refreshing inflow versus outflow. Looks like we have like $73,000 more in outflow than inflow, with 8.83 million on volume for the day today. So we're getting a spike in volume here. Let's see what we got here after 49 minutes of trading. We're on pace for 70.3 million shares by the end of the day today. That is exceptionally high compared to my 10 to 30 million share prediction. And I would suggest that it's unless they just suck the living daylights out of this volume, more than likely I'll end up being low on the low side on the prediction for volume for AMC. Taking a look at Ape, or actually let's look at the time intervals. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.67, which is just below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.14, which is just about average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.47, which is above average and almost signaling overbought. Taking a look at Ape, we've got $300,000 more, $270,000 more in outflow than inflow. 4.93 million shares having been traded so far after 50 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 38.45 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested to you in pre-market that we would likely see additional volume today like we had yesterday compared to the 11 million we're used to seeing, and that it would likely be either at the level that we hit yesterday, which is just breaking 25 million shares, or maybe slightly below, and I think that we're probably on pace for that right now. Taking a look at that hourly time interval. Oh, so I upped my numbers from 10 to 30 million on the prediction in pre-market for volume for Ape. Taking a look at the hourly on AMC, or Ape rather, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.91, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence of the vortex indicator, and RSI sitting at 48.28, which is just about average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.87, which is just slightly above average. And then taking a look at Ichimoto, that itchy booger. So in order for this to become a really big buy signal from outside investors, I think what you need to see have happen is that the price is going to have to reach above the cloud in order for that to happen. But because the lagging line is below the price line and conversion is not heading back up towards above base, in order to see that big signal for outside investors to be like, ooh, yeah, this is hot now, they're gonna want to see $2. I think that's what they're looking for today. So if they see $2 hit, you could see this thing start really launching. In regards to the 4 hour, lagging line below price line, conversion below base, and prices. It does have a window of opportunity to try and break through and get support before hitting the cloud at around like maybe $2.45, maybe 245 up to 260. On the 1 hour for AMC, we've got lagging lines below price line, prices below cloud, conversions below base. There isn't, in my opinion, there's not really a window in here underneath the cloud for buying support. So again, you would have to get above the cloud in order to see some buying pressure, additional buying pressure, which on this is about $6.63, which is it's 80 cents above where we're at right now. But there is on a 4-hour chart a spot on the cloud where that's underneath the cloud that would signal perhaps a buying opportunity for outside investors at about $6.46. Lagging line is below price, conversion below base, but that 646 level I think is going to could potentially be a it might be 654. I'm just going to leave my number though because it is a little bit higher than that. So I'm going to leave 646 and 663. I'm going to leave them. I think those will be good buy points that we'll see from outside investors that will potentially see this as a run. And let's see here. AMC and Ape almost looking identical. Do note, guys, that there was a lot of contracts that were opened at 550 for puts. Price did get to 547 before finding what appears to be a bottom and then starting to take off in price. I don't know how many positions got closed out at 547, but based on the fact that the price rose pretty quickly, could indicate that there may have been some positions that were closed there. And with that, let's see here. I can see what you guys are writing. MC says, good morning, everyone. Please remember to screw the hedgies, screw them. Jack Black needs to be Tom Bombali. Wait, I missed it. Tom Bombali in Rings of Power, right? Oh, I don't know anything about that. On Owning the Float YouTube channel, everyone is a mod. Yeah, if you guys suddenly find that you've got like moderator status, I'm gonna go through a trial period here where I'm gonna kind of be adding some people. Javi, I saw your message the other day, Javi. I haven't had a chance to look at the information. Let me check out my DM real quick here. Weird. I don't have a DM. Did you mean Discord? Maybe you meant Discord. I don't have anything from you on either. I got no DM on. Well, let me refresh Twitter. See if it's a refresh problem. So this is what I'm saying. Like, really weird stuff happens to me on Twitter, and I don't understand. Like, I've got 2 messages right now. But if I go into the message section, it doesn't. Even though it shows that there's dots next to their names with the messages, it shows that I've got no. Okay, there we go. It just came through, Javi. I don't know. It just now came through. Sorry, I'm just reading this real quick here, guys. Okay, so hopefully I can read this, Javi, if you don't mind. I'm assuming that if you so here's the thing, guys. Unless you explicitly tell me, so I'm gonna wait for a second here. Just another ape says, Casey, why are you diluting mod status? Because we had problems yesterday, Steven. That's why, and I don't want that to happen again. There were issues yesterday that are issues that I want to avoid. So unless you tell me I can't read something and you send it to me, like, and you'd prefer to just stay between us, and it makes it seem like it's something you want me to kind of talk about, I'll probably read it off. I'm a professional says YouTube gonna give Casey a strike for using all the blue ink. Yeah, it was crazy. So I'm trying to I'm taking action. No, Alberta, I don't think that it's going to 0. Roseanne, not a problem. I can take it away. Again, like I said, it's a trial basis. And Nana, hold on a second here. We don't have to hide that. Like that's okay. Let's see here. What Alberto said, I'm okay with. Like, I don't have a problem with It was kind of a question, and I'm okay with questions. It's when somebody comes in and makes a statement and basically like harassing. So and it's okay. We're gonna have a little bit of time here where we got a little bit of a trial period here where everybody's kind of like learning, what's okay and what's not okay. I'm all right with somebody coming in and having frustration. This I don't ever have a problem with that. There's a difference between frustration and somebody who's like just kind of trying to trash on the stock. Yeah, I understand. We're gonna have a little bit of a trial period, Bjork. I'm correct. It's all right. It's okay. We're gonna have a little bit of fun with this. It's gonna be a little bit of a trial period. Wait. Bobblehead Ross has some advice for us here. I think Bobblehead Ross might have something to say. Let's see what he has to say. See if it means anything to us.
You have to have dark in order to show light. It's just like in life.
Yep, that's what it is, guys. So yesterday was the dark. Today's the light. And there's gonna be negatives and positives on both sides. Yeah, bobblehead, bobblehead, Ross. Mindshift Mastermind says, I'm truly frustrated, Casey, but I guess I got to trust the process and see where things go from here. But I'm holding with all of you, and I won't and won't quitting. I hear you, man, and it's okay to be frustrated. It really is okay to be frustrated, but to remember that, um, you know, to keep those emotions in check because you can't really trade with emotions. You have to trade, you have to kind of put those emotions to the side and look at it analytically and say, what's really happening here? Look at the numbers, make the numbers make sense, and then say, like, does what's happening with the price right now make sense to what's really going on? And when it doesn't make sense, that's how you know that there's something going on that is unusual, right? So, and when you see something unusual happening, then usually the market corrects itself and makes it right. So just keep that in mind that the unusual can only be for a temporary period of time to elicit something to happen. So just remember that. Roseanne says Ross gives me an EB, and if you don't want the responsibility of having the wrench, then just say so, and I can take it away. It's not a problem. But I'll also remember, guys, that and I've had this happen before too. Um, Moderators don't have to have the same opinion that I have. Just because they're a moderator doesn't mean that I control what it is that they say. They're able to say whatever it is that they want. Everybody in here has their own opinion about what they're seeing or what they think is happening. So, just note that I may not necessarily agree with what it is they're saying, but it's okay to have an opinion. And I'm not trying to say, the only reason I mentioned that was because Eddie Trade says we may have just got the support in the current channel, and I'm not trying to I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just saying that somebody may come as a moderator in here and say something like that, and it doesn't necessarily mean that I agree, but everybody's entitled to their opinion. Well, I appreciated what you did the other day, Roseanne, and the whole mental health comment that you had made. So that's kind of one of the reasons that I kind of added you there. Hold on one second, guys. I got to look at something real quick here. Okay, just want to make sure. Had to go into my desk. I got notes. Secret notes. No, Hayden. Actually, I was waiting to see you put something up. There you go. You got it. It's mod day. Like I said, guys, all these new mod awarding of mods is maybe temporary. It's on a trial basis. You guys can say whatever you want, Cash. There is no you're allowed to say whatever you want, man. I've only really got 3 rules here, and anything else above and beyond that is have respect for individuals, right? Yeah, but the only 3 rules that I've got here is do not advertise a stock without context in regards to AMC. When you exit your position, AMC or Ape, do so in silence, and if you're here to harass people, instant ban. So yeah, it's pretty lax, man. Power Trip Dre, gotta see the name for a while first before I do that. CPE, good morning to you. Moon Owl says, Casey, can us peasants have a synthetic wrench for Christmas? why, why not? I don't know. Sure, maybe. I don't. We'll see. Savvy says, Casey, just let you know, I'll throw a fit if you take my wrench. Can't give me something and take it away. Yes, I can. Yes, I can, and yes, I will if I feel like I need to. It's got to be a trial basis. Koya says this retrace is on comparatively low volume. Hopefully that means we will keep rolling up. Actually, I feel like it's on high volume in contrast to what we've been seeing. For example, like today, AMC is at the last time I ran the numbers, which is about 30 minutes ago, we were on a 70 million share pace when that's almost double the amount of volume that we see. Well, maybe not double. It's like 20 million more shares pace than we are normally at this time in the morning. So I feel like there's a little bit more volume. Volume moving up when price is moving up is good. That's a good thing. You want to see larger amounts of volume as price is moving upwards. Moving up on low volume is really, really, really bad. That's bearish. It's a false move. Dark Latin says, I don't get frustrated anymore. I fully understand what's going on, and I believe in AMC. As the old hair club for men, I'm not only a shareholder, I'm also a client. Well, we'll see what happens, Doug. We'll see what happens. It's a great way to test things out. I'm glad you laughed, Savvy. I'm glad you laughed. Hayden says, I don't want to be a mod. I want a key to drive the big tramp. Eventually. Sean, what's going on, man? You said hello. Maybe I missed some of your other messages. Hold on a second here. Let me scroll back up. If you're saying hello, I'm assuming that means that I missed a message. I'm scrolling up here a little bit to see what you said. I don't see anything. Maybe you're just saying hello to somebody else. Wait, let me scroll again. Maybe I just missed it twice. I think it's like, I'm not sure if it's because I look at icons or not. There it is. Oh, and the third. Looks like you got some links that you've been putting in here. Let me see. I'm opening up the third one. I didn't see the other two. What is this? Okay, this is probably in reference to the 9 million shares you were talking about earlier. Okay, so AMC Entertainment, iBorrowdesk.com is showing it says available is 10 million. I don't see a borrow of. Well, you're saying it's borrowed because there was. Okay, here's what I would say to that. Just because it says that there's 10 million shares available and then it drops down to 700,000 doesn't mean that 9.3 million shares were borrowed. What that means is that somebody may have had shares available to borrow and took them off of the availability list. So that'd probably be a wrong assumption to make in regards to the fact that when they disappear that there's a borrowing of shares. It just means that the available amount of shares aren't the same anymore. Unless I see something like spike all of a sudden. That's how I would kind of take it. Parshant, good morning to you. Hayden says I still want a key. All right, you can have a key. I don't care. Whatever. I'll just buy a new one. I'll give you a key. Jan says I'm expecting new lows for AMC before rip like 285 AMC and 98 Ape. Scary but crazy volatility. There is a lot of volatility. Bitcoin is on a pivotal point, about to go on a free fall, 18.4. It's got to break that 18.1. That's the support level that it found before. If it breaks that 18.1, you could start to see it free fall. Roseanne says I felt the questions were given to him ahead of time, and if that's in regards to Gary Gensler's interview with John, why do I forget his last name? You know what I'm talking about, John, whatever his name is. Then I would say the answer is yes. I can't imagine any person going into an interview with that kind of a high profile figure not getting the questions in advance. Although it was kind of weird though because he went into it kind of feeling like somebody had linked me to the question where he talked about whether or not you should DRS your shares, and he and it almost was like he didn't even understand what the heck John was talking about. John Stewart, thank you. I couldn't think of the last name. It was almost like he was like, maybe your people should talk to my people. I was like sitting there going like, how, what? You're the head of the SEC and you can't talk about DRS? What the hell? What's going on there? Like, it's not that big. It's pretty easy. It's an easy concept. Why can't you talk about it? Janice says it seems like every 15 minutes a hit piece on AMC gets put out or on retail. Yeah, you wait. Doug says, wait a minute, the key to the big tramp is mine. I've been here longer. It is Congress who makes the laws. You know what that means. Government, who we have to hold accountable. Call your congressman or women, congressperson. Not trying to like. I'm just saying, it's Congress people. It's those people. Back at the big tramp, laugh out. My key, mine. Everybody's fighting over the key. Sammy Boy says, is there ever a day when you don't want to go live, Casey? Your commitment is rock strong. Dude, man, all right. So I've only admitted to this like a couple times. Maybe this is probably my third time. I've had like 3 breakdowns. Yeah, like I got a flat tire. No, I'm just kidding. No, I legit had like 3 breakdowns so far over like the last year and so many months that I've been doing this. To where and sometimes it wasn't even, it could have been I went on a break and came back and just had this moment of like, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? I don't understand why I'm still doing this. I don't even know what to say anymore, or just self-doubt, I guess, really is kind of like the best way to put it. It's not easy. It's not easy. there comes, like I said, there's at least 3 points in time where I had a breakdown. I was like, I can't go back on. I just can't. I don't know. And it's not that I don't want to. It's more like I just feel like the weight of the world on my shoulders, and it feels heavy. And so it's happened 3 times. I haven't had any recently, but it's been a while since I had anything like that happen. But most of them were kind of more, I'd say, like the first half of me doing all of this. Um, but yeah, man, I've had moments. If you're asking if I've had moments, I've definitely had moments, and I don't know what triggers those moments. More than anything, I think it's just kind of I don't feel like I'm built to do this. I really don't feel like I'm built to do this, and so like I just go like, what am I doing? I'm not built to do this stupid, YouTube crap. And so I go like, this is what are you doing? This is stupid. And then I go like, nah, it's not. What are you doing? Stop being a fool. It's important. And then I get back to it. I always get back to it. I feel like we all have our moments. Some of us deal with things differently though. Captain Awesome says self-doubt is another part of the psychology of the market they try to use against you. It's not that I had self-doubt about the play. That wasn't what had self-doubt in. It was more like I just have self-doubt in I guess just like doing 9-hour streams and feeling like I don't know, not feeling like I was doing anything or helping anybody or having any impact whatsoever. And not that that's my goal or anything, but I don't know, it just kind of felt like that. It's hard to say. I mean, you can see that it definitely plays an impact on people. You go look at Trey, but make sure when you watch him in reverse. I appreciate it, guys. I'm not looking for you guys to like boost my ego. I don't need it. I'm just saying. I'm just answering Sammy Boy's question. I understand self-doubt is a bummer. You are human. See, shit happens. Please feel free to be transparent. Always do it. Yeah, well, it's easier to just move forward for me. I don't like to talk about it because I'd rather just move on. Cash Flowing says that's how Johnny Carson started. Like what? Like he had breakdowns? Maybe some jazz cabbage would help. I don't even know what that is. Hey, yeah, like I said, SoCal, I'm not looking for any kind of like I was just simply trying to answer. I was trying to be honest with you guys and just answer, yeah, I've had moments, you know. I think we all do. Yeah, Steven, trust me, man. I understand mental health is totally the thing. The thing is though, Steven, it's not the hours. It really isn't the hours. It's the hours don't weigh on me at all. I'm used to it. My mind after having done triathlons is a different kind of mind. It's the kind of mind that knows that you can always go further and farther. So it's really not the time that eats at me. It's more it's the self-doubt. It's all it really comes in. That's the only thing that plays is just the self-doubt is like you see me stumble over my words all the time. You see me not remember words, or you see me, and that stuff it just kind of gets to me, and it's like I feel like I could be a better speaker, and I'm not a speaker, and it's like, and here I am speaking to everybody, and it just feels like a lot of pressure, and it's like, and I try not even to pay attention to how many people who are watching, because that makes it even worse. Oh, look, there's 500, it's 500 people watching. That's no pressure. It's like, ah, jeez. So I try not to watch, but it's kind of like Stephen. I went to I started out in music, was going to be one of my first careers. And when I got up on stage, I found that I had stage fright really, really, really bad. Well, good luck having a career in music. It can be done, but good luck having a music career if you can't handle stage performances. And so I found out really fast that, like me doing stage performances is not for me, and so maybe music wasn't the right thing for me, and so I kind of decided to move on. But um, Brian says, "Shake it off." That's right, man. Roseanne, I only took it away because you said you didn't want it. So if you want it, I'll give it back to you. But you have drain damage, damage. I can't, I can't even read that wrong, Salty Dog. You have brain. I can't read it wrong. You have drain damage. Emotional damage is what I got. That's so funny. I couldn't even read that wrong. That's hilarious. But no, yeah, like it's the stamina thing is not a problem, Steven. Like legit, I guarantee that 9 hours really doesn't weigh on me. As long as I get the right rest that I need to get, there's no problem if I make sure I'm eating properly, which I'm not doing, but I am eating, so I'm still getting some sustenance and liquids and stuff. So those are the most important things. I don't, as long as the body can handle it, my brain's not a problem. It's the self-doubt. It really is the self-doubt that creeps in. And I think, Stephen, more than anything, I think you can appreciate that since you do YouTube as well. There's always that little bit of self-doubt that creeps in whenever it is you're talking about just anything. It doesn't matter what it is. Million says, Casey, stop being a little bitch. All right, man. I'm done talking about it. You're right. No, no, you're right, Millions. You're absolutely right. Stop talking about it. Move on. Grow a pair, man. Thank you, Millions. I appreciate that. Oh, C-Max says, I just started to listen to you. You're doing great. When you start to doubt yourself, you should have another friend, son, or ape co-stream with you for positive reinforcement. That's not a bad idea. It's actually a really good idea. The problem is that I don't have anybody I can just grab like at a moment's notice and just pull them in, but that is a really good idea though. I like that, which is why when I brought Lowboy on that one time and he like came in here and he was just like pumping everybody up, I was like, dude, I got to get Lowboy on more often. Because I felt better even after listening to Lowboy talk. Dr. Zena says I suggest an extra. You know what, Doctor? I stopped drinking altogether at night. I think my wife's kind of a little bit down on the fact that I'm not having drinks with her at nighttime anymore, and it's like, I don't know what it is. I can't hack it anymore. It's like I just don't feel like drinking. My mind's already just kind of like on shutdown mode at that point. Manjeet, that's me. I'm the one that gets to mod you now that you're a mod. Oh man. Thanks, Millions. I appreciate it. Janice says, Misty, I miss your mom appearing in the morning. Hope she visits soon. Yeah, it was great having her on. She will. She'll visit. She usually kind of comes around holidays, so she'll be back here soon. Hey, Roseanne, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you sharing in the moment. See, that's the part, MG Toe, that I don't. That's the hard part right there. We're here for you to look after us. That's the hard part is I don't want to feel like I have to look after anybody. I want you guys to be strong enough to be able to like I'm not looking after you. I don't want to feel that way. Like legit, like you guys are you're strong people. You're strong people, you strong minds, you have strong convictions. You don't need me to give that to you. You already have that. I'm just here giving you numbers and showing you what it is that I see. Everything that it is that you do, you need to do for yourself. Not because I tell you something's happening, the numbers are the numbers, right? They don't change. I mean, they do change, but they don't. The numbers are what they are, and you guys have to see those numbers for what they are, and that's what I'm showing you. You can see what it is and make up your own conclusion. But you don't need me. You don't need me by any means to be strong. Casey, open a phone line so people can call into your stream so you don't have to speak so much like Lowboy or New Apes. That's why I kind of open it up on Fridays for people to come in and talk in the back of the big tramp. I always think that's kind of fun. But I have some things in store. I've got this week. I'm going to be. I kind of was thinking about things a little bit, and I was talking to my wife last night about it, and I said things need to change. I need to make some changes. So one of them, I've already kind of. One of the changes, obviously, is that I've started adding some moderators in here, and so that's the first change. I think next week you'll probably start seeing some of the other changes. I've got some things in mind, and we're gonna make it a little bit more fun around here. Because the ad, I think that I was kind of thinking about it. I was like, we got to make it more fun. We're going through this together, and sometimes there's those low points, and if I don't get you guys to have some fun while you're going through this process, we're gonna lose it. So, um, I'm not your father, man. You guys are my kids. No. But yeah, I'm gonna change some things. I've got some ideas that I kind of came up with last night, just kind of brainstorming a little bit, and I'm gonna change it up a little bit starting next week. I'm gonna kind of brainstorm a little bit more over the weekend and kind of develop the idea on some of the ideas that I have. And you don't need me, Nana. You don't need me. Trust me. You got to be able to do this on your own. This is something that you have to. This is a place for us to gather as a community, and no one individual is better than anybody else here. Nobody, not me. I don't care who it is. No individual in this room is any better than anybody else. That's why we're all called apes. I promise you, I'm no better. No better than anybody else here. Mark, welcome to the channel. So a long, long time ago, it's kind of I'll try to make the story real short. I used to put trampolines on the page where we could show where we might see price drop down and bounce off the trampoline. And it ended up being really kind of funny because the price would always avoid my trampolines. And then one day somebody sent me a picture of this bus that had Big Tramp written on it. And so it just kind of became like this inside joke that I had a van that I would drive around that carried all my big tramps and in the back of it, and it's just kind of funny. And then later on, somebody modified it to make it a low rider, and then we made it so we could put me inside the big tramp, and now it's got a low rider on it written on the side. That's added to it. The license plate's got I think it's kind of got something like on my name on there. But yeah, it's just for fun, man. It's just to be fun. Yes, Jana. More trivia, more movie trivia is in the works. That's kind of one of the ideas that I'm going to kind of expand on a little bit. Yeah, I'm not changing who I am. I'm so free. I'm just going to be doing things a little bit differently. I'm just going to be adding in some like fun activities to do while we're going through this process. Sally says, "Oh, I missed the train." Anytime somebody asks for a trampoline, I put them in. If you ask for it, I put it. I always ask you how big you want your tramp. The funny part about that story is that I was actually trying to draw a stop sign the first time, and obviously I know the difference between an octagon and a pentagon, but for some reason I could only draw a pentagon because I'm probably one of the world's worst drawers. Is drawers? It's not even. I'm not an artist, but I can't draw to save my life, and so it was funny. It became a joke. It's kind of an inside joke, I guess. Let's see here. You heard about the VIX being halted. I have not seen it halted as of yet. However, just based on some of these candles that I'm seeing here on the daily, I can tell you right now that they're definitely trying to keep this thing from ripping. It's not being halted. Let me look at the futures. Futures show the VIX up 0.18, and right now it's down 2.2. So the futures and what's actually happening are two different things. So yeah, there's definitely something happening right now. Oh, that reminds me, I wanted to tell you guys. The oh shoot, I'm gonna forget what it was. Hold on a second, let me pull it up on my phone. There was a couple different things I had read while I was on break earlier this morning that I wanted to read back to you guys and tell you about, just because I thought they were kind of interesting little things that I read. First one is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has confirmed that President Biden attempted to coerce them to postpone oil cuts until next month. Was he? And then the question is was he targeting the midterms? Question mark. So that could end up being really, really, really bad if that's the case. Not cool. And then there was one more thing I wanted to read off to you guys. Oh, and I should probably mention who posted that. Hold on a second here. Let's scroll back up. I saw that posted by Robert McKenna, McKenna. Don't know who that is. I probably should. He's got a check mark next to his name, but I don't know who he is. Does he follow me? He doesn't follow me either. I should probably retweet things that I see. There, I just retweeted it. There was something else that I saw that I thought was kind of an interesting little tidbit, and I'm not seeing it now. This is why I gotta remember to just I need to just retweet as soon as I see it. Mortgage rates reach 20-year high, close in on 7%. Man, that's crazy. That's like I feel like that's like at least double what mine is. At least. I don't know. I'm not gonna find the other one that I'm looking for, and it's time to take a look at the numbers. Here's a breaking news one from Dr. Schadenfreude that he retweeted. It says UK's Chancellor Kay Whartonge, I authorize the increase in the Bank of England's asset purchase facility by 100 billion to 966 billion to accommodate for the temporary gilt purchase program. That doesn't a gilt purchase program. What? Yes. We talked about that yesterday, Yale. You're not wrong. Absolutely. Habitual lineholder says, I watched an interview with a Saudi official, and when asked how they would respond to U.S. consequences for cutting of oil production, he never answered the question and just gave a prepared statement. Oh, gilts are the UK bonds? Okay. I actually didn't know that. I'm not a bonds guy. I really don't know much about bonds. I don't really pay attention too much. Yeah, no, I see Bitcoin, but it's got to break 18.1 first, though. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. It's time. I don't remember what it was, Captain No Likey, but it could have been the Aussie Bank problems. I don't remember. That doesn't ring a bell, but I'm a Bond fan, James Bond. All right, I'm gonna take you guys to the other page. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts or comments until um, after you see the big tramp back up on the screen. And also, if you're newly modded and you know the answers to questions that people are asking, or you've heard me say something before and you know the answer, feel free to help me out with responding to those, because it helps. It helps somewhat. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, and make sure while you're at it, set up a secondary phone number to be able to receive those codes just in case something happens to your primary phone number. If you, I'm just suggesting it as a recommendation for safety for yourself. If you don't want to, you don't have to. I mean, it's just a suggestion. I'm not trying to sell anything to you. Obviously, I don't know what broker you're with or anything, but it seems like it's a smart thing to do. All right, let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. I would expect to see about 49% going through off exchange by this time in the morning through both AMC and Ape, and then somewhere between 11 and 12% through EDGX. Currently, we've got 44.8 going through off exchange on AMC and EDGX at 9.8. Note that those are low numbers, and the reason that they're low is because price is rising. They're actually allowing orders to go through the market to raise price. So you want to know why price is moving up? Because the off exchange isn't being as heavily utilized. That's the whole reason why. Nasdaq GSM's up 11.75, where the 30-day. Sorry, I'm going to rephrase that. Nasdaq GSM is 11.75% of our volume for the day-to-day, when the 30-day average is 8.62. The NYSE is at 10.52 when the average is 9.48. So you can see that they're allowing more buy orders to hit the lit market. There goes price, right? It makes sense now. The total amount of shares going through CHX, because it's just going to be something I'm going to start talking about for more often, 743 shares. Taking a look at Ape. Off exchange is reporting 55.92, and EDGX at 7.31 for a total of 63.23. That's definitely elevated from what I got the right numbers. That's a little elevated from what I would suggest would be a normal day for us. CHX showing 1,082 shares going in through in volume, so definitely lower volume there. Or not lower, I should say. It's low volume. Taking a look at Ortex. So far for the day-to-day, there's been a reporting of. Oh, wait, hold on a second. An hour ago, there was 515,000 shares having been borrowed for AMC. It's now 494,000 shares. Estimated short share interest of the free float is going to be at 1917. Cost per average at 27.5. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is 184.99 million shares. Day over day, that's down by 300,000 shares, and I'm estimating about 100,000 of that to be a new open short interest that was closed out. And taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was a borrowing of 102,000 shares. It's now 124,000 shares. That's going to not really have any impact on the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is sitting at 7.15. Cost of borrow averages at 7.85. Shares on loans at 27.59 million shares. That is lower by man. See, I'm having a brain fart. This is the kind of stuff that causes self-doubt in me. I just have to laugh it off and then just go like, just keep moving, move, just keep going. All right, that is down 1.1 million shares day over day than it was previously. All of that is in short interest that was closed out. Also, we know that was newer short interest that was closed out as the on loan average age per day rose as those shares were removed from or returned, I should say. Oh man. It just happens. It happens. It's like brain farts. They just pop up. It's like, what do you do? What do you do? Let's see here. Highest amount of call options currently at a $6 strike price this morning. It went from 8.7 thousand contracts to the last hour to 13.2. On puts, the highest amount of volume. Ooh, we got another really large amount of volume coming in today. They are doubling down on 5.5. There was 31,000 contracts at 5.5 yesterday in open interest. There's now 30. So we had 2.2 thousand contracts at $5 an hour ago. Now at $5.50 for AMC, there's 36.8 thousand contracts in volume. They're doing it again today, guys. They're doing it again. Somebody needs shares and they need them bad. And they're loading up. They're absolutely loading up and they're doubling down on 5.5 for AMC. So right now with the spread on puts versus calls, looks like we've got a little bit more volume, or not more volume. We have the spread is $5.50 to $6, meaning that AMC may close somewhere between 5.5 to 6. At least that's what the market's kind of indicating. Taking a look at the combined price between AMC and Ape, we're at $7.75. We've had two nice little bump ups here. We're currently on our second one right now. We broke kind of a resistance line here on the second run up, and we actually broke it the first run up as well. The second run up here, it kind of supported or resisted, I should say, as it came back down underneath it, and then tried to punch through it. We've got I think another resistance line here that's kind of heading this direction as well, where we may see consolidation. But this white line that I got going through here at I think that's $7.81. Yeah, $7.81 is the completion of yesterday's ascending broadening wedge. Now, price fell much, much lower than it should have on this ascending broadening wedge, as it should have only come down to 742. But most of that, I would say, is likely due to the fact that we had CPI report come in and markets just absolutely started tanking when that happened, and AMC went with it. I do think that this is the correction, and we're back on track to where we should have been to complete the form of this pattern. And 781 would be the price where that should be at. And right now, as it stands, we're at 776. So we're getting really, really close to hitting that number. That is, of course, the combined price of AMC and Ape. Fidelity customers and what they're ordering. How many orders they have on stocks. Let's look at AMC and Ape and GME. AMC and GME were on the top 30 list here this morning. AMC still on the list with a 76% buy to 24% sell ratio. And GME is actually doing a little bit better than that, is a little bit higher on the list with 73% buy to 27% sell. So price, you guys are buying. You guys are buying on the way up here. And I don't know who is, and you guys don't have to say who you are. I'd rather you not even say who you are, but somebody's doing it, and they're doing a great job at it. It's helping the price continue to maintain upwards momentum. Remember those limit buy, order low. When you put those in, that helps to drive price down. So slapping that ask is key. It's even better if you buy IEX or NYSE, or otherwise known as XNYS. But yeah, just know that. Trigger price for SSR would have been at $5.27 for the day today. It has not tripped. SSR is on for the day today for Ape, and it would have tripped at 1.476, but it only got to 1.48 earlier. I'm gonna have to go and look at the numbers on a website to see if it tripped SSR or not, since Stonko Tracker doesn't show it. But as far as I can tell, based off of my numbers, it didn't trip it, but we'll see. I have to go and figure out whether it did or not, for sure. Shares borrowed in the last hour, nothing. Available, we have nothing, but we do have ETFs that are still available to borrow, which you'll see these. If they do need to borrow these, you'll usually see these disappear, and then they'll usually show up over in the available amount as they convert them over. But the fees right now are last seen at 20.8%. So far borrowed for the day-to-day, I'm seeing about 250,000 shares borrowed. NASDAQ is down 0.46, Dow Jones is up 0.26, and the S&P 500 is down 0.05. The market is declining more than advancing, with 3,731 decliners to 2,960 advancers. VIX is down 2.47. Let me look at the SPY real quick because I just want to see what that's looking like right now. SPY is up 0.04. Looks like SPY is trying to make a recovery. It did dip below 355. Wow. It dipped really, really hard and broke 355 and then maintained it and found a low at 348, but then is starting to climb. I really do believe PPT is working super hard here to try and keep this market afloat. Super, super hard. I mean, look at that volatility. That is just massive. The volume on open alone was 10.3 million shares traded through the SPY. Yeah, that's insane. Mortgage-backed securities are down right now, by the way. VTI is down 0.06, IWD is up 0.45, Tesla is down 1.61, Amazon is down 2.22, Cinemark down 0.64, Doge is down 3.33, Bitcoin is down 2.91 at 18.6, GME is up 2.48, HYMC is down 2.34, Hood is down 0.75, NCMI is up 5.93, Ape is up 9.05%, AMC is up 3.85, Ape must be ripping right now. Hold on a second. I guess I didn't click back on here. Let's take a look. Give me a second, guys. I'll get there. We'll get there. What am I trying to say here? Inflow versus outflow. We have basically even amounts of inflow and outflow, with 13.34 million shares having been traded so far for the day today after an hour and 6 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 49 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares to be traded. So we actually had a very big drop in volume. We were hitting 70 million pace earlier. Huge drop. Taking a look at the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.36, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure and selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator. And RSI signaling 65.04, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 77.15, signaling overbought. And we're hitting the ascending broadening wedge that I had drawn out from yesterday. We are hitting the point of $6 and I think I had drawn out for 6.15, and we're hitting it right now as we speak. I'm gonna have to check my numbers here and see. I'm almost certain that we're breaking past a synthetic price failure reset. Let me just make sure. Nope, $6.29 is going to be where that's at. Let me reset that real quick here so it's in the right spot. Give me 1 second while I fix this up here. 629. And this line was in the wrong spot. I don't know why it was there. I have no idea why I put that number there. It was supposed to be at 527. Thought I fixed it this morning, but I guess I didn't. All right. Taking a look at Ape. Almost equal amounts of inflow versus outflow. Volume is at 8.14 million shares traded for the day today after 108 minutes of trading. Puts us on pace for 29.39 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million, and that we would see something very likely close to what we saw yesterday in volume, maybe slightly lower. Taking a look at the 1 hour, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence of the RSI or the vortex indicator. RSI at 59.87, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.32, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 75.13, signaling overbought. Let me move synthetic price failure reset point on this real quick. Make sure I get the right spot in. 156 was what I got for a low, but it actually made it to 148. So let me enter that in real quickly here. So 170 is going to end up being the synthetic price failure reset point, which we've reset. So I can tell you right now, guys, that once we break past 1.7, at any given time, synthetic price failure can reoccur again. So I'll put that right there because we blew right past that. So we've reset synthetic price failure on Ape, which means that we're looking for either newer highs or lower lows. Not all-time highs, just newer highs from the bottom of 148. So 182 is the current. So we would be looking for a price failure, synthetic price failure, to start occurring at $1.19. The support numbers, the numbers where I told you guys that we could potentially start seeing some big buying pressure, was 182 and $2 for Ape. For AMC, it was 646 and 663. And remember to control those emotions, guys. It's going to be hard for me to control mine when I start reading what you guys are writing, but remember to control those emotions. It's very, very, very super important that you keep calm, relaxed, because I'm telling you, I can't even begin to tell you how you gotta keep those emotions in check. Uh, MG Toe, I'm okay with what Petro said there. Just throwing that out there. I don't mind. I don't mind what he's. Okay, actually, I think that may have been accidental. Petrofire, hold on a second. We're going through a little bit of a trial period here. What's the baiting part? What is he baiting? He said, "Let's go." Hold up, Petrofire. We're gonna have a little bit of a it's a acclimation period here since I just added like a ton of people. I know there's gonna be some immediate knee-jerk reactions. I'm not sure what the baiting is. Who are the folks shorting the stock that are recommending DRS? I don't, you know, I'm not going to point them out specifically who they are, but I don't have a problem with you asking. Just remember, guys, you know, I don't have, the three main rules are the only rules the family court is a program against men under the law. We are tracked from birth, the second class. Just remember that in regards to my rules, like those are the main three rules that I really just kind of want to uphold, and then like any kind of like hate speech. Like if somebody wants to ask questions about something like that, I don't have a problem with it. Like let them ask. It's up to me to decide whether I want to talk about it or not. Yeah, don't petrifier. Let's amp it down for just a second. Like everybody's, we've got people with new privileges here, and it's going to take some time for us to make sure that everybody understands, what I find acceptable and what I don't find acceptable. So please just understand it's going to be a little bit of a kind of a period of time here where we just kind of acclimate a little bit, right? There's going to be a little bit of knee-jerk reaction on everybody's part to be ultra careful about making sure that everybody's being protected. So thank you for understanding, Petrify. I really appreciate it. I really do. But I would rather have a knee-jerk reaction to the light side than to the dark side. You know what I'm saying? Like I'd rather nip it in the bud right where it's at and not allow people to say things that are against the community. than to allow that to continue. Arthur, I made him. I made a whole bunch of people mods. All of a sudden, like just a whole bunch of people that I know that I've seen here for a really long time. People that I know who I feel like I trust. For a lot. For what's been happening here, and if you didn't get a tool, don't take that in as a negative slap to the face or anything. I'm trying to add people in here as mods because we had something happen yesterday that I don't want to see happen again. So just know that we're going to be on a little bit of a learning curve. MG2, hey Casey, he wasn't the one who asked in the first place. My words were vague for legal reasons not to be drilled down on. I'm not drilling down on anything, MG2. We're good, man. I'm just saying, the DRS thing I'm okay with. Thornblade says, I feel like I was slapped in the face, no wrench. Thornblade, you know what? Here. I know you've been around for a while. I'm not trying to slap anybody in the face. Arthur, this is temporary, guys. If I take the wrenches away, don't be offended. And if you want to be offended, then be offended. But at some point, I might realize, I might kind of, it's a trial period. It's a trial period, and I just want to see how everybody does. Yeah, more cops. Hillbilly, I have seen you around a bit. Leona says, "Don't make me." I've actually had people say, we've already had Roseanne said that to me earlier. I made her mod, and then she said I can't take it. All right, cool. Arthur, and then now we got Arthur saying I don't want it, so that's cool. Uh, Joe Pont says I've known Casey when he was just a K without the C. Yeah, not a problem, Arthur. And I appreciate you saying that you don't want the responsibility. I really do. Sometimes it comes at a price, right? I will say this, each one of you guys who are mod do realize that the Casey Shaw funds are zero. They know there is nothing. You don't get anything. You get the reward of and satisfaction knowing that you get to help out the community, and that's about it. It's a thankless job, other than the fact that I tell you thank you. Thank you for everybody who has been a current mod for a while. And I'm not, I do truly and honestly believe that what happened yesterday. I want to believe that what happened yesterday, nobody saw it. That's what I would like to believe, and I'm going to continue to believe that. But what did happen yesterday was completely outrageous and should have been nipped in the bud. And I just don't think that we had enough people watching. Dana, you're welcome. Yep, volunteer, Larry. This is a nonprofit organization here. This is a .org YouTube site. Welcome to a .org YouTube site. Have you heard of those before? Does anybody? Is there such a thing? Is there such a thing as a .org YouTube? There's got to be. Sure, there must be. They're probably only considered to be um, government or something like that. But What time did it happen? Shauna, I don't remember what time it happened yesterday. I honestly don't. I'd have to go back and look and see when I started talking about it. I feel like it was late in the later half of the day, later, like maybe 3/4 of the day. Um, I have no idea, man. I don't remember what time. It doesn't matter to me though. Keto says I don't feel special anymore. Keto, I didn't get your numbers earlier. I'm glad you're here. I didn't see your numbers and I apologize. I'm sure you put them in and I just didn't see them, so I apologize. If you wouldn't mind throwing those back up, I didn't get them. Yeah, I often wonder that too as well, Yale. I know I've had a lot of people ask if I could read off numbers more often, and I do a terrible job at doing that. We are at $6.10 on AMC and hold up, 1.73 on Ape, and up 5.49% on Ape, and AMC is up 4.26. Micah, 8:30. I was at the gym. CPI came out, got mad, took it out on the weights. Walked out at 10:30 and saw a rise in price with AMC. Now I'm celebrating. Are you having tacos? Ooh, Savvy says the food pantry line here in our little town is long. That's not good. Annie says nonprofit. Oh, you mean the stock market? uh, thank you, Keto. I apologize, man. I just didn't see him. 7:13 to 10:13. Gotcha. Jabib's gave me a $1,000 super chat. Mods are getting paid now in Monopoly money. Thanks to Jabib's. John, send me a DM. Send me a DM in I don't see your name very often. If I saw, I'm trying to give it to people who I see the names more often than not. So that's kind of what I'm looking for is names that I see often because I need to know that you're like watching the chat often. And Hillbilly, if you want to let me know, like send me a DM. I'm really looking for people that I see the names a whole bunch, and people that I know who are watching the comment section, who can watch for things that are just kind of out of line. Sure, DM on Reddit or wherever you want to, Hillbilly. Doesn't matter. Reddit, Twitter, Discord, don't matter. Junita says, when I have a day off, I will gladly mod for you. For now, I listen at work. Habitual line holder says, there is no wrench. Ooh, Sean's coming in with the burn. Sean, I didn't hear you respond to the 9 million response that I had earlier, so I hope that was satisfactory to you. I might have missed it, but I hope that was satisfactory. But that was a good burn right there. Monopoly is worth more than the British pound these days. That's that's oh, ouch. Keto says, so in other words, OG mods suck. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the OG mods weren't watching at the time when it happened, and so I obviously need people who are watching, and so I'm adding people. That's it. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I promise. Joe Dirt says, I was thinking of what you said yesterday and I witnessed a bad crash on the highway and I pulled over and helped the person who crashed their car. Most people just kept driving. You know, Joe Dirt, that's what I'm talking about, man. We need more people like you. we really, we really, truly, and honestly need more people who like you. But see, the other thing is my wife, she witnessed a really bad crash like a week or two ago, and she doesn't know first aid or CPR. And she told me about the story, and we think that maybe one of the persons might have died in that accident that she witnessed. And she kept going, but only because there was a lot of other people that had already stopped and were helping out with the situation. And I told her, I said, you know what, if you can't do anything and there's already witnesses that are there, there's nothing that you can. And she didn't actually witness the accident happen at the time. She saw the after effects of it, so she wouldn't have been like a great witness. So I was like, you driving on is okay. That's all right. You didn't see exactly what happened. You just saw the aftermath of it, and you had no way to be able to help the person who was there. You know, there were already people calling 911. There was already people out helping the person and stuff. And like, there's nothing you could have done. So don't also feel like you have to get involved if you ever are a part of something like that. But if you have the ability to help out, help out. Petrofire says, Casey, do you see cost bar rising here in the next couple of weeks on AMC? The What's going to cause it to rise, Petro, is if shares are beginning to be difficult to be borrowed, and I would say yes, probably on AMC, maybe not so much on Ape. John says, Casey, I'm here most of the time, but I lag behind time, so cannot chat. I hear you, John. It's really crucial that I get people who are doing this, who I see the names constantly in here, and I know they're watching the chat and stuff. So um, that's what I'm looking for. I'm really looking for somebody who can um, who are watching what's happening in the chat section and are care about the community. REL says seeing shit like that can be very disturbing for people who are not prepared for PTSD for first responders is real. You said rife, but yeah, it is. It is very, very real, man. A lot of times ERT guys end up having to do a little bit of um, psychiatrist help afterwards. Somebody to talk to and just talk about what it is that they experienced. And first responders, man, it's rough. It really is rough. Hillbilly says level 2 for AMC looks deceptively normal. I like how you say deceptively. It doesn't look deceptively normal to me. I mean, unless you consider what we normally see normal. This does not look like a normal order book to me at this time. The 10,000 orders that are stacked in here are unusual, and the 1,000 or the 1,000 range, heading down like five or six. Oh, what is this? 3, 6, 9 almost different spots down on each side. Tells me that there's still a lot of activity going on here. But you said spoofing, and spoofing is something entirely different, and that's where let's watch it for a second, because I just want to see it. Let's kind of zoom in on this just a tad bit here and watch it for just a minute, because what he's talking about in regards to spoofing is you're going to be looking for single digits to be showing up here. And the thing is there's no price range gaps. So you're probably right. Considering the fact that there's thousands of orders at every single price point and within a 20 or 30 cent, it's 20-cent range, it looks like here. The one thing that I would say is watch drop the first 3 digits off and just look at the last digits. So in other words, you got a bunch of zeros on this side and you got a bunch of zeros on this side. watch for those to show up as like ones somewhere. If you start seeing ones showing up in there, then that could be spoofing and they're hiding it through large quantity orders. So watch those last digits on some of these numbers here, and you might be able to catch the spoofing kind of disguised through large orders. Just watch the last digits and be on the lookout for ones. If you see ones sitting in there, and I'm not seeing any yet. Give me just a second, guys. I kind of want to watch this for a minute. VIX is down 4.53%. We've got 3s and 9s showing up. I'm not seeing any ones though, so I think I tend to agree. I don't see a whole lot of spoofing going on here. At least not on in the way that I would imagine seeing it. There it is. There's a 1. For a fraction of a second there, we finally saw a 1 off of 6, I think 18. There's another 1. There's a 1 on 618 side. They are spoofing. I would say they're still spoofing here. They're knocking it down penny at a time here. Here's another one. You got 618 still showing up with ones. It looks like they may be trying to. They may be trying to. There's 17. Yeah, 619. They're now starting to show ones now. It looks to me like they may be trying to spoof a little bit. All right, back to the main page. I can see what it is you guys are writing again now. Let's see here. What do you got? Let's see here. Arthur says, "What WTF? What happened today?" So we had CPI data come out earlier this morning, Arthur, like an hour before market open, and the market just like decided it dropped zero point 0.1 overall. But as Sean had mentioned earlier as well, that the I'll just read it to you. In September, the consumer price index for all urban consumers increased 0.4%. Seasonally adjusted and rose 8.2% over the last 12 months, not seasonally adjusted. The index for all items less food and energy increased 0.6% in September, up 6.6% over the year. So I guess I would say that these numbers are up, but the overall, the 8.2 that they're looking at over the last 12 months is lower by 0.1. 0.4. Yeah. Sammy Boy says, "What happened to Donkey Kong? I haven't seen him in a while, man." Spoofing is where they will typically like throw in a value, and this is how I understand spoofing, MCon, but I believe it's where they throw in. I've seen a couple different definitions for it, but the way that I understand spoofing is when they throw in like a value of some value into a price range, and then when it gets there, it just kind of disappears, right? So it doesn't actually trade through; it just kind of disappears so it fills in orders for gaps to try and gap the price a little bit. Now, if we look it up, I'm gonna look it up online and see. See what it says on here. Spoofing is a market abuse behavior where a trader moves the price of a financial instrument up or down by placing a large buy or sell order with no intention of executing it. So basically, what I just told you, they fill in an order at a price point, right? And then when it gets to that price point to be filled, it just disappears. They cancel the order, and essentially what happens is it skips to the next price. So they're making it look like there's going to be orders that are filled there, but it's just an empty. Um, it's an empty limit order that cancels itself. And I tend to feel like the most often when you see that happening is when there's ones. Whenever you see a one at the end of the number, those are usually the ones that are being spoofed, and they just disappear almost. They just gone. Yeah, Ariel said fake buy walls and fake sell walls. Essentially, yes. As soon as they get hit, they just disappear instantly. Do you have a link to explain how DRS affects price discovery? I do not. I've everything that I've ever everything that I've ever said is all stuff that I've just hold on a second. Maybe I do. Hold on. I think I did write up on this. Give me a second. Maybe I do have something for you. Hmm. I'm looking. Give me a second here. No, that's not it either. Eh. I don't. But I'll tell you what though. Um, I can link you to the day where I talked about DRS and showed in video. You know, there was a day that I had not too long ago where we talked about it in the morning and in the afternoon. So I can link you to that if you want. Jay says, yeah, I think I need a bike next to my name. I don't know what that means. So give me a second. Really difficult to explain in 200 characters. I agree. It is difficult to explain why DRS is bad in 200 characters. All I can really do is let me pull up the video for the day that I talked about it, and then try to give you like a timestamp for it for when we talked about it. Just give me a second here, and I'll pull it up real fast, as fast as I can here. I got about 10 minutes anyways before I gotta do the next numbers. Here it is. You can have your cake. That was the title of the day. It was, you can have your cake, but you can't eat it too. And let me go backwards. Buying volume supports the idea. I think that it's going to paint a picture for you. It's going to. All right. I don't know about you guys, but I hate listening to myself. I really do. And I say down when it's really more like across for me. But for all you all over there in Florida, be careful. Be careful. With that hurricane coming up, I don't know. I think it's a tropical storm upgrading here soon, maybe. Boy, and I know that's a blast from the past. For you guys, it probably just sounds like just another day for you, but just be careful. 9:40. All right, 9:40 of this video. So I think if I put in, give me 1 second. I'm gonna post it to you, but I'm gonna try to put a timestamp into it so that t equals 0. I think 909. Is it? I think it's colon 0940 00. I think try this link. I'm gonna send you a link here. Try this link and see if it works. If it doesn't work, let me know. It should take you right to the spot where it starts talking about it, but I don't know if it will or not. Try that. Oh no, wait, don't try that. It didn't work. Hold on. Let me try that again. Hold on. Don't use that one. T equals. Let's see. Let's see if that works. All right, try that one. Try the second one. That second one should take you straight to it where I talk about in the video DRS and the effects that it has on everything. Arthur Martin. Well, we know why it took you there. It's probably your favorites page, which is okay. It's quite okay. To all the modes, I'm da boo da boo da. You can clip it out and post the link in chat. I don't know how to clip it out. I mean, I do. I just don't want to take the time to do it right now. If there was much more time flexibility to get your shares out of DRS, I would consider it, but being locked in for days or potentially weeks under these circumstances is illogical. I mean, it's more than that for me even, Ariel. I mean, if you just want to take a look at like like the golden rules that I have, like the ability to be able to trade in the pre-market and the aftermarket hours, when you know for a fact that those are going to be some of the biggest periods of time where price is trading the largest amounts of volume. If you historically go look and see what happens historically, the big price moves don't happen in the middle of the day. They really happen in aftermarket and pre-market hours. So why in the world would you want to have your shares in an institution where you're not going to be able to trade in pre-market and after hours trading? Doesn't make any sense. At least for me, it doesn't. But I mean, Euroflex says AMC Bigum says DRS is not for him, but it's your choice. And I've always said the same thing as well. I think it's personally hurting what it is that we're trying to accomplish, or at least delaying, at the very least. And it's definitely not for me, but it is everybody's choice. Absolutely, 100%. Like it is your choice. They're your shares. Of course, it's your choice. For somebody to sit there and say you can't do this because it's just as bad for somebody to say you can't do it as it is for somebody to sit there and tell you you need to do this. If somebody is telling you you need to do something with your shares, that's a red flag. That is a major, major red flag. Don't let anybody tell you what to do with your stuff. You decide what you want to do with your stuff. If somebody's telling you that you need to do this, tell them to go get kick rocks, because I mean they don't have any right to be telling you what you need to do with your stuff. Doesn't the buy order not hit till after pre-post market? This is true. Yeah, there's a difference about Bones though. He's kind of benign at this point. Although we should be asking him, like, Bones, did you buy yet? It seems like maybe there might have been a bottom there. I don't know. When are you going to buy, Bones? Are you going to buy yet? How do you know where the bottom is, Bones? That's a great question for him. We should be asking him, where's the bottom, Bones? Anthony says, problem can sell pre and post market hours on. No, you can't. That's incorrect information. You cannot sell during pre and post market hours on ComputerShare. I mean, you might be able to create an order, but it will not go through. Oh, mistyped? Okay, I was gonna say like yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say yeah, I don't know, because that's like really not true. I'm like, not really. Nosa says for apes outside the U.S., DRSing is a complex and in some cases costly process. And this is like one of those things where like if I was going to sell you something, guys, this would be the kind of thing that I would say if I was trying to sell you on something. So take this with a huge, massive grain of salt. But believe it or not, ComputerShare and Citadel are in the same building together. That was recently brought up as a fact. But we already know that they do business as a broker, as a market maker, and as a broker for ComputerShare. We already knew that they did business with them, so it's not unusual to have them in the same building. But I'm not trying to sell you that on any kind of means. That's just letting you know that that is true. Arthur Martin says ComputerShare does not insure your securities. This is also true. That is also true. They do not have insurance on your securities. Which is, I mean, quite frankly, to me, that's kind of scary. Although I've looked into the insurance that is held on our securities, Arthur, and to be very honest with you, like I'm not even exactly that thrilled with that insurance either, just because it's not very much. But at least something's better than nothing, I guess. But I mean, it would be nice. It's if you look at the max where it maxes out at, I mean, it's not bad. I'd rather have more, but if that's all I can get, then that's what I get. Is there any guarantee that DRS shares are not being lent out? I mean, there are so many loopholes I have to ask. So ABC, when I went through the whole process of buying a single share through computer share, because of the way the transaction went through, they gave me ownership of a partial share, not a whole share. Well, as everybody well knows, well, at least you should know, and maybe I shouldn't say everybody knows this, but what you should know about that is that you can't have a direct registry share in your name if it's a partial share. So it is impossible. Not only is it impossible, but it is impossible for computer share to broker partial shares because they're only a transfer agent, which means that they're holding your share through a broker, your partial share through a broker who they are using on the side to hold your position for you, which means that they're acting as a third party for a partial share. So all of those partial shares that are owned through DRS have the potential ability to be able to be loaned out because they're held through a broker, not through computer share. Because remember, they're direct registering whole shares, not partial shares. So somebody else is holding those shares for them. And I don't know how many people have partial shares through computer share, but that could stack up to quite a few amount of shares that could be potentially loaned out. Um, in regards to the shares that they're supposed to be holding in your name, those are not supposed to be lent out. I can't promise you that they're not because if you look at the history of DRS and computer share, the only reason that they're a transfer agent to begin with is because they were caught breaking the law by the SEC acting as a broker when they shouldn't have been in 2008. And so SEC stripped them of any kind of ability to ever be a broker whatsoever and told them that the only thing that they could do from that point on was be a transfer agent. Basically the SEC turned computer share into their little bitch and slapped them and said, get down on your knees because now we own you. And so now they're direct registry and as a transfer agent, right? And so the idea, I guess, that I may be trying to portray is the idea is that this is a company who's been willing to break the law in the past and in ways that prevented them from ever being able to be a broker again, ever. So when you start thinking about that and you start going like, is that where I want to put my shares, my non-insured shares with? I don't know, man. I'm just saying. I'm just telling you what happened from the past, but I don't like that. That smells really, really bad. And you know what I always say? You can see poo, you can taste poo, and you can smell poo, but don't step in it. Whatever you do, don't step in it. Thor-bladed, that is a beautiful, and you can fling poo. Don't step in it though. Thor-bladed says locking up your shares gets the stock nowhere. What happens when you put your car in park? Does it go forward or backward? No, it stays parked. You're stalling, and no one wants to play. No one wants this play to stall. That is a beautiful, a beautiful. That is exactly what it's like doing. You're absolutely right. Hey Casey, was that the building where Citadel sent all their records? The one that burned down, the one they had their excavators scooping up the wreckage? I don't know about that, man. there was some, I don't know, man. I don't know if I buy into the whole fire thing. I mean, the thing is that everybody backs stuff up digitally nowadays. And that whole fire thing, I think, was really kind of a distraction to kind of hide something else that was going on. Um, that's kind of how I feel. You know, the whole, remember the Kansas City shuffle that I told you about before? Like, get everybody to look over here when you're doing something else over here. I kind of feel like that's what that was. I feel like that burning of that building down, because to be honest with you, man, everybody keeps records on our digital records now, right? So the idea that they were destroying documents that were who the hell does documents on paper anymore? Nobody does that. I mean, they do, but it's all digital, man. Yes, Sam, I've called her out on it. Not only do I find it odd that the SEC chief Lisa, I forget what her last name is too. It's like Bowerman or something like that, or I forget what it is. But she's pushing DRS, and I think that it's very very weird. Not only I think it's weird in that, but then just recently she was trying to push people getting home loans using a new loaning system from Bank of America that was to benefit. I don't remember who it was supposed to benefit. It was supposed to benefit somebody. There was some class, or I don't remember what it was. It was something. There was something that the loans were supposed to benefit, and she was pushing it. Bank of America loans, new home loans for people under this class or something. And it was just like, are you kidding me? You're pushing that? Like, legit, a former SEC chair is, I don't know, man. I called her out on that. I called her I called her out on that, or not chair, SEC chiefs. Thank you. I got to correct myself. I was pissed, man. I was so pissed. That lady, she's another poop pile that you don't want to step in. I don't know, Sam. I'm just saying. All I'm saying is I really felt like it was a massive distraction. Sammy Boy's in here, or he has been. The burning building was a distraction from Kenny fleeing the country like a little bitch. I remember something was happening at that time. I don't remember what it was exactly, but something was happening at that time when that fire happened. I was like, guys, what about this? You know, and everybody was focused on the fire, and I was like, I don't think the fire's a thing. Like, nobody cares about a burning building full of paper. Everything's digitalized or digitized these days. You know, everything's all records are kept. They're forced to keep their records in multiple locations, and I just don't think that a warehouse building that had a fire with paper documents means anything. I just don't. I don't know. Steve says, "Do you think it's okay for CEO Adam to use computer share?" I'll tell you what, Steve. You know what's funny? The last time that he said that he was holding on to shares, he had three brokers. Well, guess what? CS is not. CS is not a broker, which means that he's holding his shares in three different brokerages other than ComputerShare. So take that for what it's worth. He's not holding his shares in ComputerShare. And he said that. Those were his exact words. Remember when all these banks wanted to give houses to minorities at the top of the market 2 months ago? Terrible. Yeah, dude. It's ridiculous, man. Pantheon, did you get a chance to look at the DM I sent you of the dude? When I got off the computer, Pantheon, yesterday, I was so exhausted, I never got back on again, so I have not had a chance to take a look at them. Oh, actually, but I did read that part though. I just read the rest of what you just said. The proposed rules and the reopened for public comments because they had, due to a computer glitch. I read what you'd said. I hadn't watched it though. Um, but yeah, I heard about that. We should talk about that. I thought about maybe I sent you back a DM earlier this morning. I don't know if you responded to it or not, but Yeah, it doesn't look like you have, but I thought maybe we could talk maybe later about it. Nah, he didn't use computer shared, Steve. See, that's another one of those things that a lot of those DRS guys out there are trying to push, that he used computer share to distribute Ape, and that's a lie. It's a complete fabricated lie. Computer share does not distribute shares. It was the DTC that distributed the shares. It went through computer share for registry. That's it. They are a register. That's all they do. They don't distribute shares. So, and it's funny because the DRS camp over there is pushing like, oh, look, they have some kind of importance because they distribute the shares. Nope, they don't. Wrong. Big X. They don't distribute the shares. Hey, Pantheon, if you want to pop on to talk about it, dude, I would love to have you on. I got to go through numbers right now, and if you want to jump on right now, you're more than welcome to, dude. I will. I'll Let me go through numbers right now, and I'll open up the back of the Big Tramp if you want to do it now or if you want to do it later. It's up to you, man. I'll let you decide. The Lucas is saying, do you agree, Casey? Do I agree with what? Uh, I don't. Hold on a second, Lucas. I'm scrolling back up here. For everything to be about. Oh, the thing is we have to watch out that we don't associate everything that's happening with necessarily being related to AMC. Like, yeah, there's shit going on, but we are not that important. Yeah, man, I do agree with that. I think sometimes we kind of chase a lot of different stories that aren't necessarily related to us, and it happens. I understand it. I understand why people are trying to latch onto things, and it's a little bit of a hopium seeking, but all right, Pantheon, not take your time, man. Maybe we can do it after break at like 12:20. Let's make it 12:20 or yeah, make it 12:20, and I'm gonna start the numbers right now, and then I'll come back from break, and if that works for you, great. If not, if you want to come in later, that's cool too. All right, guys. It's time to take a look at the numbers. So I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen real quick here. Hold those thoughts and comments specifically for me until you see the Big Tramp back up on the page again. Otherwise, I won't see it or be able to respond to it. It is time to take a look at these numbers here that we got going on. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider it. It could help prevent keeping somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. While you're at it, make sure two-factor authentication, or when you're doing the two-factor authentication sign up, you can always, I think sometimes, or maybe not always, but sometimes you're able to put in a secondary phone number. Might not be a bad idea. That way, if you lose it or something, your primary phone or whatever happens, you can still get into your account. Let's see here. Let's take a look at what's going on with our numbers. Starting with off-exchange prices starting to run back down on both AMC and Ape, so we're probably going to see some more off-exchange movement here than what we've been seeing. So let's see what we got. We got 46.48 going through off-exchange for AMC, and EDGX is at 9.48 for grand total 55.96. That is definitely low volume going through that off-exchange by almost 10% from what I would expect to see so far for the day. Also note, CHX has about 2,000 shares having gone through it for the day today so far. Taking a look at off exchange for Ape, we have 57.38 and 7.18 for EDGX, giving us a grand total of 64.56. That's actually looking like a pretty normal day to me. CHX has approximately 7,000 shares going through it. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 494,000 shares that were having been borrowed for the day so far. It's now a return of 287,000. It's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.11%. Cost of bar average is at 27.42. And shares on loan for the day today is at 184.99 million shares. That is down day over day by 300,000 shares. I'm estimating about 100,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was a return of 124,000 shares. It's now 237. And that's not really going to have much of an impact on the estimated short share interest. The free float sitting at 7.14%. Cost per hour average at 7.78. Shares on loan is at 27.59 million shares. Day over day, that's a return of 1.1 million shares. And all of that's in short interest. Obviously, as price is running down, they close short interest. It happens. Taking a look at options. Largest amount of options at a $6 strike for the day today is we had 13.2 thousand contracts at 6 for a strike. It is now 16,000 contracts at 6. At $5.50, we had an hour ago we had 36.8 thousand contracts, and now it's 38,000 contracts. So market's still kind of indicating a closing price on AMC somewhere between $5.50 and $6. But there is a 2-to-1 ratio, more than a 2-to-1, slightly more than 2-to-1 ratio on more put volume than call volume for the day today. Taking a look at combined price of AMC and Ape. I know there's a lot of really funky looking lines on here, so I'm going to kind of clean this up just a little bit. I'm going to get rid of some of the numbers or some of the lines that I've drawn on from today, because the one main number that I want you to see, or the three main lines, I'll just keep adding whatever, is the ascending broadening wedge that occurred at the end of the day yesterday. Now, due to CPI numbers kind of coming out and kind of mucking up the whole market, this did drop way further than it should have. It should have only gone down to about 743. But it immediately corrected at market open and then finally started looking normal again. The signal that this was creating was a signal for $7.81. We broke above that, came back down, and looks like we're kind of retesting the combined price of about 773 right now. 775-ish. So I'm going to go ahead and say this pattern, it came to fruition. And I feel like it's kind of amazing. It's only been within this last week that we're starting to see some of these patterns actually carry through to the next day. It used to be that way a long time ago, not so much until more like this last week. It does look like to me like we have a little bit of a level of support that we're kind of breaking through when we found this new bottom, but let's try to see where we're at right now. Might have a little bit of I'm not sure what's going on. Let's check this out. I'm going to need some more data to figure out where we're going here, but if I take this to let's go 10 minutes. If I take this to a 10-minute, it kind of looks a little bit like a possible flagpole and pennant situation. If it is, let me just count this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we're past that. I think we're past the flagpole pennant signals here, because we got flagpole, pennant, flagpole. I think we're passing the pennant portion of this, so we could be seeing some more downwards momentum. And I could probably draw something a little bit like this. But that is extremely I would expect to see with this far of a decreasing wedge, or a downwards pointing wedge. I would expect to see rising volume. And volume does appear to be rising. I don't know when this is going to break out. This is a very aggressive downwards trend right here that's on right now. So I need some more data to see before I'll get a better idea as to where this may be moving to. Let me just zoom out just a tad bit more. Um, and that almost printed a George W there. We were really, really close to breaking out of that. Actually, I think we did. If we can stay above this longer term trend and hold support on that line, that would be really, really good. And bounce off of it. Because you can see that there was resistance here. We broke through it, and now I think we're coming back down, and we may retest it. I think this may help me to kind of see where there might be a breakthrough point right here. Like you might see this drop back down, and you might see some consolidation, and then the actual breakout, leaving out just the tip here, where this may become a level of support now, where price comes back down and kind of consolidates out in here, meets this level of support, meeting the level of resistance, and then maybe breaking out upwards here out of this. So we'll see if that pans out. Orders by Fidelity customers. Just looking for Ape, AMC, and GME. GME and Ape or AMC are the only two that are on the list here. We've got GME first on the list with a 68% buy. Now let's just call it 69% buy, nice, to 31% sale ratio. AMC's got a very healthy 75% to 25% buy sell ratio. Looking very, very, very strong on buy sell ratios. Even as price was moving up, which is great. We haven't seen that in a while where we've had buying pressure going up. Taking a look at SSR, we would have tripped today at $5.27 for AMC and at 1.476 today on Ape. However, that may be rounded up to 1.48 because they did bounce off of 1.48. SSR was already tripped from yesterday on Ape, and it appears that it's tripped again today, but I'm going to have to look up a web page to see if that's the case or not for real. For reals. Phil for reals. Only returns so far in the ETFs in the last couple hours here. We did have one share that was returned right here. Wow, I don't know that I've ever seen one share returned back as available shares to be borrowed, but it got borrowed at a 20.8% fee. Wow, what is up with that one single share return and then somebody decided we need that share. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Wow. I used to do that all the time. My son got me into doing that. McConaughey or whatever his name is. Wow. Let's see here. What do we got going on in the market? NASDAQ up 0.84, Dow Jones is up 1.81, S&P 500 up 1.39. We have 4,092 advancers to 2,658 advancers. The market's decided that it wants to head the other direction, bringing the VIX down 5.03%. The PPT to the rescue. Oh man, like I told you guys, I said I thought there might be one last little rundown here before we come up to my box and then perhaps maybe breaking out somewhere in here, but I don't know. We'll see. I have a feeling that I might end up having to push this box out into past the election, past primaries or whatever the heck they're called, the voting, whatever you do when you vote, that stupid junk. I'm kidding. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. VTI is up 1.35. It's not primaries. I don't even know what it's called. What is it called? It's called midterms. I don't know why I couldn't come up with the name. VTI is up 1.29. IWD is up 1.76. Tesla is up 0.15. Amazon is down 1.84. Cinemark is down 1.77. Doge is down 2.57. Bitcoin is down 1.12. GME is up zero point 0.1. HYMC is down 0.45. Hood is down 0.66. NCMI is up 8.95. Ape is up 3.66. And AMC is up 1.54. Taking a look at Ape, we currently have more outflow than inflow by about $600,000. And let's see what we got going on here. Hold up one second. Let's see, 20 minutes. Gotta erase my numbers. We've traded for 175 minutes so far for the day today. 20.47 million shares traded on AMC, putting us on a pace for 45.6 million shares traded by the end of the day. I'm almost certain I'm going to be low on my prediction from 10 to 30 million shares for the day today. But pre-market wasn't suggesting there was going to be any kind of large amounts of volume for the day today. So I don't mind being low. I hate being high on volume predictions. Taking a look at the 1 hour, there's a reason for that. For any of you guys who understand, what my selling strategy is, and if you understand what that means and why it's so important to know what the volume is going to look like for the day, under predicting than over predicting is always a better thing to do, because as soon as the market opens and proves the under prediction wrong, it's very simple to see and quite obvious. So it's way better to be assuming that volume is going to be lower than it is higher. Just throwing that out there because I don't know that I've ever explained that before, but looking at Vortex indicator on the hourly for AMC, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.17, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.78, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence that occurred within the last 10 minutes or so. RSI at 47.71, which is slightly below average. We never On a 5-minute interval, we did hit the top of the Bollinger Band right here, and we kind of came back down a little bit. Never really hit the Bollinger Band, but managed to kind of cool off enough to where price did move through the simple moving average. It's kind of unusual, I feel, a little, but we may see a reversal on this. It's hard to say. Taking a look at Ape, 11.41. Oh, sorry. Almost equal amounts of inflow versus outflow, just slightly higher outflow. 11.41 million shares traded after 177 minutes of trading, with that putting us on a pace of 25.14 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in pre-market I upped the numbers a little bit to 10 to 30 million shares for the day, as we did see pre-market volume that was signaling for abnormally larger amounts of volume compared to the 11 million that we've been seeing lately. Yesterday we saw just a fraction higher than 25 million shares traded, and I figured it was going to be about the same today to slightly lower. Taking a look at the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.95, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.89, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.08, which is slightly above average. All right, made it just in time to be able to get out to break here. Let me take you guys back to the other screen. Make sure the ape is set up here so you guys can see it. It looks pretty good. Good. All right, so It looks like we reset a synthetic price failure on both. We did not. I'm not going to count this. AMC did not reset a synthetic price failure. It made it to 628. Synthetic price failure was 629. I'm not going to count it. Let me just make sure that's the case. Yeah, I'm not counting that. It was close, but it didn't happen. Ape, on the other hand, did reset synthetic price failure when it broke $1.70. When it broke $1.70, it definitely was uh, enough for it to be a reset. So 185 is the top now. A synthetic price failure occurs at about 1.19% down from 148, from $1.48 to $1.85. That's a 25% increase in price. Some of our other increases in prices that we've seen from the past have been anywhere from 31% to 48%. So I think we have some more top on this to go before we might see another failure in a failure in price, a synthetic failure. Alrighty, let's see what you guys are saying. Have you ever heard of a squid tree hugger? No. Jeff, that is correct. It reset at 1.7. That's what I got. ABC says, Casey, I think I found potential evidence that Atomare may be currently selling Ape daily in small amounts. Look at the trend on iBorrow. You see a sudden spike, a daily spike of millions of shares available to borrow. Where am I looking at? At iBorrow. Actually, that was a link that I think that was given to me just a little bit ago. If I'm not mistaken, from Sean. And when I looked at it earlier, yeah, iBorrowdesk, he was pulling up on there. It said 10 million shares that were available to borrow, and almost 9 million shares of those disappeared. But I don't remember if I was looking at AMC or Ape at the time. I don't use iBorrowdesk very much, ABC. Every time synthetic price failure reaches a bottom and then heads up at least 15%, it resets the failure points that where price could potentially move back down to, or it sets the ability up for there to be newer lows to be achieved before you could see potential turnaround points. So it means you're basically tracking newer highs or you're tracking new lows, one of the two. It's not meant to tell you, what it is you're going to be tracking. It's just that you know that you've hit a reversal at that point. Essentially, you've hit some kind of bottom where you're going to start seeing price moving upwards, and there's no way of knowing exactly how far up it's going to go, but you know that you've got a reversal on your hands, essentially. Harry Parrott says anybody could put out shares to borrow. Yeah, what he's talking about though, and then I looked at earlier this morning is it and I'm not sure again if it was AMC or Ape, but there was like quite a few different days where there was millions of shares to borrow and then not. Who is propping up this market? If there's anybody, Wade, it would be PPT. Captain Awesome says, I was following the flight maps when that was going on. It would seem that he was meeting with a M&T Bank Corps rep. Only their planes were together in a Finland landing strip. Very sus. Yeah, I think maybe that's what it was, Captain. There was something very, very strange happening at that time. I don't remember what it was. I remember something else was happening. I don't remember. I'd have to go back in history and look, but I remember something what seemed like a really big event to me was happening, and everybody was paying attention to the fire, and I was like, dude, but this is happening. Why is this not a story? Like nobody's talking about this. It was a major, major Kansas City shuffle, man. Yeah, it's definitely. I don't disagree, ABC. Dr. Zeno says, "Look, man, it's fairly certain about that World War I was an attempt to divert us from our AMC shares." All right, I got to go to break, guys. Let me make sure the charts are set up just right here for you guys for your viewing pleasure. And I'm gonna leave you guys to go on break until about I'm gonna go to 12:20. I know I'm gonna send a message real quick here to Pantheon, but I'm gonna tell them 12:20. All right, I'm gonna head out to break, guys. And I feel lucky, Pantheon. I get the opportunity to be able to host Pantheon to come on and talk about us putting in some comments again on some of the different NSCC. I don't know if I don't remember which ones are the ones that they. Hold on, let me look and see what it was they put in here. I don't know if they were NSCC filings or what they were, but hold on a second. Let me see what he put. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know which filings they were, but they were filings that were proposed rules that ended up having comments being deleted or due to some kind of bug or error that they're now giving us a chance to re-talk about. So I'll let Pantheon come on then, and man, it's really cool, man. We get to talk to him again. So see you guys in a bit.
Are you ready to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. Go premium now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love Upbeat? Upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month to get unlimited downloads, premium tracks, and whitelist your YouTube channel. Unleash your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Sorry about that. I'm back. Just going through there, just checking to see how the test run there of mod 2.0 worked out, and I saw Larry's question real quick there at the very just before I had left, where he said something about I don't remember what it was. He said something. He said I don't remember what it was. He said something about um, I don't remember what it was. I was going through and reading some of the stuff, but I could see why he was giving him the big old the boot. I'll let you guys police it. You know, if you think somebody's here just to harass, then that is one of the rules, and that does definitely look like he was definitely trying to harass everybody here. I don't know what the deal was. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on. Keto Genesis Incorporated, which is not the same keto that I have as a my normal keto. I don't know if this must be keto on a different account here. It says I like the jams. Well, everybody kind of wanted a little bit of a change, and so I threw that on there. Let's go run through the numbers real quick here, guys. I'm gonna switch over to the other screen here, and I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Just because I'm gonna get Pantheon in here real quick, and I want to try to run through these numbers as fast as possible so I can get them here timely when I hit suggested for a time frame. Let's take a look here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it's always a great way to have a second way to protect yourself from having somebody get into your account. And while you're setting up, make sure you have a secondary phone number set up so that in case something happens to your primary phone number, you can always send that code to a second phone. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Off exchange. As of an hour ago, AMC was at 46.48 and EDGX at 9.48. The numbers are currently showing up as 47.6. This is much lower volume today going through the off exchange. EDGX at 9.26. For grand total 56.86. That's about 10% lower than what I would expect by this time of the day normally. And CHX has about 2,876 shares trading through it so far. Taking a look at Ape, 57.6 going through the off exchange. Let me just refresh that one more time. Yeah, 57.64. EDGX at 6.96. For grand total 64.6. That's pretty close to what I would expect by this time of the afternoon. CHX has about 7,000 shares having been traded through there. Going to Ortex. Earlier, an hour ago, we had about 287,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's now 471,000 shares. That's going to slightly decrease the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.1, cost per average at 27.18. Shares on loan for the day today is at 184.99 million shares. That's 300 shares less day over day in what was on loan. 100,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 237,000 shares having been. Oh, hold on one second, guys. That's about. Actually, I don't even know what I was saying. I lost my spot. What was I saying? Oh yeah. 237,000 shares is what's been showing is showing up currently as being borrowed or returned, I should say. It's going to put the estimated short share interest of the free float at 7.14%. Cost per average at 7.78%. Shares on loans at 27.59 million shares. Day over day, that's a decrease of 1.1 million shares. All of that in short interest. And let's see here. 1 second. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of options for calls is a strike price of 6.5. It was $6 an hour ago with 16,000 contracts at 6.5. There's 18.2. For puts, hold on a second, guys. For puts, the highest amount of volume is at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago, it was 38,000 contracts. It's now 36.6. Looks like somebody's been closing out some positions. I'm starting to wonder if I read that correctly or not, but I mean, that might be the first time I've ever seen puts that are out of the money actually close out in the middle of a day. Kind of makes me wonder if I misread that earlier. I don't know. I can't say that I've honestly ever seen that before. Kind of weird. Anyways, let's see what we got going on here. The combined price of AMC and Ape currently at $7.82, and it's rising at this time. Price did not make it down to where I had thought it might make it to and consolidate and then break out going up. It actually broke out earlier than that, leading me to believe that there's some kind of level of perhaps a support line that's like kind of in this area right in here that I just didn't see. And it's going back to test 788 to try to break through $7.88. One thing I haven't looked at yet today for the day-to-day is this chart right here. I love this chart. I think this is a kind of a cool chart because it shows you when there's a little bit of extracurricular activity happening in the market. And if you take a look at some of these stocks in here, were they doing the same exact thing at the same exact time of the day? And there are some abnormalities in here, but not too many. Looks like everything's kind of trading the same exact direction. AMC is the dark blue line at the bottom down here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, GME, and Ape are the only three that I'm looking for. GME is the only one on the list right now. AMC had good buy-sell ratios earlier. I'm sure Ape has good ones as well, but so far it seems like a lot of other stocks just have a lot more orders going through. GME's got a 68, 30, 32% buy-sell ratio, so it's looking pretty strong. We're buying not only the dips, but we're starting to buy the rips too. SSR's trigger price is $5.27. Did not trigger yet for the day-to-day, but Ape did. I'm pretty sure Ape has triggered. I've got to verify that, which I'll probably do at the end of the day today, because I don't usually do too much anything other than respond to things on my breaks. But trigger price was 527 for AMC. Ape was supposed to be at 1.476 if it rounds up. It did make it to 148. It may have tripped. There is 0 shares available to borrow right now. And none that have been borrowed within the last hour. Only returns have been coming into the ETFs. And last seen fees were at 20.8%. NASDAQ is up 2.15. Dow Jones is up 2.78. The S&P 500 is up 2.49. We currently have 4,849 advancers to 1,951 decliners. This market is cooking with bacon grease because it looks nice and tasty. Taking a look at the VIX, it is down 5.6%. You can go ahead and say thank you, PPT, for that nice little push down there. VTI is up 2.4, IWD is up 2.74, Tesla is up 2.12, Amazon is down 0.6, Cinemark is down 1.38, Doge is down 1.04, Bitcoin is down 0.13, but it's back up to 19.1. GME is up 1.85, HYMC up 1.08, Hood is up 2.25, NCMI is up 7.92, Ape is up 7.99, and AMC is up 3.58. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is currently showing about $600,000 more in outflow than inflow for the day today with, let's see what kind of pace we're on here. After 242 minutes of trading, we're on pace for 37.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's actually they've really kind of kicked the balls out of the volume. I was thinking for a while there that there was a chance that we might not hit 10 to 30 million, which was my volume prediction for the day today, but they've really managed to knock that volume down quite a bit. We might actually do 10 to 30 million shares in volume for the day today. Take a look at the 1 hour. We've got more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 54.55, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 59.19, which is above average. And a 5-minute interval, there's been a big divergence again on buying versus selling with more buying pressure. RSI at 58.76, which is above average. Taking a look at Ape, so far for the day today, we've got $100,000 more in outflow than inflow. 13.11 million shares traded so far after 243 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 21 million shares by the end of the day. I suggested in pre-market 10 to 30 million shares, but said that there was a chance we might see something really close to what we had in volume yesterday or slightly lower, and it's actually surpassing that a little bit and looking like it's going to end up being a little bit lower than I would have expected, but still within that 10 to 30 range. On the hourly, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.06, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.14, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, way more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.5, which is also above average. Taking a look at where we may be heading to. Let's see if I can draw something up here on each one of these. Let me start with Ape. This may be on ascending parallel channel, but let me just check and see if that's the case. I feel like it is. We'll see if it bounces through. If it comes through the top here, that may not be the case. We'll kind of watch it though. I feel like I do have a touching point here, a touching point back here, and we'll see if it breaks through here or not. Oh, yeah, yeah. Ascending parallel channel potentially, which is bearish when it breaks out of it. We'll have to watch this point right here. I mean, it's like right on the hairy edge. And volatility is really high, so it may actually tend to break through, but we'll see. On AMC, let's see what we got going on here. We did hit this signal, this pattern completed. I'm going to wipe this out. I see a good level of support here. What I'd like to see have happen, and it's going to have to get there first, but I see a bullish triangle kind of forming with this blue line right here at 629, and I said that we did not hit a synthetic price failure reset. And in order for us to do that, we would have to break pretty solidly past $6.29. What I'd like to see have happen is perhaps consolidation, upwards consolidation, up into this box here and then finally breaking through. But in order for that to happen, you'd have to see price run up. I would suggest touching 629-ish once, maybe twice more, and then finally breaking through. And we're quite a bit ways down from that for that to happen. So we'll see. It may be that I do see this level of support here, though, for sure. And we'll see if we break through that going down, or if we're managed to continuously build up here and test 629 at least once or twice more here. And with that, it's time to get over to the back. I'm actually going to go to a different spot. I'm going to actually go to the interview room. I'm going to transfer Pantheon over to the interview room. Head in there real quick. And Pantheon, how you doing, man?
Hey, Casey, can you hear me?
I can, but let me make sure everybody else can hear you. Go ahead and keep speaking real quick.
Good morning, everybody, at least where I'm at. Good afternoon to those on the East Coast.
You sound a little congested. You all right?
No, I'm good. Is that better?
No, you're fine. I mean, it sounded like you might have had a little congestion or something going on. Maybe you guys got a little allergy season going on right now, and who knows? I don't know.
Nope, I have no allergies. No, I'm not sick. Nothing. I'm good to go.
Awesome. All right. Well, I got you on
Just need
here.
more energy.
More energy. Uh-oh.
So yeah, this is going to take a little bit to go through, but I would like to just kind of do it interactive with you. Is that cool?
Absolutely. How do we do it interactive? You want me to do it on the screen? Put something.
Well, if you could, it would be really great if you could pull up the SEC proposed rules site so we could show everybody right off the bat how to find it, how to comment, and then we can go through rule by rule the key points so people can have a starting understanding, and then they can find themselves how to read the rest of this stuff.
Not a problem pulling it up right now. Is that one of the links that you already sent to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'll just go to that. That'll be easier than me searching it out. Let me see real quick here. Hold on a second.
It's the second of 3 links that was sent yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Okay. All right, so I'm going to put that up on the screen. It's going to be a little, let me just make sure it looks okay here. Yeah, it looks good. It's going to have a little bit of a cut in the page there a little bit, but it's not bad. So I'm on the SEC proposed rules page now for 2022.
That looks great. Yeah, that looks really good. Okay, so for everybody, by now I would assume most people would be familiar with how to find SEC proposed rules and how to comment on them, at least because people like Big M's and Boss and others, and I'm sure you have too, and Tony, lots of people have talked about this stuff, but we can just do a real quick breakdown. If you just go to, not you, Casey, but for anybody else, if you just go to Google and type in SEC proposed rules, you're going to get the site that you see right in front of you. It'll be the first link that shows up. And you can see they've got under the dated portion, you can go under 4th quarter, 3rd quarter, 2nd quarter, 1st quarter, and then you can go back as the 1988 through 1994 proposed rules, but we care about the stuff that's current. And when something new hits the register, this is where they post it. And this is where we can submit comments on specific rules. Now hold this screen for a second. We're going to click on something in a second here, but there was a new release put out on Friday and on just last week. And what they've come out with, now guys, I'm not an SEC lover. I'm not a Gary Gensler lover. I'm just going to give you the facts here. Okay. What the SEC has reported is that they're reopening 11 previous proposed rule making releases, and they've thrown out a new 12th one they want new comments on as well. And the reason they've done this, actually, Casey, if you want to scroll down a little bit more, there's a press release after where it says submit comments, that whole list of 12 items. You could just pull that up. I'm going to talk about that quickly now. Yeah, it says see under press release. There you go, 2022 - perfect. So we're gonna take a look at that first, guys. I'm not going to read the whole thing in depth, but we'll go through a bit of it. The Securities and Exchange Commission reopened last Friday public comments for 11 commission rulemaking releases and 1 request for comment due to a technological error that resulted in a number of public comments submitted through the Commission's own internet comment form not being received by the Commission. So I had this conversation with a good friend of mine yesterday. And by the way, I also brought this up at the end of Mr. Boss Blunts' show yesterday as well. So we threw it out there, but I didn't get a chance to, well, I didn't take the time to go through them in real depth, right? So I think it's good today to have a little bit of a conversation about what each of these rules are to give you guys a little bit of a background. But what the SEC is saying, and I had a conversation with a good friend yesterday about this, is that the SEC is saying we didn't receive all of the public comments that we've asked you guys to go. And as you can see, if you scroll down a little bit, there's a section called affected releases. And there's 12 items listed that are the affected proposed rules that the SEC is saying we don't have public comments on. And there's dates on these. So the first one, reporting of securities loans, was originally December 8th, 2021. We're coming up to pretty close to 10, 11 months now, where they have realized, how did this just happen? Now they've realized now, I can't answer that. But they are admitting that they don't have all the public comments and they would like to re-engage with the public. These are going to be available for 14 days from last Friday. So we're in the window now. We've got less than 14 days to get in here and add public comments to all of these different items. Some of them were from 2021 and throughout 2022. Now, someone's going to, a friend of mine yesterday said, BS. This is all, who cares? They don't want to listen to us anyways. Guys, if they didn't want to listen to us, and I'm not loving the SEC, okay? But if they didn't want our comments, they would have just ignored the fact that not everything came through, and they would have put through whatever they wanted. They have stepped back. And when I start explaining to some of you guys what some of these items are, you're going to say, damn, because some of these are not favorable to hedge funds and market makers, okay? Some of these are good for our retail. And I'm also going to take it back a step. Over the last year, you guys have heard a bunch of people on YouTube bringing up new SEC proposed rules. The DD's never done, guys. When these proposed rules come up and we get on there and we comment, and Bigums was big on it, and Boss and Tony and Casey, myself, when these things then come and go, people would say, well, nothing happened. Well, I'm showing you guys why nothing happened. Nothing happened because they're realizing they didn't get all the comments that they thought they had. The system apparently had some kind of problem. Well, you guys are my friends. I talked to a friend here in my personal life, sub as the boss. Yes, I am watching the comment section. So what happened was that they didn't get all the comments. Now, if they didn't get all the comments and they didn't care what we had to say, they just wouldn't have reissued all of these for new public comments. Now, I'm not saying they're on our side. I'm not saying they're the greatest thing since Swiss cheese. I'm not making stupid hand gestures over my eyes and making funny sounds. What I am saying is that this information, they're coming to us and saying, give us what you have for comments. That is a positive sign. And we should take advantage of that situation. And we should strongly and kindly and professionally, without swearing, we should get in here and we should make as many public comments. And KC, you've got 295 people that I can see currently watching right now. If we had 295 people jump into all of these 12 items and add comments, I'd be a hell of a start, right?
Yeah.
And Boss had like 1,000 people yesterday, and I'm hoping that maybe I inspired a few people to jump in and make comments. And I threw it on Twitter as well. So let's, if I can, Casey, I'd like to go through some of these items, and it's going to take more than 15 minutes. So if you need to stop me and go through the numbers and have us come back, I'm cool with that, if that's okay with you.
I will do that if you need a break, but I would rather go through this than do numbers because I think this is more important.
I'm ready to go. I've got everything set up and ready to go.
Then
okay?
let's get it on.
All right. So we can just leave the screen on this part, or if you want to take one click back to the actual proposed rule site, I think it's important for us to show everybody, if they've never done this, how easy it is to add a comment.
Mm-hmm. Do you want me to go specifically to any which one, or?
Doesn't matter, because the information of what they are is not listed. I'm going to help show people, but under this same exact item, you'll see submit comments, and there's 12 of them in a row. Mm-hmm. You can click on any one of these. So when you guys go to proposed rules on the SEC site, there will, when it's open for public comment section, it'll have a link that Casey just clicked that says to make your public comments. This is the form that shows up. Now, this form doesn't have the information. It's got the title, but it doesn't break down what it is. There's other fact sheets and entire 100-page plus sometimes filings that describes an information what it is that we're commenting on. So you would have read that information first, and then you would click on the link you just did, and you'd scroll down. And don't feel anything in, Casey, because sometimes I saw CSI do this once, and it pre-populated all of his information by accident. Yeah, but you put all your personal information in that. I'm not making fun of CSI. I just saw it happen one day.
No, yeah. Thank you.
But I saw a bunch of information. Like, you fill all your personal information in, and then in that last box you've got on the screen, it says comments. That's where you write in specifically what it is you want to say about this, right? And I'm not going to write that for everybody and hand it out, and we end up with 200 of the exact same comment. They'll just throw them out. But what you need to do is understand what it is, and then hopefully make a nice professional comment about how this is good for retail. The fact that hedge funds, etc., are fighting this shows that it's something that helps correct the imbalance, whatever you want to say. Okay, and it's good if you can quote something within the actual document. Now, within this section, guys, when you see rules, when people make comments, those stay in the register. And you can actually, while it's in live comment period, you can actually see what other people are commenting. So you can see somebody from Goldman Sachs or somebody from Citadel has come in, put their name in, their title, their company, and actually wrote how this is bad for them because it's onerous reporting, or it's something onerous that they have to do. And they're going to pass those costs back to retail, blah, blah, blah. And you can also see good comments from other retail people who are making great points, right? So if you want to get a feel for what people are saying, you can actually click in there and actually see, and you guys will see it when you go to the comments, what other people have previously written. Okay, now having said all that, if we can go back to just the main proposed rules page, and I've actually pulled up press releases and fact sheets for all of these. I'm not going to send you all these links, Casey. It'll just become way too much. But I'd like to just kind of talk through this. Or if you want to click on the press release number 2022-186 at the bottom of this item, that might be easier because it has the list broken down by titles. And I'm going to go through them in that order. And I won't go, this won't be 45 minutes for every single one. I'm just going to give you guys the start, right?
Too long, didn't read. Got it.
Yeah. And some of the stuff you guys have heard people talk about, right? But number one, reporting of securities loans. And that was first issued December 8th, 2021. Okay. So this is where the SEC is, and by the way, the title they put here doesn't always reflect the title that they use on the information sheets. So the way you can check this is you'll see here it says release number 34-93613. So what I do is I like to type into a Google search, if I can't find it on the proposed rules, SEC proposed rule 34-93613, and boom, everything will pop up for me on a Google search. It's a cheat way if you don't want to have to navigate through the SEC site. So having said that, this first rule is regarding short sale disclosure. So when we go through these, you guys are going to listen to me and go, that sounds like something I'd like to be approved. I think so too. SEC proposes short sale disclosure rule, order making requirement, and CAT amendments. CAT's the Consolidated Audit Trail. Remember, that's the one Biggums was talking about, was supposed to be activated July 10th and got punted back for a year. Okay. So this is where the Securities and Exchange Commission is voted to propose changes that would provide greater transparency to investors and regulators by increasing the public availability of short sale related data. That's exactly what we want. New Exchange Act Rule 13F-2 and the corresponding form show, the red show people talk about, would require certain institutional investment managers to report short sale related information to the Commission on a monthly basis. The Commission then would make aggregate data about large short positions, including daily short sale activity data, available for the public for each individual security. This is about making, again, aggregate large data about large short positions available to the public. Now, the hedge funds will say, no, we don't want that because that puts us at a disadvantage. If people know we're shorting, they're going to catch us. Well, That's the risk of shorting, in my opinion. I don't think shorting's a bad thing as an act, but when you predatorily go after companies to take them to zero to keep all of your capital gains and your ill-gotten gains tax-free, that's not the way that was intended to be done. And this would help open the window, not necessarily just to retail, but it would give the SEC the information. Now, whether you think they're going to do anything with it, that's up to you to decide that. But this would give the SEC the information they currently don't have. And as we saw in 2008, and as Boss Blunt showed with the Thomas Petterfly interview that he showed a couple of videos ago, these guys were freaking out back in January 2021. They were freaking out because they didn't even know how big the problem was. They had to rely on these hedge funds to tell them, right? So when they started putting in these breaks in the purchasing and put them on position close only, that's partly because they didn't even know how bad the problem was. Okay, and this is going to help the SEC know what these problems are before they come. That's a theme you're going to see throughout most of these 12 rules. So that's the nuts and bolts of the first one. Let's jump to the second one. Prohibition against fraud, manipulation, or deception in connection with security-based swaps. So what we have here is the Securities and Exchange Commission reproposed new Exchange Act Rule 9J-1 to prevent fraud, manipulation, and deception in connection with security-based swap transactions. This goes back to the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act of 2010, which was enacted in part to improve accountability and transparency in the financial system. Consistent with that goal, the SEC is supposed to take action to finalize its Dodd-Frank regime for security-based swaps. Remember, 2008 was all about the swap issue and among other things. These proposed rules would then address misconduct in the security-based swap market, promote compliance with the federal securities laws by the SBS entities, and increase transparency in the security-based swap market. We're on the second of these 12 items. You can see why I'm pushing this, because this is stuff that we've talked about over the last year and nothing came of it, and now they're throwing it back to us to say, please give us your comments again. We screwed up. We lost your data, right? This is a time for us to act and give the comments in. So if this
Can I stop you
rule
for just
was
1 second?
finalized, yeah, please.
So I just wanted to kind of test this out real quick because I thought this might be the case. But for any of you guys who are curious, even though he's giving you the too long didn't read, if you do want to read these things, you can just copy the number, right click on it and paste it into Google, and the very first thing that popped up for me was the PDF that went straight to the rule, the proposed rule. So just know that if you want to just go straight to this, copy these numbers and paste them into Google, you should be able to find them pretty quickly that way. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's a perfect comment. I'm looking here and I'm seeing, yes, I'm having a hard time coordinating between the titles he's mentioning and which S7 dash, but yeah, exactly, because they don't list them here. You have to use that number 34-93784, and that will tie you in through a Google search, will tie you directly to it. If you go SEC space 34-93784, this item will specifically pull up for you.
Yeah.
And I agree. Tech we love, you're 100% right. They don't make this super easy. Okay, it's a little bit of homework to find this stuff, but once you get into the theme and the how this works, it's a bit easier to kind of navigate around. Yeah. I'm just trying to give you guys the nuts and bolts of each part and why you should hear some trigger words that go, that sounds important, because most of these are important.
Yeah.
So proposed rule 15FH4C would prohibit personnel from an SBS entity from taking any action to coerce, mislead, or otherwise interfere with. So anyways, what we're talking about here is prohibiting a range of misconduct and attempted misconduct in connection with security-based swaps, and having information of that more available to the SEC so they can again see how big is the problem, right? Okay, so we'll jump on to the next one. Money market fund reforms. Okay, the Commission proposed amendments to certain rules that govern money market funds under the Investment Company Act of 1940. The proposed amendments would improve the resilience and transparency of money market funds by increasing minimum liquidity requirements to provide a more substantial buffer in the event of rapid redemptions, removing the ability of money market funds to impose liquidity fees and redemption gates when they fall below certain liquidity thresholds, which would eliminate an incentive for preemptive redemptions, requiring certain money market funds to implement swing pricing so that redeeming investors bear the liquidity costs of their redemptions, and enhancing certain reporting requirements to improve the Commission's ability to monitor and analyze money market fund data. So right off the bat, what are we talking about? Minimum liquidity requirements and the ability to impose liquidity fees and redemption gates when they fall below certain liquidity thresholds. They're concerned about a rush to the exits jumping out of these money market funds. So again, why would they be looking to set these minimum liquidity requirements to a more substantial buffer in the event of rapid redemptions? Because they know what's coming in the overall markets. Now, before anybody asks the question, what has this got to do with AMC? This has to do with the entire market structure, the stuff that KC, that Tony, that Bigham's, that Boss, that these guys talk about all the time, AB investments. What these guys talk about, this is the overall market, and this is the things that we're trying to work on. And if these are the types of proposed rules that come through, it helps us in our battle with AMC or any other meme stocks that you're a part of. So this stuff very much matters. There isn't a smoking gun on this one money market fund that's going to help AMC instantly, but this is the kind of stuff we need corrected overall in the markets for transparency and for better understanding of the people who actually do have the badges, to have the information at hand to know what it is that's going on before it happens. Okay. Can I go to the next one, Casey?
Absolutely. I'm
Number
trying
4.
to field questions in the comment section so that if you see me going back and forth, I'm just trying to help out.
Yeah, or interrupt me at any time if you have anything that needs to stop. So the next one then is share repurchase disclosure modernization. Okay. So the Securities and Exchange Commission is proposing amendments to modernize and improve disclosure about repurchases of an issuer's equity securities that are registered under the Securities Exchange Act of 1934. Specifically, the proposed amendments are require the issuer to provide more timely disclosure on a new Form SR regarding purchases of its equity securities for each day that it or an affiliated purchaser makes a share repurchase. Okay, so it's about share repurchasing from companies, basically. Okay, don't worry about this one. Just wanted to throw that out there. The next one is the big one, the big one, where we will not eat the bugs. Okay, short position and short activity reporting by institutional investment managers. And they also notice they reference a text in the proposed amendments to the National Market System Plan governing the Consolidated Audit Trail, the CAT system, for the purposes of short sale related data collection. Ooh, that sounds like an important one, and it absolutely is.
Mm-hmm.
So the Securities and Exchange Commission on this one's proposing the new Rule 13F-2 and amendments to Regulation Show and CAT to increase market transparency regarding short selling. If I stopped at that line, that's enough for you to say, I want this rule in. May I continue? Under the proposed changes, market participants would be required to collect and submit certain short sale related data to the SEC on a monthly basis. The commission would then make aggregate data about large short, sounds familiar like a previous one, right? About large short positions, including daily short sale activity data available to the public for each individual security. The proposed changes would fulfill Congress's mandate under Section 13F2 of the Securities Exchange Act, added under Section 929X of the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, to prescribe rules to make certain short sale data publicly available. Dodd-Frank, guys, was a long time ago, and they're still trying to finalize these Dodd-Frank reforms that were supposed to be in a long time ago. Nevertheless, better late than never. Again, the SEC is trying to get their hands on information they don't currently have access to. And that's the big key for this, is getting that into the SEC's hands. People can say all they want. The SEC doesn't care. The SEC is not here to protect us. You guys, anyone can have their opinions on that for sure. I'm not an SEC lover. But I will say this. If the cops don't know people are speeding on Dead Man's Curve, the cops will do nothing about it. Once the cops know about it, will they do something about it? Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But if they don't know, they can't do anything about it. So they at least need to have access. And not everybody at the SEC is watching DVDs of bad things, terrible things on their computers. Not terrible things, but yeah. I
Non-work
love that.
related items.
Shout out to Edward Bridchuck. I love that guy. He exposes so much. Exposes probably the wrong word. All right, let's keep going on this one, pun intended. So it's designed to meet, again, Congress's mandate of greater market transparency by increasing the public availability of short sale related data. That's what we want. We want transparency. And that one guy who talks all the time on YouTube, he uses the transparency word like it's one thing. There's multiple reforms and proposed rules that affect transparency because it's not a one thing. It's got multiple facets to this. So we definitely want to, if you're only going to take the time to talk about one of these guys, read up about the short sale and short activity reporting. Release number 34-9341, 34-94313, and the one about the CAT trail, the Consolidated Audit Trail CAT system, 34-94314. Take a look at those, read those, and then please put in a comment about whatever your comment wants to be. I'm not here to influence you. It's an important rule, and I think everybody should take the time to comment. And again, we've got 321 people in here. I invited some think tank people. Come over. Hello, think tank. And I hope everybody takes the time to comment specifically on this one more than anything. But let's continue.
Can I make a quick comment? There's been and I actually I'm not going to single any one person out, but I really do love this community a lot, and there's some people that are actively asking people to protest. If you want a way to protest, this is it. This is it right here. This is your chance. Every single one of you people out there, every single one of you apes, you have a chance to be able to protest right here. If somebody's going to protest, this is where you need to start. You need to start saying what it is that you feel about these different rulings, and make it an opportunity for your voice to be heard, because it has to be heard. It has to be heard. When you put that comment in there, they have to recognize that you said something. And it's basically like you putting your foot down and stomping your footprint in the test of time. And like how dinosaurs have their prints in tar pits that you see millions, I don't know how many thousands of years later. And then you've got now you've got this. This is us making a footprint right here. Make your footprint in time. Let people know what it is that you want how you feel about what it is that's being said, these rulings. I know we've never ever cared about this kind of stuff before. I have never ever put in comments like before this last year and a half. I have never even looked at this stuff before. So if you want to make some kind of change or have an impact, this is it right here. This is your opportunity. Sorry.
No, perfectly said. Perfectly said. And if you guys also like listening to, and I'm going to throw some names out there, Boss Blunts, AMC Bigums. If you listen to Tony Denaro, Massalorian, these guys are on the same wavelength. I can promise you that. They're all on the same wavelength. This is important stuff for us to get in and make our voices heard, right? But pretend like you're writing something to somebody you respect in a higher position. Just pretend that for a second if you don't, and write it in a way that is professional and gets to your point, right? No obscenities, no anger. Just stick to the facts and put it out there. That's how. Otherwise, they throw them out. They don't read those kind of ones. So pretend you're writing to your lawyer and that you like your lawyer, and that's the kind of mindset you should have when you write the comment. But do please do it. This is exactly what Casey said, 100%. This is our chance to make our voices heard. And again, like my friend yesterday said to me, they don't care what I have to say. Well, then why would they reopen this for new comment section? Why would they do that? They wouldn't do it if they didn't care. If they put it out there once, they didn't have to put this out again. They're admitting there was a glitch. Whether you believe in glitches or not, it is what it is. But they're coming back to us. We've got less than 14 days now, 14 days from Friday. So please jump in there. Cybersecurity risk management. This isn't a really, really big one. What this is, I'll put it in a quick nutshell. What this one is saying is when there are cybersecurity incidents, the hedge funds or the money managers, the market makers, they have to come out and be honest and open about what the cybersecurity threat was. And where they have, if they find that there are weak spots, they have to come out and they have to explain that once they've corrected them. And basically also in their disclosures about bringing in new investors, they need to be able to be very clear about that so that it's not cloak and dagger. And a lot of these companies don't want to talk about the cybersecurity risks and identified policies because it gives other people the ability to come after them. But the reality is investors need to know whether these guys have a compromised system or whether it's airtight and what kind of problems they've had and what kind of data has been stolen in the past. People need to know that to know if they can trust their fund managers, their money managers. That's basically the nutshell for that one. Private fund advisors, big one. This is a big one.
Sorry.
Documentation of registered investment advisor compliance reviews. So private fund advisors, that's the PF forms that we talk about. Form PF, right? Now the Securities and Exchange Commission, someone's saying, what is a Form PF? I'll explain. The Securities and Exchange Commission and the Commodity Futures Trading Commission jointly proposed amendments to Form PF. It's the confidential reporting form for certain SEC registered investment advisors to private funds. This is one of the ones that these guys are fighting the most. Sorry, I just Shimmer's comment confused me. Boss is not here. I just mentioned Boss is one of the people that works with us on this stuff. Anyways, so enhanced reporting by large fund advisors on qualifying hedge funds, enhanced reporting on basic information about advisors and the private funds they advise, enhanced reporting concerning hedge funds, amend how advisors report complex structures, and to remove aggregate reporting for large hedge fund advisors. This is forcing the hedge fund advisors who are required to send the Form PF document to the SEC to provide much more information about what they're doing, how much, basically private equity funds, liquidity funds, hedge funds. These are the kind of guys that have to supply documents back through Form PF. And it would enhance the FSOC's ability to monitor systemic risk and bolster the SEC's regulatory oversight of private fund advisors. There's a special Form PF they fill out that doesn't have as much information as what the SEC needs to be able to know if there's going to be a problem before it happens, right? This changes that. And basically the number of private funds, increased 55% as of the third quarter of 2021. So a lot of these entities are changing themselves into private funds. Now, why are they doing that? Because the reporting requirements are less than if you aren't a private fund. Right? And once you do that, now you don't have to report as much information. And that's what they're changing. They're saying, if you guys are going to swap from here to here, we're going to bring the rules over to the second part so that you still have to give us all the information we didn't have. So experience with the Form PF data also identified potential ways to improve data quality, including when existing reporting may not identify fully potential risks, such as in the reporting of certain master feeder arrangements. This opens up the book to a lot of information that these hedge funds do not want anybody to have access to. And they are fighting this one tooth and nail, and they've reopened it for public comment. Super, super important to look at. Make your opinion of what you think the stance should be and provide your comment, whatever your comment may be. Did you have something to throw in, Casey?
Not to this, but I do want to mention that somebody asked a question about what about commenting from outside the country, and I was kind of thinking about that in my head, and I was trying to, I'll say you this. One of my more favorite interviews that I've ever had was with one of my moderators before, who's outside this country, and one of my questions that was my most favorite question to him was why did you choose to buy AMC? And he said because he felt he had a chance to be a part of something that was going to change our or help to change our markets. Because whenever our markets get screwed up, it screws everybody else's markets up as well. And so the impact of what the things that happen over here in the U.S. impacts people in other countries. And I never really thought about it like that before, even though it's really, really true. And so I would say, even if you're outside the country, I would go ahead and make a comment, and you could even make a comment and say that as a investor outside of the U.S. in the U.S. market, I understand the implications of what it is that these rules have for the future of the economy around the world. So let them know that people from the outside care, that they care about what's happening on the inside of the U.S. because it matters. It really does. Sorry, I keep going on soapboxes.
No, this is good. This is great. And I don't live in the USA, and I can absolutely comment on the SEC site. My comment is just as valuable as anybody else's. I can invest in stocks on the NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange. I should be able to comment on the regulatory oversight of those stocks.
I agree.
So please, everybody, it doesn't matter where you are. If you own AMC stock, you have the right to comment. And the website allows it. It doesn't restrict you if you're not in the USA. So again, this proposal would remove duplicate questions, not a big deal, but require more detailed information about hedge fund investment strategies, counterparty exposures, and trading and clearing mechanisms. And I want to say hi to Martin, who's in the comments too. Okay, the Form PF one, that's a big one. Private fund advisors, Form PF, all the same thing. Private fund PF, there you go. The next one, I'm going to skip the enhancement and standardization of climate-related disclosures. I'm not going to talk about that. Let's move on to special purchase acquisition shell. This is an interesting one.
Wait, come on, man.
You're killing me, Smalls.
Don't you believe in global warming? Come on, man. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Good. I'm just teasing. I'm teasing.
Oy. Ay.
No, I'm totally teasing, man. I'm totally teasing. Skip it.
Yeah. If you're only want to write into 10 of these comments, that one at number 11, I would say, yeah. But okay.
I mean,
not that I don't believe in it.
I mean, look, if we're gonna do CBDC in the future, right? Like, and yet we're gonna sit there and complain about how much energy or resources we're using energy wise in the world. Well, how much do you think a CBDC is gonna use? Because I don't actually. They probably won't be able to mine it. I don't know. Never mind. Off topic. Keep going. Next.
Yeah. Well, when they all fly their private jets into Switzerland for their little conferences, I wonder about how much that. Moving on. Hi, Diaz.
Yeah.
Okay. Move on to special purchase acquisition shell. So the Securities and Exchange Commission proposed rules and amendments regarding special purchase acquisition companies, SPACs, or SPACs, shell companies, and projections disclosure. The proposed new rules and amendments would, among other things, enhance disclosures and provide additional investor protections in the SPAC, initial public offerings, and in business combination transactions between the SPACs and the private operating companies. Address treatment under the Securities Act of 1933 of business combination transactions involving a reporting shell company, and amend the financial statement requirements applicable to transactions involving shell companies. Provide additional guidance on the use of projections in SEC filings to address concerns about their reliability and assist the SPACs in assessing when they may be subject to regulation under the Investment Company Act of 1940. So, what the hell are you talking about, Pantheon? Guys, the same thing with ATS, alternative trading systems, right? Or dark pools, right? Is a form of them. What these guys do is they go through the Investment Company Act of 1940 and the Securities Act of 1933. These are always getting updated, and they find ways around it. So, I'm a communication protocol system. I'm not actually an investment manager. Therefore, I don't have to provide you the information that everybody else does, because your regulations don't cover communication protocol systems. Guess what a communication protocol system is? Citadel Connect, their dark pool. That is a communication protocol system. It does not fall under the definition of the SEC's dark pools. So therefore, it doesn't have to fulfill any of the reporting requirements. This is what these guys do. They look at the rules, they find a way through the rule, and it might be as simple as just changing the name of what you're doing, and therefore it doesn't fit the definition. So these guys are the SEC is trying to broaden these definitions to not be so inclusive, so that these guys can't play these little games and call themselves different names to avoid the regulations that are already there.
Yeah.
So people have to understand sometimes the regulations are there, but these guys they got the smartest freaking lawyers and they find ways to get around it by just simple changes of, I'm not a YouTuber, so therefore I don't have to fulfill YouTube's policies. If you could actually find a way to do that, then boom, you could say anything you want and they can't do anything. Of course, that's not possible, but I'm just making an example for you guys. So, what this is doing is basically saying the special purchase acquisition companies, SPACs, shell companies, these guys don't fall under the same requirements as anybody else. Again, it's a little twist of what they're doing the same stuff, but they twist what they're called, right? That's what this is trying to pull back into alignment so that the SEC can actually get the information. Sometimes they're busy watching people doing stuff on DVDs. Other times they just don't have the information, right? And I'm just being fair about it.
I may be sleeping on the job here, but I just want to throw this out here for any of you guys who don't quite know this. But what that is a SPAC, right? You guys have probably heard it called a SPAC before. These are SPACs. And a long, long time ago, when I first started doing some of these live streams, I was showing you guys SPACs that were being created on a constant basis, and money being absolutely like just shoveled into these SPACs. And then when you start to look into the SPACs and trying to see, who they belong to, who's running them, and the connections that they have, it got to the point to where I was just diving down so many rabbit holes that I was like, I just can't do this anymore. So I stopped. But it's ridiculous. These SPACs are absolutely ridiculous.
100%. Okay. Let's go on to another fun one. Investment company names. So you look at that title and you think, this investment company names, what kind of a big deal is that? This is a really interesting one. The Securities and Exchange Commission proposed amendments to Rule 35D1 under the Investment Company Act of 1940, the fund names rule. Under this section called names rule in the Investment Company Act of 1940, they're now going to look to improve and expand the current requirement for certain funds to adopt a policy to invest at least 80% of their assets in accordance with the investment focus that the fund's name suggests. Wait a minute. This isn't about just the name of the company and the rules for making the name. Like, for example, as an architect, I can't call myself I can't call my company the greatest architect in the world. Hire the greatest architect in the world. He works in Vancouver. That's the name of his company. I can't do that legally because it gives you an idea that I'm something, which I probably am. I'm kidding, but it gives you something that like you can't prove, right? So there's certain requirements and rules about company names. What these guys are doing is the SEC under the company name section, they're going to say, and whatever you call yourself, let's say you call yourself the greatest or ESG investment company in the world, then you're now going to have to invest 80% of your assets into only ESG related stocks and investments. If you call yourself the healthcare investment company, 80% of your assets have to be invested only in healthcare. So therefore, you can't create a name that spins you into something that you're actually not investing in. And 80% of the assets will make them really think twice about whether or not you actually want to name your company a certain thing. Anyways, this is more of an interesting piece. It's not really one that's going to do anything great for us, but I just find that interesting, and again provides transparency that, if someone calls himself the number 2 short speed specialist on YouTube, then Tony's going to have to prove it, right? I think he's got the document that shows he's number 2. So hey, that's an inside joke for anybody who watches Tony DeNaro. It's a funny one. You know what I'm talking about, right, Casey?
I don't. I haven't.
No?
No, he was telling another sock joke the other day too, and apparently it went right over the top of my head. So
Somebody previously, I don't care who it was, somebody previously started putting on their YouTube channel that they were the number 1 ranked short squeeze specialist.
Oh, yes.
So,
yeah, okay.
Yeah, so some of Tony's people put together a nice certificate that said he was now officially the number 2 ranked short squeeze specialist. I think it might have been Doug Zeno. Man, some funny guys. Anyways, sorry if I got wrong who it was, but that's an aside. Okay. It also provides new enhanced disclosure and reporting requirements. and updates the rules current notice requirements for established record keeping requirements. So they're basically saying if you're going to call yourself something, you're going to have to do it. Can't call yourself a hockey team if you're not playing hockey. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. I'm going to skip number 11.
Okay.
Yeah, give it to me. I don't want to talk about ESG. I've done enough of that. Evil eats the bugs. I don't want to talk about that today. If you guys find that one interesting, please, by all means, comment away on it. And then we've got request for comment on certain. So this one isn't one of the 11 that they said they didn't get comments on. This is one that they've reopened themselves and just put it with everything else. This is a really interesting one too. So comment on certain information providers acting as investment advisors. This is something that I think a lot of people really need to take a deep look into, because the nuts and bolts of what you'll read, it's like a 100-page document. So the nuts and bolts of what you'll read at first tells you anyone who's providing stock information, which makes you feel like it's like, websites providing information about, stuff. Are they actually just providing information, or are they actually trying to give you financial advice? That's not as well defined that you would think as it might be at the SEC. And they're looking to make that far, far more clear. And I think you could probably expand that. This is an aside, a personal aside. You could probably expand that into saying, who else out there does the SEC make fun of that may want to point at as somebody who's providing financial advice when they claim they're just providing information? Now, the word social media does not show up in this 100-page document. I've searched for it. People need to take a look at this particular one and give it a read and think, do you see the same things I'm seeing? I'm seeing companies that provide information to the market and to investors. Is it really just information, or are you trying to spin it? News media agencies, are you giving information, or are you trying to spin it? Of course, we know they're spinning it, allegedly. But are there individual retail voices talking about this stuff that cross the line between providing information and providing investment advice? Any YouTubers listening to this, I highly recommend you guys read this document. Please read it. And if you think I don't understand what I'm reading, good. Be careful with that. That's what I would have to say about that last one. And how do we publicly comment on it? Publicly comment on it however you want. That's just the last one I want to throw out there for anybody who's on YouTube, Twitter, anywhere else, Rumble, talking about stocks, investing. Just give it a read, and it'll make you think twice about some of the things some people say. Not you, Casey.
No.
You're recording history.
That's right. So my dad always used to have this saying that he said, if you have to eat a shit sandwich, take big bites. And so in some ways, I want to tell you guys, like, you just need to cram into this and just take big bites and start jumping into it. But what I want to ask you, Pantheon, and I know this is kind of, I always manage to do this to you, but I'm kind of putting you on the spot here. If there were three, like if you had to take a chunk of three to kind of bite off and chew first, which three top ones do you think that you would put up as your what you think is the most important to you? Which are the top three for you?
Super easy. Number one, reporting of securities loans. The next one is number 5, short position and short activity. And then the next one would be number 7, private fund advisors form PF.
Okay, hold on a second.
I'm going to comment on 10 of them. You know which 2 I'm not. But those, if you're asking for 3,
what was the third one?
Those are the 3. The 2 below that, private fund advisors.
Okay.
The form PF.
And I copy and pasted those into the chat just because I want to give people a place to start. Like if they can at least start on something, take your first big bite of poo. and start chomping away at it. And once you get the first 3 out of the way, you're a third of the way. You're a third of the way there, at least, or close. Quarter, I don't know, whatever. But start chewing. Start chewing, start swallowing, and before long you'll have it all done. Not a big deal. Sorry, go ahead.
Casey, I'd be I've got all these links of all these press releases and info sheets. I'd be happy to pump all these links into your Discord somewhere so that people can use these to get a quick start on these regulations.
Anywhere you see fit.
Okay. Okay. If I don't see somewhere that makes sense, I'll just message you, DM you privately, and then if we need to make a section or something, because I want to, I got all this stuff. I spent an hour pulling all this up, right? So I wanted to share this with people, but to
How
put
about I
into
just
your
make one
chat,
right now?
sure.
We can call it SEC propose. How about proposed rules?
Perfect.
Does that work?
And Casey's Discord is free. He doesn't take money from anybody, not even YouTube AdSense revenue. So this is free information on a free Discord. I'm making that clear. I read number 12. That was partly a joke.
Sorry, man. When I'm thinking, I can't even. It's bad. I can't, man. I can't. It's too many things at once.
I should know better than to talk while you're doing stuff. Sorry.
That's all right. Too much input. Too much. All right, it's in there. It's in there now. The Discord has a proposed rules section now that anybody that wants to put anything in there, they can talk about it.
Yeah, and if anyone's in the think tank, I'll do the same thing over there. Marcel has already got a separate thread for this and has recommended people comment. So I'll do the same thing. I'll talk to Marcel and I'll do the same thing over there too. So we got a double copy, guys. Yeah, Canadian sense of humor. Yeah, my wife says I'm funny, but funny looking, so I do my best.
It's messed up, man.
So
oh, man.
That covers it, and I'll also put the link to the article that I was talking about earlier. Or did we go through that? We went through that.
Oh, you just got a super chat for $999. I'll pay you in Monopoly money later.
Oh boy, I don't think we went through the initial article. So do I have a couple of minutes to go through this?
Absolutely. Let's do it. Let me see here. Let me close this out and post up. Let's just look at the price real quick here. I'm just gonna pull it up on the screen so everybody can see it. Looks like we did fall out of so what I was hoping to see on AMC didn't happen. Fell out before we got to the box there, so we never got to see a consolidation upwards. We fell through the support or the resistance line right here. No, this is support line. Support line fell through it, and so we're gonna have to find a new level of support, which is probably gonna be right around like 586 to 588. Sorry. All right, just throwing that in there. Let me pull up your link real quick here. And
actually, you can just leave the charts up for this.
Oh, can I?
Because I pulled selective pieces. I'm not reading this whole freaking article, but I've got selective pieces that make sense, and it'll be easier to. The charts will be fine.
Okay.
So I noticed this release came out Friday, of course, in the think tank. Somebody had posted it Friday. I'm sorry, I can't remember who posted it. And Martin, yeah, I feel sorry for my wife too. Martin's awesome, by the way. So, but what I noticed was yesterday an article that came out from Politico, and they're a pretty decent website for providing information. It's not too far one way or the other, but nevertheless, I'll put the link into the Casey's Discord as well. It's an interesting article that they put out yesterday, and I'm going to read certain sections of it to you guys. So I'm just repeating what was put on the Politico article. The conflicts of interest that have evolved have already become very ingrained and central to intermediaries' business models, said Tyler Gillash, a former SEC official who now runs the Healthy Markets Association, an investor advocacy group that has been calling for many of the changes Gensler is expected to propose. The question will really be, how far is this commission going to go to protect investors? Guys, this was an article yesterday. SEC officials have talked about rewriting the trading rules for years without making major changes. The Securities and Exchange Commission is set to launch a regulatory broadside in the coming weeks. Remember, these have 14 days, these 12 items we just talked about, they have 14 days, guys, before they're going to be done comment period. Back to the article. They're going to launch a regulatory broadside in the coming weeks against brokerage and trading giants, including Charles Schwab, Robinhood, and GOP mega donor Ken Griffin's Citadel Securities, according to interviews with more than a dozen executives, lawmakers, regulators, and investor advocates. The rules would revamp the stock market's plumbing, partly in response to the 2021 meme stock saga, in which Robinhood and other brokerages attracted scrutiny after they were overwhelmed by trading in shares of companies such as GameStop and AMC. The SEC is expected to crack down on the complex web of payments and fees that exchanges, brokerages, and trading firms share when processing investors' stock trades. Yes, I said processing. Industry executives have already begun talking about suing the SEC over the plans. These regulations we're talking about right here, the industry executives have already begun talking about suing the SEC over these. And a growing number of Hill Democrats are currently urging Gensler to proceed with caution. Interesting. At issue for Gensler is ultimately a series of long-held concerns from investor advocates and progressives that the current market is not built for everyday people and institutional investors such as pension funds, but rather for Wall Street intermediaries. Among the changes are the way stock trades are priced on exchanges like the NYSE and NASDAQ, which are not on a level playing field with other trading venues that operate with more regulatory flexibility and less transparency. Dark pools, ATSs. Only about half of all trading in the market today occurs on stock exchanges, with the rest taking place through banks and brokerages running private markets and handling the trades themselves. Also, more disclosures around how brokers execute clients' orders, changes to what constitutes the best price in the market, and ways to move more trading to public exchanges. The question is whether the SEC will be able to enact the proposals in the face of this widespread backlash. Some of the firms that have the most to lose, the wholesalers and brokerages responsible for how and where individual investors' trades occur, have already started to lay the groundwork for lawsuits, including by amassing data to refute the SEC's economic case for these changes. This is a quote from Virtue Financial CEO Doug Sifu, whose firm is a leading intermediary that executes retail stock trades. He said, "Everyone would sue. It would be like a conga line to the DC court." Last year's meme stock drama drew attention to how trading giants such as Citadel Securities and Virtue have come to handle an estimated 70% of retail stock orders. Get out of payment for order flow brokers, fellas, earning a cut from each transaction, thanks in part to arrangements where they pay stockbrokers, including Schwab and Robinhood, hundreds of millions of dollars per year to execute their customers' orders. I'm almost done. Robinhood Chief Legal Officer Dan Gallagher, a former Republican SEC commissioner, warned that the agency is pursuing an unnecessary overhaul to a system, this is from Robinhood, that works well for investors and who can buy and sell stocks without delays or commission fees. Gallagher said in an interview the SEC is currently in search of a theoretical nail to hammer down. Robinhood drew ire from policymakers in February 2021 after it paused a deluge of trading in GameStop and other meme stocks as it tried to meet $3 billion in financial obligations owed to a stock clearinghouse. Doug Sifu was quoted as saying, "If there was no GameStop, no AMC, no Robinhood, almost going out of business, none of this happens. It's just market structure, political theater." This is a great article. And that's the parts of it. I didn't read the whole thing. I just read parts of it. Guys, this thing is a good summary of what's going down, and it refers to these rules that are up for comment period again for only 14 days. So you start tying the story together and you realize they are already gearing up to sue if these things go through. All the more reason for us to read those things, read those 12 proposed rules, and put in your voice, please. Please, 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 whatever your voice is, please put your voice in. Thank you, Casey.
Hey, man, it's my pleasure. It really is. I mean, you're the Pantheon. You showed up and schooled us, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. Way to push that.
Did you notice that the 14 days they've put those comments back up for? It's 2 weeks.
Yeah, it is 2 weeks, man. 2 weeks. Screw the hedgies! Wait. I feel like I need a bobblehead Ross moment here. Hold on a second.
You know me. I think there ought to be a big old tree right about there. Just give him a friend. Everybody needs a friend.
I'm gonna give him a big old tree.
Oh, you know what? Mellow Doug beat me to that. He already put in the chat for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You beat me, Mellow Doug. Well done.
Yep.
Casey, thank you for letting me come on and provide some of this information to help people. I will start posting it into the Discord, both the think tank and to your Discord. And I didn't mean to take so much time, but thank you for this.
Man, it's more than welcomed. It helps the whole community, and I appreciate everything that you do. And did you want to update anybody on your current adventures in life, or are we all still good there?
Not today.
Okay. Sounds good, man. Thank you. I appreciate you for coming in and talking about this, because I think it's really important for all of our voices to be heard. Apes Together Strong is something we've been saying for a long, long time, and I can't even begin to tell you guys how many times I've seen every single one of you guys. When you decide that you want to back or stand behind something and you move in together on it, you have power. You have power in what it is that you say and your numbers. So if you think this is important and you support what you think it might help us, do it. Get in there and start writing. John says I shouldn't have let you out of the cage.
That's because I ran out of lotion.
What the heck does that even mean?
It rubs the lotion in its skin. I'm in the well. Silence of the Lambs?
Yeah,
Come
no,
on.
I know. My wife says that one all the time, but I'm just going like, what does it have to do with me? I don't want to be that dude. Come on, man. Pantyhose. Oh my goodness. No thanks. All right.
I'm gonna jump out of the big tramp.
All right, man.
Thank you very much again, Casey, and it's really great seeing everybody here to chat as well. Have a great day.
We'll be seeing you around. That was awesome. All right, it's break time for me. I know I didn't go through the 1 o'clock numbers, but I'm going to take a quick little break, get a little refreshing time, and then mix up a drink and get it ready to go for toasting for the end of the day here. As it stands right now, AMC is at $5.96. Ape is currently at $1.751. It's really weird to have that like additional digit on there. There we go, $1.74. We're at $1.74. We're up 6.10% on Ape. So a little bit of relief. I do want to note, just kind of want to throw this at you guys just so you see it. In the order books, I was kind of noticing when Pantheon was talking there that there is large quantities of orders that are starting to show up on both sides of the order books, and it's not just 10,000. It's starting to show 11,000s, 12,000s. I think on Ape I just saw 26. No, it's on AMC 26,000, but it's being blocked by the big tramp, which you should now be able to see. 26,000 there, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because I just want to take you over here to HYMC for just a second, if I may, and show you guys that every time that the order book's gotten bogged down with orders and buy orders and the sell orders show up on the page here, it really kind of slows everything down and shows that there's just kind of a lack of liquidity in the market to be able to complete orders that are on the books, that are limit orders that are out there. We're starting to look like that, and I think that's I think it's a good thing actually. So I'm kind of excited to see that we're seeing heavy buy orders over here and heavy sell orders. Doesn't matter on both sides. It's starting to look really illiquid, and I like that. But I don't like it too at the same time. There needs to be some more shares out there. Anyways. It's neither here nor there. I will see you guys back at 2:10, and we'll toast out the end of the day together. See you guys in a bit.
Love Upbeat? Upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month to get unlimited downloads, premium tracks, and whitelist your YouTube channel. Unleash your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Alrighty, I'm back. And it's time to take a look at the numbers, but you know what time it is? It is time for Power Hour. Let's see here. Let me get rid of my message. But first, before we do that, we got to toast off the day like we do every single day. And let's see what I want to toast to. I'm going to toast to all my 1.0 mods. Thank you for all the time and service that you guys put in, doing the things that you do for this community for free. I really appreciate what it is you guys do. And I also want to cheers to mods 2.0. Mods 2.0 incoming. Remember, freedom of speech is most highly protected here, and that there's only three rules that we really live by here, and respect for humans, for apes. Respect for apes is first and foremost. You know what hate speech looks like, and protecting each other and making sure this is a safe place for us to be able to communicate and respond to one another and talk about different ideas. And I just want it to be a safe place. And so cheers to our future and the ability to be able to make sure that this remains a great, safe place to communicate and talk about what's happening. So and discuss ideas. Cheers. All right. Don't hold grudges, Petro. Don't hold grudges. Everybody's got to go through we got to all have our first moment. All right. Let's take a look at our numbers. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it set up, you want to make sure and test it out, see if you like it, check it out. If you don't, get rid of it. But if you are going to set it up, make sure you get a secondary phone number attached to that so that you can send it to that other phone if you need to. But it is good at keeping out somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in there. So let's take a look at our numbers. And I remember when the big tramp's not up on the screen, I'm probably not able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those thoughts until you see the big tramp again. I just want to mention that I just opened it up and I'm seeing it for the very first time. But order sizes are astronomical right now. There is a lot of orders going through the market right now. I mean, just tons of orders. So, yeah, kind of interesting. Anyways, let's take a look at our numbers, see where we're at, see where we're going, and see where we've been. Starting with off exchange. An hour ago, well, actually, right now where we're at on AMC is 48.2% going through the off exchange. EDGX is at 9.3. For a grand total of 57.5% of our volume going through those two exchanges. That is what I would consider to be a low day of volume going through there. Guess what? We're up in price. Go figure. Low off exchange movement, so more shares going through the lit market. That's amazing. Amazing. About 3,000 shares going through CHX, just to throw that out there. Not a whole lot. Taking a look at off exchange for Ape, 58.49 and 6.81 through the EDGX. Uh, 58.49 and okay, so the combined total, I just got a text message. I'll cover this in just a second. 65.3% of our total volume going through those two exchanges. That's actually exactly where I would think it would be at the end of a day, so that's pretty normal amounts of volume. And let's see, what do we got here? CHX is showing 7,200 shares going through there. Taking a look at Ortex data. Some of the ads on that website are just getting ridiculous. Let's see here. They literally like I can't even think about what it is I'm talking about because the ads are so bad. It's like oh man, it's just really bad. Let's see here. 471,000 shares having been returned as of an hour ago. It's now 790,000 shares. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.08%. Cost to borrow average is at 26.8. Shares on loan for the day today is at 184.99 million shares. Day over day, that's a decrease in 300,000 shares on loan. I'm expecting about 100,000 of that to be in short interest that was closed day over day. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 237,000 shares having been returned. It's now 265. That's going to have the effect of decreasing the short-term interest of the free float to 7.14%. Cost to borrow average at 7.78. Shares on loan for the day today is at 27.59 million. That is 1.1 million shares less day over day than there was yesterday, and all of that is in short interest. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call options is at a $20 strike. I'm just kidding. It's not at $20. I don't know. Did anybody flip out when I said that? Highest amount of call options is a $6.50 strike. We went from 18.2 thousand contracts to 20.3. On puts. On puts at a $5.50 strike, we went from 36.6 thousand contracts to 37.3. And I'm being told that the contracts for next week have been taken off. Or let me just make sure. Hold on a second here. Let me see what I'm being told. Hold on. 1 second. Okay, so I'm still seeing the option contracts for October 21st. I'm being told they pulled off from 21st to this December 16th. Hold on a second here. Look at the options chain. The $40 strike for AMC won on December 16th. So let me go down to December 16th. Here we go. Not that one. All right. Look at the options chain. The $40 strike for AMC won on December 16th. It is a $20 spread. I'm not sure what that means. Is a $20 spread on bid and ask from the highest amount of volume, maybe? Highest amount of volume for December 16th is at 35 bucks. For puts, the highest amount's at 8. So yeah, there's a pretty big spread there. The January contract bid ask is over $130 at 145 strike. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not seeing those, but that could be just because of the settings that I have set up here. It might not include anything for next year, but interesting. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that, but let's get past October 21st first. There's quite a few. Let's take a look at the options real quick here for the 21st. I wasn't going to start looking at those options until next week since they don't really expire till next week. Oh, the volume, the bid ask is going crazy. Okay. So I'm just going to take a look here real fast at the options for next week that are expiring. As in regards to open interest for AMC one for next week. There is 16.7 thousand contracts at 10. Our combined price right now is $7.77. So everything above 750 would be in the money, or out of the money rather. In the money would be lower than 750. So not a whole lot of contracts that are in the money at this point. There's some, but not a whole lot. There's massive amounts of contracts on puts though that could potentially be way out of the money. Lots and lots of put contracts at a $5 strike for next week. Yeah, somebody's gonna get toasted. If they don't get the combined price of AMC and Ape under $5 by next week, somebody's gonna get toasted pretty hard. Well, we'll see what happens. Taking a look at AMC and Ape, we've got combined price, like I said, $7.77. We did break out of the descending wedge a little bit earlier than I would have anticipated. We seem to be just trading sideways right now and consolidating, which is just fine. After you have a big run up like we had earlier this morning, consolidation is a great thing. It could be in an effort to try and break past this Fibonacci level at $7.88. That might be difficult to you can see how we tried to break through earlier and we resisted it. Tested it once more, didn't quite break through. We might break through the next 1 or 2 times that we try it. So we'll be looking to try and break through a combined price of 788. Hold on a second. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only ones I'm looking for. GME is the only one on the list right now with a 67% buy to 32% sell ratio, although AMC was on the list earlier, had really good numbers. We were buying the rip, and Ape wasn't on it earlier, so but that's okay, not a big deal. Trigger price would have been at $5.27 today for AMC. Did not hit, but I think that Ape may have at 148. But we'll find out tomorrow when I come on. I'll let you guys know. I haven't looked at the website yet to see. Taking a look at shares having been borrowed in the last hour, it does appear that they returned 100 shares here, and then they just got borrowed 12 minutes later. Fees were at 21.6%. We could possibly maybe start seeing some cost to borrow fees start rising here soon if it gets hard to borrow. NASDAQ is up 2.35, Dow Jones is up 3.04, S&P 500 is up 2.76. We currently have 4,956 advancers to 1,898 decliners. The market is definitely cooking with bacon grease because it looks nice and tasty. The VIX is down 3.52 and at 32.39. VTI is up 2.64. IWD is up 3%. Tesla's up 1.71. Amazon is down 0.3. Cinemark is down 1.28. Doge is down 0.45. Bitcoin is up 1.08. GME is up 1.01. HYMC is up 1.75. Hood is down 0.38. NCMI is up 6.05. Ape is up 10.37. And AMC is up 1.97. So far for the day today, we've had about $1.6 million more in outflow than inflow, with 26.97 million shares traded so far. They did knock the snot out of the volume today, so looks like they pushed it down into that 10 to 30 million range. I was guessing pre-market. As it stands right now, we've got 36 more minutes left to trade, putting us at 354 minutes left, or 354 minutes of trading. putting us on pace for 29.7 million shares at close. So we're going to be real close to the same, or really close to the volume I was predicting for the day of 10 to 30 million. On the hourly, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.24, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.22, which is just slightly above average. And a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.13, which is just about average. RSI has had a great chance to cool down with some of the sidewards trading that we've got going on right now, which will allow us to be able to run up some more in the following days. Taking a look at Ape. We have Ape sitting at about $300,000 more in inflow than outflow for the day today, with 16.81 million shares traded so far. Let's see, 350 after 356 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 18.41 million shares traded. I suggested somewhere between 10 to 30 million, so we're going to make that. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.01, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.85, which is above average. And a 5-minute interval, more selling or buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.65, which is also above average. Taking a look at nothing else. Taking a look at closing out this day. So some of the numbers that we were supposed to hit today that I felt would be some heavy buying support in terms of AMC and Ape. For AMC, it was 646 and 663. The highest we got up to was 628, so we never quite hit that 646. We needed to break through 629 to see newer highs, and we never quite broke it. So I have a feeling that may be coming in our future. We'll see if we can retest that again here leading into tomorrow, as we do know that the Ichimoto cloud is thinning out the most, and we love to drive up through red clouds, so it's starting to thin out pretty decently on a 4-hour cloud. So we could see that happen, and then on Ape, Ape's sitting at $1.81, and I told you guys $1.82 was the magic number. If we could break through that, we might tend to see some price running on that one as well. And then the next level of push would be at about a $2 strike. So 180 is right where we're at right now. It looks like they're trying to keep this. It looks like the ascending parallel channel that I had running from earlier. We did drop. We traded sideways out of it. I wouldn't say that we necessarily broke down on a bear channel. So what this is really kind of doing is making this starting to look more like another ascending broadening wedge, which is the exact same thing that we finished the day on, I believe, yesterday for AMC. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not this continues to follow this ascending broadening wedge into tomorrow for Ape, which typically leads into more bullish movement after it breaks down outside of this, meaning the price would probably drop back down into the range of somewhere around 170 to 170. That's basically the same number. 172 to 173 and a half range. So we'll see if the aftermarket hours tends to provide that downwards momentum in price, which would lead to a newer high, breaking through some of those numbers that I just read off to you, 182, $2. We would probably see a push through that, more than likely. And I just want to make sure I've got my synthetic price failure updated. Let's see, 547. Yeah, we didn't break a new high on this one yet, so. All right. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing now on the screen. That name, John Hannaford. Why it rings a bell. I want to say, hold on a second. Let me just look something up real quick here. I just saw something. John, are you on Twitter? I feel like I just saw a post from a John Hannaford not too long ago. I'm looking through here. I don't see it now, but yeah, it was on Twitter. Could have sworn I saw something with maybe your name on it on Twitter. I don't know. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I don't know. Lucas says, hey Casey, you think we can see some gamma if we rise above 650 tomorrow? Puts out of the money, etc. I mean, more for gamma, you're going to want calls that are in the money and not necessarily puts out of the money. I think you probably could see. Let me look at the options real quick here. Hold on 1 second. Let me just look at them real fast. I really don't see anything amazing with options. I mean, there is quite a few stacked up options up to a $7 price. Right. So if we pushed up above 7, let me look at the next week's real quick here and see what that's looking like. Let's see, 7 on AMC would look decent leading into next week, but nothing amazing there. There's nothing that really jumps out at me as gamma. But if I look at the 21st of October for AMC plus Ape, and we were sitting at like, let's say $10, yeah, again, nothing really superb there just yet. Actually, in the October 21st for AMC 1 doesn't look like anything special at all. So, but in regards to gammas, I just kind of want to like send out like a very stern warning to you guys that is absolutely where they love to try and trap our money. So be very, very, very careful, guys. Remember that this market wants to make money. And a lot of times when we start buying into these big runs, it's the run's not happening because you're buying into it. It's the run is ending because you're buying into it. So remember, things have changed. Things have changed quite a bit. So be extremely careful. This market is extremely volatile right now, which means that overnight movements can go one direction or the other extremely fast. Really, really, really fast. So be very, 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 very cautious. Pantheon, thank you. I'm posting all these links in your Discord under the proposed rules heading. Includes links are fact sheet, press release, Federal Registry version, existing comments, and new comments. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I'm actually going to be posting tonight on Reddit and Twitter about that as well, making sure that it that gets disseminated out there so that more people see it. Nikki, you can say whatever you want. That's all right. Speaking of which, just had to do that real quick. Wasting America, how's it going? Wee. Let's see here. Casey, I made I made a CHX monitor thingy and found ticker. Okay. Yeah, I don't. Let's not. I'm gonna remove that comment. I appreciate you saying that, John, but that's really cool. I'd love to talk to you on the side about it, but we'll just leave that just watch it for a while. Watch it for a while, see what happens, see if it works for you. I don't know. See what happens. How do we get a hold of you? I need to send you something. On the bottom left-hand side of the screen, you're going to see a Reddit and a Twitter, or you can go through the Discord. Any one of those three is just fine. Spiffy Smitty, have you heard about Melvin Capital? Yeah, thank Pantheon, not me. Casey, would you share your thoughts regarding AMC's market cap, approximately 3.1 billion to revisit highs 72? Could algos overpower the ability for the short squeeze with no SEC transparency? I don't know, Don Erickson. I don't know why people keep bringing up market cap. It's a very simple formula. Just take the amount of shares that are in existence and multiply it, total outstanding shares in existence, multiplied by the price, and that should be your market cap. So if you're getting something reported, and you said 3.1 billion, and that's what I'm seeing right now on AMC. So I don't really know. I'm not sure if I understand what your question is there. Could AMC's market price to revisit highs 72, the market cap would have to be, I think you're saying it would have to be 37 billion. Could algos? So no, I don't. So the problem I have, Don, is that market cap has no reflection whatsoever on what the price can possibly be. Zero effect whatsoever. So whenever somebody why are you guys silencing Blocky, man? Who silenced him? I missed it. Don't silence him. He didn't say anything bad there. Um, but yeah, market cap is just simply a formula that just tells you, like, if somebody were to try to buy out the investors, that's how much it would cost. And I don't think you should take it for anything worth more than that as information. It's just an idea of what the valuation of the total price is. That's all market cap is. Trish says, "I love, Casey, that you're in your truck." Thanks, I appreciate that, Trish. I love that I'm in my truck too, man. This big tramp is awesome. I think Tony sometimes goes live. Oh, when they go live together, that's usually like later in the night. But yeah, in regards to market cap though, like there is so much emphasis been put on market cap lately that's just kind of ridiculous. I don't think that there's anything there to be seen, honestly. And every time you see a misreporting of market cap, it's just because somebody's got a formula messed up somewhere. They're linking something incorrectly. Anthony, CPI was I can read it off to you. In September, the consumer price index for all urban consumers increased 0.4%, seasonally adjusted, and rose 8.2% over the last 12 months. It was 8.3 last month. Not seasonally adjusted, the index for all items less than food, energy increased 0.6% in September, up 6.6% over the year. Yeah, not a problem, Don. Don, if you want a good example, I mean, hold on a second here. Let me pull up something real fast. I mean, this is probably like not even a fair. I mean, you could pull up Burke A if you wanted to, right? Pull up Burke A. Its market cap is 609.41 billion. So, like, I don't know. It's really just a formula. It's how many existing shares. But I'm sure there's higher ones than that. I mean, I probably could just pull up like Amazon. Yeah, Amazon's got a market cap of 1.14 trillion. You know, we could probably pull up something even more ridiculous than that, I'm sure. Market cap is just simply a formula to let you know what total valuation is if you were to buy out all of the shareholders. There's no reason that market cap couldn't be some outrageous number. News out right now. Hold on. Yeah, I think this is what yeah, I'm pretty sure this is what Pantheon read off just a little bit ago. So we kind of covered this already. Oh, John Hannaford made an app. Is that what it is? Okay, I didn't see. I saw him say that he had done something, but I didn't see. Where did he say about an app? I missed it. Hold on, I gotta scroll back up. John, I missed it. I didn't see it where you wrote it. Yeah, we'll have to check it out. John. Did you link me? If you linked me in Twitter, hold on a second. Let me just see if you did. Yeah, I don't see the link there, but let me just. I'm gonna pull up your profile real fast on my phone. Or at least try to, anyways. I don't know if this is you or not. It's probably not you. Tell you what, read all his posts, please. All right, hold on a second. I gotta scroll back up. Let's see here. Oh man, I don't know how far to scroll. Glad I only spent a day on it. I must be getting close. Man, your name doesn't stick out to me very well. Okay, I did see that. I can set it to loop through all pages periodically. Yeah, so you're doing basically like a you're doing like a sniper kind of thing where you're pulling the data, looking for abnormalities where you're seeing large spikes in volume through that. I'm really curious. I'd love to talk to you about it on the side, John. If you have a chance and you want to talk, hit me up on Twitter or something, man. Don, it's because everything gets put through off exchanges. That's why. Did I say John? I meant Don. Don Erickson. It's everything gets put through off exchanges, and that's why a lot of the times we have this, very large buy pressure, and then we see most like 60, sometimes even 70% plus going through off exchanges, and that's exactly how they're hiding that buying pressure. And I'm not exactly sure how or why that's legal for them to do that, but that's how it's being done. We need more of our volume to be seen on the lit market. And I think part of that might be a little bit of our fault too, because, well, not, some of it's our fault, some of it's not. depending on which broker you're with, I think there's only like 3 brokers out there that actually allow lit market exchange trades. And I actually, I think I might actually have. Somebody was asking me the other day, what are the 3? And I actually do have. Let's see here. I think I do have that information because somebody was asking me that one time, and I didn't know which the 3 brokers were. Give me one second. Nope, I don't have it. I thought I did, but I don't. I'll see if I can get you guys that information though. The thing is I don't like to put that information out though because I feel like it's me advertising for like 3 specific brokers. What I can do is I can post this for you guys. I'm gonna post this tweet that was put out a while back on some research that was done on this. But the more of our volume that's traded through the lit exchange, the more we'll see price discovery. And that post right there is from a gentleman that I had, Darth Walt, that was on a while back, that where we talked about DRS and whatnot. But he's done some research as to where we can get our shares traded through the lit market and have it actually seen, the price discovery seen by our orders. That link right there kind of helps a little bit, but it doesn't specifically outline the 3. I think the 3 specific brokers you'd have to go through to get it to happen. No, Nikki, if the pressure's too much for you, I can take it away. I'm looking for people that I see on here quite often, talking quite a bit, and have been here for a long time that I know I can trust. And really that's kind of because I need eyes right now. I need eyes. I need people who are watching for, basically dickheads like what was that guy's name yesterday? Serrano or something like that. I can't remember what his name was now. Soren. It was Soren. I need people to be able to like immediately get rid of Soren and the likes when it happens. It is a double-edged sword, Nikki. If you want me to take it away, I will. John, shoot. That means I'm not following you, so I gotta figure out how I can. Can you, John? Can you? I know it's. Tell you what, John, unfollow me and then follow me back, and I should see the notification saying that you're following me. When it pops up, I'll look for it. I'll look for the notifications and I'll follow you back, and then you should be able to message me. That's probably the best way to do it because I don't want you to give out your information here, unless you don't care. It's up to you. Salty Dog says I'm on dickhead patrol. Thanks, Salty Dog. I appreciate it. Yeah, you know what? I've been kind of bad about going in and doing follows on Twitter. Absolutely, I can. I'll make that a over this next couple days. I'll make that a kind of a goal of mine to make sure I go through and follow people back. So if it does, you should see it by Sunday or no later than Sunday. Attendees Plus Plus says Boone NC is my favorite place. Please change your name, Bones. Attendees, you from North Carolina? I am just over the line in Virginia. Thanks, John. Appreciate it, man. Casey said dickhead, no refund for him. Sorry. I'm sorry, but that's what that guy was being. He was being a dickhead yesterday, and I think it was really uncool. So call it like I see it. Micah says I'm looking forward to dreaming tonight about my 5 whys. You know the best part, Micah? The best part is when I'm asking you to remember your 5 whys, is that's going to be the moment that I think that every single one of you are going to realize that you're in something way grander than what you could possibly imagine. And that it'll come in the future, but I'm quite honestly sure that that there will be coming a point in time where I get to ask you that question and say, do you remember your 5 whys? And what are they? Because now is the time to remember them. It'll be kind of one of those moments. It'll be an epic moment. The proper term is wiener nipple. Butthole. Wait. I gotta play it again. Because it's gotta be like one of my most favorite videos probably so far to date. Hold up. I mean, this is just too classic. So Jim Cramer posted, for those of you who hadn't seen this before, Jim Cramer posted, "What time is the Ape show on? I keep missing it, and I can always DVR it. I just can't find it." And so Pantheon was kind enough to create this for me. Come on.
Good evening.
Jim, you know that DVR was like 7 years ago and that you can just pull up shows instantly now. It's cool stuff, and in the future, everybody likes to score in a movie theater. When was the last time you scored?
Yeah. That's uplifting. Hey, Beavis, check this out. I will fight for you until your heart stops beating. Can I have some of your popcorn?
Oh my god, I said shut up!
Damn it. Hey, we want our money back, butthole.
You snuck in!
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I can't get enough. Oh, I'm gonna hurt. My stomach's gonna start hurting from laughing too hard. Oh yeah. Wait. Oh shoot, it's going again. No, stop. Oh man, I just can't take it. It was good stuff. Francis, no, I don't, but that's going to be one of the first things that I probably start doing once this is all over. So that'll be on my list of things to do. I'm actually planning on perhaps having somebody actually do it for me, so I don't have to, because I have really crappy internet. This stupid thing called AT and this weird looking stupid sign and T. Like, I go to dial up and it goes beep beep to get onto the internet every day. It takes forever. Dr. Zeno's here. It's saying, I'm only here for things like that. Hot cotch. Dr. Zeno is only here for the hot cotches. Arthur Martin says, my 5 whys. 1, good reason to fling poo. 2, I like the taste of purple crayons. 3, I like to screw the hedgies and are fucked. 4, I'm just here for the memes. And 5, none of your business. And 6, I have 10 shares. Professor Shifu says, I have been watching many YouTubers, listening to many space calls on AMC, but You are the best. No drama, no hype, no FUD. Just the real DD. Thanks for all your info you do. Hey, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's hard for me to take compliments, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I haven't seen the name before, so welcome. I think we have a pretty good community here, and I think you'll like it here. At least it's. I'm trying to make it better. It's had its moments like yesterday, but I'm trying to make it better. Yeah, Francis, I know. You know, somebody mentioned earlier that I should take the what is it, the monetize, but not necessarily like collect any super chats, but just take the ad revenue. And the sad part about that is that if I were to do that, I wouldn't be able to play the music that I want to play, you know, in the mornings and in the afternoons. And to be honest with you, like I don't know, man. I really just like playing the music, and I can't imagine taking pennies for that. It just doesn't seem to make sense to me. Plus, I want to have a free voice. Maggie, what have we been smoking? Nothing. Well, what you been smoking? Casey putting the function back in dysfunction. You know, I never played any of their PC games before Tripvoked. I don't know if they were any good, but I don't know. I always felt like those TV show video games never really turned out as good as they possibly could. All right, we're almost close to the end of the day here, guys, and I just want to warn you. Yesterday we had Taylor Swift. And so I decided to go way far on the other side of the spectrum here today. So I want you guys just to realize that you know, this may not be to your liking, but you've probably seen the movie Dodgeball. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Well, if you can take this death metal, you can take the dip. So I don't know, if you guys can't hack it, you can't hack it and you leave. But I sure as hell hope there's more of you here listening to this death metal than there is that we're listening to Taylor Swift, or otherwise Taylor Swift is gonna win. And that, I don't know, man. I like Taylor Swift a lot, but geez, you can't let Taylor Swift win against death metal. So fair warning, I'm letting you know. Dodge the wrench, because if you can dodge this pain, you can dodge any other kind of pain. Here it comes, because you know what time of the day it is. That's right. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest, because you just finished out Thursday and we got one more day of trading. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Go out and walk your pets, because they need to get outside too. Go see a movie. That's what you're here to support. But don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
With your mind,